Book 3, Prologue, The Legend of Britomartis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser. Book 3, The Legend of Britomartis. Prologue. It falls me here to write of chastity, that fairest virtue far above the rest, for which what needs me fetch from Faerie, foreign examples, it to have expressed, sith it is shrined in my sovereign's breast, and formed so lively in each perfect part, that to all ladies, which have it professed, need but behold the portrait of her heart, if portrayed it might be by any living art. But living art may not least part express, nor life resembling pencil it can paint. All were it Zeuxis or Praxiteles, his daedally hand would fail, and greatly faint, and her perfections with his error taint. Nor poet's wit, that passeth painter far, in picturing the parts of beauty daint, so hard a workmanship adventure dar, for fear through want of words her excellence to mar. How then shall I, apprentice of the skill, that whilome in divinest wits did reign, presume so high to stretch mine humble quill? Yet now my luckless lot doth me constrain hereto perforce. But, O dread Sovereign, thus far forth pardon, sith that choicest wit cannot your glorious portrait figure plain, that I in coloured shows may shadow it, and antique praises unto present persons fit. But if in living colours and right hue yourself you covet to see pictured, who can it do more lively or more true than that sweet verse with nectar sprinkled, in which a gracious servant pictured his Cynthia, his heaven's fairest light, that with his melting sweetness ravished, and with the wonder of her beamers bright, my senses lulled are in slumber of delight. But let that same delicious poet lend a little leave unto a rustic muse, to sing his mistress' praise, and let him mend, if aught amiss her liking may abuse. Nor let his fairest Cynthia refuse in mirrors more than one herself to see, but either Gloriana let her choose, or in Belphoebe fashioned to be, in the one her rule, in the other her rare chastity. End of Prologue, Book 3, The Legend of Britomartis.
Book 3, Canto 1, The Legend of Britomartis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, go to LibriVox.org. The Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser. Book 3, The Legend of Britomartis. Canto 1. Guyon encountereth Britomart, fair Florimel is chaste, Duessae's trains and Malcaste's champions are defaced. The famous Briton prince and fairy knight, after long ways and perilous pains endured, having their weary limbs to perfect plight restored, and sorry wounds right well recured, of the fair Alma greatly were procured, to make their lenger sojourn and abode. But when thereto they might not be allured, from seeking praise and deeds of arms abroad, they courteous congé took, and forth together yode. But the captiv'd Acrasia he sent, because of travel long, a nigher way, with a strong guard, all rescue to prevent, and her to Faerie court safe to convey, that her for witness of his hard assay unto his Faerie Queene he might present. But he himself betook another way, to make more trial of his hardiment, and seek adventures as he with Prince Arthur went. Long so they travelled through wasteful wayes, where dangers dwelt and perils most did won, to hunt for glory and renowmed praise. Full many countries they did overrun, from the uprising to the setting sun, and many hard adventures did achieve, of all the which they honour ever won, seeking the weak oppressed to relieve, and to recover right for such as wrong did grieve. At last, as through an open plain they yode, they spied a knight that towards them pricked fair, and him beside an aged squire there rode, that seemed to couch under his shield three square, as if that age bade him that burden spare, and yield it those that stouter could it wield. He, them espying, gan himself prepare, and on his arm address his goodly shield, that bore a lion passant in a golden field. Which seeing good Sir Guyon, dear besought the Prince of Grace to let him run that turn. He granted. Then the Faerie quick ruck his poignant spear, and sharply gan to spurn his foamy steed, whose fiery feet did burn the verdant grass, as he thereon did tread. Ne did the other back his foot return, but fiercely forward came withouten dread, and bent his dreadful spear against the other's head. They bene met, and both their points arrived, but Guyon drove so furious and fell, that seemed both shield and plate it would have rived. Natheless it bore his foe not from his sell, but made him stagger as he were not well. But Guyon's self, ere well he was aware, nigh a spear's length behind his crupper fell, yet in his fall so well himself he bare, that mischievous mischance his life and limbs did spare. Great shame and sorrow of that fall he took, for never yet sith warlike arms he bore, and shivering spear in bloody field first shook, he found himself dishonour'd so sore. Ah, gentlest knight, that ever armour bore, let not thee grieve dismounted to have been, and brought to ground that never wast before. For not thy fault, but secret power unseen, that spear enchanted was, which laid thee on that green. But weenedst thou what wight thee overthrew? Much greater grief and shamefuller regret for thy hard fortune then thou wouldst renew, that of a single damsel thou wert met on equal plain, and there so hard beset. Even the famous Britomart it was, whom strange adventure did from Britain fet, to seek her lover love far sought a lass, whose image she had seen in Venus' looking glass. Full of disdainful wrath he fierce uprose, for to revenge that foul reproachful shame, and snatching his bright sword began to close with her on foot, and stoutly forward came. Die rather would he than endure that same. Which when his palmer saw, he gan to fear his toward peril and untoward blame, which by that new rencounter he should rear, for death set on the point of that enchanted spear. And hasting towards him gan fair persuade, not to provoke misfortune, nor to wean his spear's default to mend with cruel blade. For by his mighty science he had seen the secret virtue of that weapon keen, that mortal puissance mote not withstand, nothing on earth mote always happy been. Great hazard were it, and adventure fond, to loose long gotten honour with one evil hand. By such good means he him discounselled from prosecuting his revenging rage, and eke the prince like the treaty handled his wrathful will with reason to assuage, and laid the blame not to his carriage, but to his starting steed that swerved aside, and to the ill purveyance of his page that had his furnitures not firmly tied. So is his angry courage fairly pacified. Thus reconcilement was between them knit through goodly temperance and affection chaste, and either vowed with all their power and wit to let not others' honour be defaced, of friend or foe, whoever it embased, ne arms to bear against the other's side, in which accord the prince was also placed, and with that golden chain of concord tied, so goodly all agreed they forth Ephyre did ride. O goodly usage of those antique times, in which the sword was servant unto right, when not for malice and contentious crimes, but all for praise and proof of manly might, the martial brood accustomed to fight. Then honour was the meed of victory, and yet the vanquished had no despite. Let later age that noble use envy, vile rancour to avoid, and cruel circuitry. Long they thus travelled in friendly wise through countries waste, and eke well edified, seeking adventures hard, to exercise their puissance, whilome full dernly tried. At length they came into a forest wide, whose hideous horror and sad trembling sound full grisly seemed. Therein they long did ride, yet a tract of living creatures none they found, save bears, lions, and bulls, which roamed them around. All suddenly out of the thickest brush, upon a milk-white palfrey, all alone, a goodly lady did foreby them rush, whose face did seem as clear as crystal stone, and eke through fear as white as whale's bone. Her garments all were wrought of beaten gold, and all her steed with tinsel trappings shone, which fled so fast that nothing mote him hold, and scarce them leisure gave her passing to behold. Still as she fled, her eye she backward threw, as fearing evil that pursued her fast, and her fair yellow locks behind her flew, loosely dispersed with puff of every blast. All as a blazing star doth far outcast his hairy beams, and flaming locks dispread, at sight whereof the people stand aghast. But the sage wizard tells, as he has read, that it importunes death and doleful drearihead. So as they gazed after her a while, lo, where a grisly foster forth did rush, breathing out beastly lust, her to defile. His tireling jade he fiercely forth did push, through thick and thin, both over bank and bush, in hope her to attain by hook or crook, that from his gory sides the blood did gush. Large were his limbs and terrible his look, and in his clownish hand a sharp boar spear he shook. Which outrage when those gentle knights did see, full of great envy and fell jealousy, they stayed not to avise who first should be, but all spurred after fast, as they mote fly, to rescue her from shameful villainy. The prince and Guyon equally believe herself pursued, in hope to win thereby most goodly meed, the fairest dame alive. But after the foul foster Timaeus did strive. The whiles fair Britomart, whose constant mind would not so lightly follow beauty's chase, ne recked of ladies' love, did stay behind, and them awaited there a certain space, to weet if they would turn back to that place. But when she saw them gone, she forward went, as lay her journey through the perilous pace, with steadfast courage and stout hardiment. Ne evil thing she feared, ne evil thing she meant. At last, as nigh out of the wood she came, a stately castle far away she spied, to which her steps directly she did frame. That castle was most goodly edified, and placed for pleasure nigh that forest side. But fair before the gate a spacious plain, mantled with green, itself did spreaden wide, on which she saw 6 knights that did darraign fierce battle against one, with cruel might and main. Mainly they all at once upon him laid, and sore beset on every side around, that anigh he breathless grew, yet naught dismayed, ne ever to them yielded foot of ground. All had he lost much blood through many a wound, but stoutly dealt his blows, and every way to which he turned his wrathful stone made them recoil and fly from dread decay, that none of all the 6 before him durst assay. Like dastard curs, that having at a bay the salvage beast embossed in weary chase, dare not adventure on the stubborn prey, ne bite before, but roam from place to get a snatch, when turned is his face. In such distress and doubtful jeopardy, when Britomart him saw, she ran apace unto his rescue, and with earnest cry bade those same six forbear that single enemy. But to her cry they list not lend an ear, ne aught the more their mighty strokes surcease, but gathering him round about more near, their direful rancour rather did increase, till that she, rushing through the thickest prease, perforce disparted their compacted gyre, and soon compelled to hearken unto peace, though gan she mildly of them to enquire the cause of their dissension and outrageous ire. Whereto that a gentle knight did answer frame, these six would me enforce by odds of might to change my lief and love another dame, that death me liefer were than such despite, so unto wrong to yield my wrested right. For I love one, the truest one on ground, ne list me change, she th' errant damsel hight, for whose dear sake full many a bitter stoned I have endur'd, and tasted many a bloody wound. Certes, said she, then been ye six to blame, to ween your wrong by force to justify. For knight to leave his lady were great shame, that faithful is, and better were to die. All loss is less and less the infamy than loss of love to him that loves but one. Nay, may love be compelled by mastery, for as soon as mastery comes, sweet love anon taketh his nimble wings, and soon away is gone. Then spake one of those six, there dwelleth here within this castle wall a lady fair, whose sovereign beauty hath no living peer, thereto so bounteous and so debonair, that never any mote with her compare. She hath ordained this law, which we approve, that every knight which doth this way repair, in case he have no lady, nor no love, shall do unto her service never to remove. But if he have a lady or a love, then must he her forego with foul defame, or else with us by dint of sword approve, that she is fairer than our fairest dame, as did this knight before ye hither came. Perdie, said Britomart, the choice is hard, but what reward had he that overcame? He should advanced be to high regard, said they, and have our lady's love for his reward. Therefore areed, sir, if thou have a love. Love have I sure, quoth she, but lady none. Yet will I not fro mine own love remove, ne to your lady will I service done, but wreak your wrongs wrought to this knight alone, and prove his cause. With that her mortal spear she mightily aventured towards one, and down him smote, ere well aware he were. Then to the next she rode, and down the next did bear. Ne did she stay, till three on ground she laid, that none of them himself could rear again. The fourth was by that other knight dismayed, all were he weary of his former pain, that now there do but two of six remain, which two did yield before she did them smite. Ah, said she then, now may ye all see plain, that truth is strong, and true love most of might, that for his trusty servants doth so strongly fight. Too well we see, said they, and prove too well our faulty weakness, and your matchless might. For thy fair sir, yours be the damosel, which by her own law to your lot doth light, and we your liege men faith unto you plight. So underneath her feet their swords they marred, and after her besought, well as they might, to enter in and reap the due reward. She granted, and then in they all together fared. Long were it to describe the goodly frame and stately port of Castle Joyous, for so that castle hight by commune name, where they were entertained with courteous and comely glee of many gracious fair ladies, and of many a gentle knight, who through a chamber long and spacious eftsoons them brought unto their lady's sight, that of them cleaped was the Lady of Delight. For to tell the sumptuous array of that great chamber should be labour lost, for living wit, I ween, cannot display the royal riches and exceeding cost of every pillar and of every post, which all of purest bullion framed were, and with great pearls and precious stones embossed, that the bright glister of the beams clear did sparkle forth great light, and glorious did appear. These stranger knights, through passing forth, were led into an inner room, whose royalty and rich purveyance might uneath be read. Mote prince's place beseemed so decked to be, which stately manner when as they did see the image of superfluous riotise, exceeding much the state of mean degree, they greatly wondered, whence so sumptuous guise might be maintained, and each gan diversely devise. The walls were round about apparelled with costly clothes of Arras and of Tours, in which with cunning hand was portrayed the love of Venus and her paramour, the fair Adonis turned into a flower, a work of rare device and wondrous wit. First did it shew the bitter baleful stowre, which her assayed with many a fervent fit, when first her tender heart was with his beauty smit. Then with what sleights and sweet allurements she enticed the boy, as well that art she knew, and wooed him her paramour to be, now making girlands of each flower that grew to crown his golden locks with honour due, now leading him into a secret shade from his beau pairs and from bright heaven's view, where him to sleep she gently would persuade, or bathe him in a fountain by some covert glade. And whilst he slept, she over him would spread her mantle, coloured like the starry skies, and her soft arm lay underneath his head, with ambrosial kisses bathe his eyes. And whilst he bathed, with her two crafty spies, she secretly would search each dainty limb, and throw into the well sweet rosemaries, and fragrant violets, and pansies trim, and ever with sweet nectar she did sprinkle him. So did she steal his heedless heart away, and joyed his love in secret unespied. But for she saw him bent to cruel play, to hunt the salvage beast in forest wide, full dreadful of danger that mote him betide, she oft and oft advised him to refrain from chase of greater beasts, whose brutish pride mote breed him scathe unwares. But all in vain, for who can shun the chance that destiny doth ordain? Lo, where beyond he lieth languishing, deadly engored of a great wild boar, and by his side the goddess grovelling makes for him endless moan, and evermore with her soft garment wipes away the gore, which stains his snowy skin with hateful hue. But when she saw no help might him restore, him to a dainty flower she did transmew, which in that cloth was wrought, as if it lively grew. So was that chamber clad in goodly wise, and round about it many beds were dight, as whilome was the antique worlde's guise, some for untimely ease, some for delight, as pleased them to use that use it might. And all was full of damsels and of squires, dancing and revelling both day and night, and swimming deep in sensual desires, and Cupid still amongst them kindled lustful fires. And all the while sweet music did divide her looser notes with Lydian harmony, and all the while sweet birds thereto applied their dainty lays and dulcet melody, aye, carolling of love and jollity. That wonder was to hear their trim consort, which when those knights beheld with scornful eye, they disdained such lascivious disport, and loathed the loose demeanour of that wanton sort. Thence they were brought to that great lady's view, whom they found sitting on a sumptuous bed, that glistered all with gold and glorious shew, as the proud Persian queens accustomed. She seemed a woman of great bountehead, and of rare beauty, saving that askance her wanton eyes, ill signs of womanhead, did roll too lightly, and too often glance, without regard of grace or comely eminence. Long work it were, and needless to devise their goodly entertainment and great glee, She caused them be led in courteous wise into a bower, disarmed for to be, and cheered well with wine and spicery. The Red Cross knight was soon disarmed there, but the brave maid would not disarmed be, but only vented up her umbriere, and so did let her goodly visage to appear, as when fair Cynthia in darksome night is in a noyous cloud enveloped, where she may find the substance thin and light, breaks forth her silver beams, and her bright head discovers to the world discomfited, of the poor traveller that went astray. With thousand blessings she is harried, such was the beauty and the shining ray, with which fair Britomart gave light unto the day. And eke those six which lately with her fought, now were disarmed, and did themselves present unto her view, and company unsought. For they all seemed courteous and gent, and all six brethren born of one parent, which had them trained in all civility, and goodly taught to tilt and tournament. Now were they liegemen to this lady free, and her knight's service ought to hold of her in fee. The first of them by name Gardante hight, a jolly person and of comely view. The second was Parlante, a bold knight, and next to him Jocante did ensue. Bachiante did himself most courteous shew, but fierce Bacchante seemed too fell and keen, and yet in arms Noctante greater grew. All were fair knights and goodly well beseen, but to fair Britomart they all but shadows been. For she was of amiable grace, and manly terror mixed therewithal, that as one stirred up affections base, so the other did men's rash desires appall, and hold them back that would in error fall. As he that hath espied a vermeil rose, to which sharp thorns and briars the way forestall, dare not for dread his hardy hand expose, but wishing it far off, his idle wish doth lose. Whom when the lady saw so fair a wight, all ignorant of her contrary sex, for she her weened a fresh and lusty knight, so greatly gan enamoured to wex, and with vain thoughts her falsed fancy vex. Her fickle heart conceived hasty fire, like sparks of fire which fall in slender flecks, that shortly brent into extreme desire, and ransacked all her veins with passion entire. Eftsoons she grew to great impatience, and into terms of open outrage brust, that plain discovered her incontinence, ne recked she who her meaning did mistrust, for she was given all to fleshly lust, and poured forth in sensual delight, that all regard of shame she had discussed, and meet respect of honour put to flight. So shameless beauty soon becomes a loathly sight. Fair ladies, that to love captived are, and chaste desires do nourish in your mind, let not her fault your sweet affections mar, ne blot the bounty of all womankind. Mongst thousands good one wanton dame to find, amongst the roses grow some wicked weeds, for this was not to love but lust inclined, for love does always bring forth bounteous deeds, and in each gentle heart desire of honour breeds. Naught so of love this looser dame did skill, but as a coal to kindle fleshly flame, giving the bridle to her wanton will, and treading under foot her honest name. Such love is hate, and such desire is shame. Still did she rove at her with crafty glance of her false eyes that at her heart did aim, and told her meaning in her countenance. But Britomart dissembled it with ignorance. Supper was shortly dight, and down they sat, where they were served with all sumptuous fare, whiles fruitful Ceres and Laius fat poured out their plenty without spite or spare. Naught wanted there that dainty was and rare, and aye the cups their banks did overflow, and aye between the cups she did prepare way to her love, and secret darts did throw. But Britomart would not such guileful message know. So when they slaked had the fervent heat of appetite with meats of every sort, the lady did fair Britomart entreat her to disarm, and with delightful sport to loose her warlike limbs, and strong effort, but when she mote not thereunto be won. For she, her sex under that strange report, did use to hide and plain appearance shun, in plainer wise to tell her grievance she begun, and all at once discovered her desire, with sighs and sobs and plaints and piteous grief, the outward sparks of her inburning fire, which spent in vain, at last she told her brief, that but if she did lend her short relief, and do her comfort, she mote algates die. But the chaste damsel, that did never preef of such malingen and find forgery, did easily believe her strong extremity. Full easy was for her to have belief, who by self-feeling of her feeble sex, and by long trial of the inward grief, wherewith imperious love her heart did vex, could judge what pains do loving hearts perplex, who means no guile, beguiled soonest shall, and to fair semblance doth light fair annex. The bird that knows not the false fowler's call, into his hidden net full easily doth fall. For thy she would not in discourtesy wise scorn the fair offer of good will professed, for great rebuke it is love to despise, or rudely sdeign a gentle heart's request, but with fair countenance, as beseemed best, her entertained. Natheless she inly deemed her love too light to woo a wandering guest, which she misconstruing, thereby esteemed that from like inward fire that outward smoke had steamed. Therewith a while she her flit fancy fed, till she mote win fit time for her desire, but yet her wound still inward freshly bled, and through her bones the false instilled fire did spread itself, and venom closely inspire. Though were the tables taken all away, and every knight and every gentle squire gan choose his dame with Basciomani gay, with whom he meant to make his sport and courtly play. Some fell to dance, some fell to hazardry, some to make love, some to make merriment, as divers wits to divers things apply. And all the while fair Malicasta bent her crafty engines to her close intent. By this th' eternal lamps, wherewith high Jove doth light the lower world, were half yspent, and the moist daughters of huge Atlas strove into the ocean deep to drive their weary drove. High time it seemed then for every wight them to betake unto their kindly rest, eftsoons long waxen torches were in light, unto their bowers to guiden every guest. Though when the Britoness saw all the rest avoided quite, she gan herself despoil, and safe commit to her soft feathered nest, where through long watch and late day's weary toil she soundly slept, and careful thoughts did quite assoil. Now, whenas all the world in silence deep yshrouded was, and every mortal wight was drowned in the depth of deadly sleep, fair Malicasta, whose engrieved sprite could find no rest in such perplexed plight, lightly arose out of her weary bed, and under the black veil of guilty night, her with a scarlet mantle covered, that was with golden ermines fair enveloped. Then panting soft and trembling every joint, her fearful feet towards the bower she moved, where she for secret purpose did appoint to lodge the warlike maid unwisely loved. And to her bed approaching first she proved, whether she slept or waked. With a soft hand she softly felt if any member moved, and lent her wary ear to understand if any puff of breath or sign of sense she fond. Which whenas none she fond, with easy shift for fear, least her unwares she should abraid, th' embroidered quilt she lightly up did lift, and by her side herself she softly laid, of every finest finger's touch afraid. Nay, in a noise she made, ne word she spake, but inly sighed. At last the royal maid out of her quiet slumber did awake, and changed her weary side, the better ease to take. Where feeling one close couched by her side, she lightly leapt out of her filed bed, and to her weapon ran, in mind to gride the loathed leecher. But the dame half dead, through sudden fear and ghastly drearihead, did shriek aloud, that through the house it rung, and the whole family therewith a dread rashly out of their roused couches sprung, and to the troubled chamber all in armies did throng. And those 6 knights, to ladies' champions, and eke the Red Cross knight, ran to the stound, half armed and half unarmed, with them at once. Where when confusedly they came, they found their lady lying on the senseless ground. On the other side they saw the warlike maid, all in her snow-white smock, with locks unbound, threatening the point of her avenging blade, that with so troublous terror they were all dismayed. About their lady first they flocked around, whom having laid in comfortable couch, shortly they reared out of a frozen swound, and afterwards they gan with foul reproach to stir up strife, and troublous contact broach. But by ensample of the last day's loss, none of them rashly durst to her approach, ne in so glorious spoil themselves emboss, her succoured eke the champion of the bloody cross. But one of those 6 knights, Gardante hight, drew out a deadly bow and arrow keen, which forth he sent with felonious despite, and fell intent against the virgin sheen. The mortal steel stayed not, till it was seen to gore her side, yet was the wound not deep, but lightly razed her soft silken skin, that drops of purple blood thereout did weep, which did her lily smock with stains of vermeil steep. Wherewith enraged, she fiercely at them flew, and with her flaming sword about her laid, that none of them foul mischief could eschew, but with her dreadful strokes were all dismayed. Here, there, and everywhere about her swayed her wrathful steel, that none mote it abide, and eke the Red Cross knight gave her good aid, aye joining foot to foot and side to side, that in short space their foes they have quite terrified. Though whenas all were put to shameful flight, the noble Britomartis her arrayed, and her bright arms about her body dight, for nothing would she longer there be stayed, where so loose life and so ungentle trade was used of knights and ladies seeming gent. So early ere the gross earth's grisy shade was all dispersed out of the firmament, they took their steeds and forth upon their journey went. End of Canto 1, Book 3.
Book 3, Canto 2, The Legend of Britomartis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser. Book 3, The Legend of Britomartis. Canto 2. The Red Cross Knight to Britomart describeth Artegall, the wondrous mirror by which she in love with him did fall. Here have I cause in men just blame to find, that in their proper praise too partial be, and not indifferent to womenkind, to whom no share in arms and chivalry they do impart, ne make in memory of their brave jests and prowess martial. Scarce do they spare to one or two or three round in their writs, yet the same writing small does all their deeds deface, and dims their glories all. But by record of antique times I find that women wont in warres to bear most sway, and to all great exploits themselves inclined, of which they still the girland bore away, till envious men, fearing their rules decay, gan coin strait laws to curb their liberty, yet sith they warlike arms have laid away, they have excelled in arts and policy, that now we foolish men that praise gan eke envy. Of warlike puissance in ages spent, be thou fair Britomart, whose praise I write. But of all wisdom be thou precedent, O sovereign Queen, whose praise I would indite. Indite I would, as duty doth excite, but my rhymes too rude and rugged are, when in so high an object they do light, and striving, fit to make, I fear do mar, thyself thy praises tell, and make them known far. She travelling with Guyon by the way, of sundry things fair purpose gan to find, to bridge their journey long and lingering day. Mongst which it fell into that fairy's mind to ask this Briton maid what uncouth wind brought her into those parts, and what in quest made her dissemble her disguised kind. Fair lady she him seemed, like lady dressed, but fairest knight alive, when armed was her breast. Thereat she sighing softly had no power to speak a while, ne ready answer make, but with heart-thrilling throbs and bitter store, as if she had a fever fit did quake, and every dainty limb with horror shake, and ever and anon the rosy red flashed through her face, as it had been a flake of lightning through bright heaven fulmined. At last the passion passed, and she thus him answered: Fair sir, I let you weet, that from the hour I was taken from the Norse's tender pap, I have been trained up in warlike store, to toss in spear and shield, and to affrap the warlike rider to his most mishap. Thence I loathed have my life to lead, as ladies want, in pleasure's wanton lap. To finger the fine needle and nice thread, me lever were with point of foeman's spear be dead. All my delight on deeds of arms is set, to hunt out perils and adventures hard, by sea, by land, whereso they may be met, onely for honour and for high regard, without respect of richness or reward. For such intent into these parts I came, withouten compass, withouten card, far from my native soil, that is by name the greater Bretagne, here to seek for praise and fame. Fame blazed hath, that here in Fairyland do many famous knights and ladies won, and many strange adventures to be found, of which great worth and worship may be won, which I to prove this voyage have begun. But mote I weet of you, right courteous knight, tidings of one that hath unto me done late foul dishonour and reproachful spite, the which I seek to wreak, and Artegall he hight. The word gone out, she back again would call, as her repenting so to have missaid, but that he uptaking ere the fall, her shortly answered: Fair martial maid, certes ye misadvised been, to upbraid a gentle knight with so unknightly blame. For weet ye well of all that ever played at tilt or tourney or warlike game, the noble Artegall hath ever borne the name. For thy great wonder were it of such shame should ever enter in his bounteous thought, or ever do that mote deserve and blame. The noble courage never weeneth aught that may unworthy of itself be thought. Therefore, fair damsel, be ye well aware, lest that too far ye have your sorrows sought. You and your country both I wish welfare, and honour both, for each of other worthy are. The royal maid wokes inly wondrous glad to hear her love so highly magnified, and joyed that ever she affixed had her heart on knight so goodly glorified. However finely she it feigned to hide, the loving mother that 9 months did bear, in the dear closet of her painful side, her tender babe, it seeing safe appear, doth not so much rejoice as she rejoiceth there. But to occasion him to further talk, to feed her humour with his pleasing style, her list in strifeful terms with him to balk, and thus replied: However, sir, ye file your courteous tongue his praises to compile, it ill beseems a knight of gentle sort, such as ye have him boasted, to beguile a simple maid, and work so heinous tort, in shame of knighthood, as largely I can report. Let be therefore my vengeance to assuade, and read, where I that fate or false may find. Ah, but if reason fair might you persuade to slake your wrath and mollify your mind, said he, perhaps you should it better find. For hardy thing it is, to ween by might, that man to hard conditions to bind, or ever hope to match in equal fight, whose prowess paragon never saw living wight. Ne soothlich is it easy for to read, where now on earth, or how he may be found. For he ne wonneth in one certain steed, but restless walketh all the world around, aye, doing things that to his fame redound, defending ladies' cause and orphans' right, whereso he hears that doth confound, let them comfortless through tyranny or might, so is his sovereign honour raised to heaven's height. His feeling words her feeble sense much pleased, and softly sunk into her molten heart. Heart that is inly hurt is greatly eased with hope of thing that may allege his smart. For pleasing words are like to magic art that doth the charmed snake in slumber lay. Such secret ease felt gentle Britomart, yet list the same he force with feigned gainsay, so discord oft and music make the sweeter lay. And said Sir Knight, these idle terms forbear, and sith it is uneath to find his haunt, tell me some marks by which he may appear, if chance I him encounter peravant. For parity one shall other slay or daunt. What shape, what shield, what arms, what steed, what stead, and whatso else his person most may vaunt, all which the Red Cross Knight to point aread, and him in every part before her fashioned. Yet him in every part before she knew, however list her now her knowledge feign. Sith him whilom in Britain she did view, to her revealed in a mirror plain, whereof did grow her first engrafted pain, whose root and stalk so bitter yet did taste, that but the fruit more sweetness did contain. Her wretched days and dolours she mote wast, and yield the prey of love to loathsome death at last. By strange occasion she did him behold, and much more strangely gan to love his sight, as it in bookes hath written been of old, in Deheubarth that now South Wales is hight, what time King Rience reigned and dealed right. The great magician Merlin had devised, by his deep science and hell dreaded might, a looking glass, right wondrously aguised, whose virtues through the wide world soon were solemnized. It virtue had to show in perfect sight whatever thing was in the world contained, betwixt the lowest earth and heaven's height, so that it to the looker appertained, whatever foe had wrought or friend had feigned. Therein discovered was, na aught mote pass, na aught in secret from the same remained. For thy it round and hollow shaped was, like to the world itself, and seemed a world of glass. Who wonders not that reads so wondrous work, but who does wonder that has read the tower, wherein the Egyptian Pharaoh long did lurk from all men's view, that none might her discover, yet she made all men view out of her bower. Great Ptolemy, it for his layman's sake, he builded all of glass by magic power, and also it impregnable did make. Yet when his love was false, he with a pease it brake. Such was the glassy globe that Merlin made, and gave unto King Rience for his guard, that never foes his kingdom might invade, but he knew it all at home before he heard tidings thereof, and so him still debarred. It was a famous present for a prince, and worthy work of infinite reward, that treasons could bewray and foes convince. Happy this realm had it remained ever since. One day it fortuned fair Britomart into her father's closet to repair, for nothing he from her reserved apart, being his only daughter and his heir. Where when she had espied that mirror fair, herself a while therein she viewed in vain, though her avising of the virtues rare, which thereof spoken were, she gan again her to bethink of, that mote to herself pertain. But as it falleth in the gentlest hearts, imperious love hath highest set his throne, and tyrannizeth in the bitter smarts of them that to him buxom are and prone. So thought this maid, as maidens used to done, whom fortune for her husband would allot. Not that she lusted after any one, for she was pure from blame of sinful blot. Yet wist her life at last must link in that same knot. Eftsoons there was presented to her eye a comely knight, all armed in complete wise, through all bright ventail lifted up on high his manly face, that did his foes agrise, and friends to terms of gentle truth and ties, looked forth, as Phoebus' face out of the east, betwixt two shady mountains doth arise, portly his person was, and much increased, through his heroic grace, and honourable jest. His crest was covered with a couchant hound, and all his armour seemed of antique mould, but wondrous massy, and assured sound, and round about yfretted all with gold, in which there was written, with ciphers old, Achilles' armus, which Artegall did win. And on his shield, enveloped sevenfold, he bore a crowned little ermine, that decked the azure field with her fair poldered skin. The damsel well did view his personage, and liked well, ne further fastened not, but went her way, ne her unguilty age did ween unawares that her unlucky lot lay hidden in the bottom of the pot. Of hurt unwist most danger doth redound, but the false archer, which that arrow shot so slyly that she did not feel the wound, did smile full smoothly at her weetless woeful stound. Thenceforth the feather in her lofty crest, ruffed of love, gan lowly to avail, on her proud portents and her princely jest, with which she erst triumphed, now did quail. Sad, solemn, sour, and full of fancies frail, she walks, ne wist she neither how nor why, she wist not, silly maid, what she did ail, yet wist she was not well at ease perdie, yet thought it was not love, but some melancholy. So soon as night had with her pallid hue defaced the beauty of the shining sky, and reft from men the world's desired view, she with her nurse adown to sleep did lie. But sleep full far away from her did fly, instead thereof sad sighs and sorrows deep kept watch and ward about her warily, that naught she did but wail, and often steep he dainty couch with tears, which closely she did weep. And if that any drop of slumbering rest did chance to still into her weary sprite, when feeble nature felt herself oppressed, straightway with dreams and with fantastic sight of dreadful things the same was put to flight, that oft out of her bed she did a start, as one with view of ghastly fiends affright. Though gan she to renew her former smart, and think of that fair visage written in her heart. One night, when she was tossed with such unrest, her aged nurse, whose name was Glausa hight, feeling her leap out of her loathed nest, betwixt her feeble arms her quickly kite, and down again into her warm bed her dight. "Ah, my dear daughter, ah, my dearest dread, what uncouth fit," said she, "what evil plight hath thee oppressed, and with sad dreary head chanced thy lively cheer, and living made thee dead? For not of naught these sudden ghastly fears all night afflict thy natural repose, and all the day, when as thine equal peers their fit disports with fair delight do chose, thou in dull corners doest thyself enclose, ne tastest prince's pleasure, ne doest spread abroad thy fresh youth's fairest flower, but lose both leaf and fruit, both too untimely shed, as one in woeful bale for ever buried. The time that mortal men their weary cares do lay away, and all wild beasts do rest, and every river eke his course forbears, then doth this wicked evil thee infest, and rive with thousand throbs thy thrilled breast. Like a huge Etna of deep engulfed grief, sorrow is heaped in thy hollow chest, whenceforth it breaks in sighs and anguish rife, as smoke and sulphur mixed with confused strife. Ay me, how much I fear lest love it be, but if that love it be, as sure I read by known signs and passions which I see, be it worthy of thy race and royal seed, then I avow, by this most sacred head of my dear foster child to ease thy grief, and when thy will thereof away do dread, for death nor danger from thy due relief shall me debar, tell me therefore thy liefest lief. So having said, her twixt her arms twain she straitly strained and called tenderly, and every trembling joint and every vein she softly felt and rubbed busily, To do the frozen cold away to fly, and her fair dewy eyes with kisses dear she oft did bathe, and oft again did dry. And ever her importuned not to fear, to let the secret of her heart to her appear. The damsel paused, and then thusly fearfully, "Ah, nurse, what needeth thee to eke my pain? Is not enough that I alone do die, but it must doubled be with death of twain? For not for me but death there doth remain." "O daughter dear," said she, "despair no whit, for never sore but might a salve obtain, that blinded God which hath ye blindly smit, another arrow hath your lover's heart to hit." "But mine is not," quoth she, "like others wound, for which no reason can find remedy. Was never such but mote the like be found?" said she, "and though no reason may apply salve to your sore, yet love can higher stye. Then reason's reach, and oft hath wonders done, but neither God of love nor God of sky can do," said she, "that which cannot be done. Things often possible," quoth she, "seem, ere begun." "These idle words," said she, "do not assuage my stubborn smart, but more annoyance breed. For no unusual fire, no unusual rage it is, O nurse, which on my life doth feed, and sucks the blood from which my heart doth bleed. But since thy faithful zeal lets me not hide my crime, if crime it be, I will it read. Nor prince nor peer is it, whose love hath gried my feeble breast of late, and launched this wound wide. Nor man is it, nor other living wight, but then some hope I might unto me draw. But th'only shade and semblant of a knight, whose shape or person yet I never saw, hath me subjected to love's cruel law. The same one day as me misfortune led, I in my father's wondrous mirror saw, and pleased with that seeming goodlihead, unawares the hidden hook with bait I swallowed. So thens it hath infixed faster hold within my bleeding bowels, and so sore, now rankleth in this same frail fleshly mould, that all mine entrails flow with poisonous gore, and th' ulcer groweth daily more and more. Ne can my running sore find remedy, other than my hard fortune to deplore, and languish as the leaf fall'n from the tree, till death make one end of my days and misery. "Daughter," said she, "what need ye be dismayed? Or why make ye such monster of your mind? Of much more uncouth thing I was afraid, a filthy lust, contrary unto kind. But this affection nothing strange I find. For who with reason can you I reprove, to love the semblant pleasing most your mind, and yield your heart whence ye cannot remove? No guilt in you, but in the tyranny of love." Not so the Arabian myrrh did set her mind, nor so did Byblus spend her pining heart, but loved their native flesh against all kind, and to their purpose used wicked art. Yet played Pasiphae a more monstrous part, that loved a bull, and learned a beast to be. Such shameful lust, who loathes not, which to part from course of nature, and from modesty. Sweet love such lewdness bans from his fair company. But thine, my dear, well fare thy heart, my dear, though strange beginning had, yet fixed it is, on one that worthy may perhaps appear, and certes seem bestowed not amiss. Joy therefore have thou, and eternal bliss. With that upleaning on her elbow weak, her alabaster breast she soft did kiss, which all that while she felt to pant and quake, as it an earthquake were. At last she thus bespake: "Beldam, your words do work me little ease, for though my love be not so lewdly bent as those ye blame, yet may it not appease my raging smart, ne aught my flame relent, but rather doth my helpless grief augment. For they, however shameful and unkind, did possess their horrible intent. Short end of sorrow as they thereby did find, so was their fortune good, though wicked were their mind. But wicked fortune mine, though mind be good, can have no end nor hope of my desire, but feed on shadowes whilst I die for food, and like a shadow weeks, whilst with entire affection I do languish and expire. I fonder than Cephasus, foolish child, who having viewed in a fountain sheer his face, was with the love thereof beguiled. I fonder love a shade the body far exiled. Not like, quoth she, for that same wretched boy was of himself the idle paramour, both love and lover, without hope of joy, for which he faded into a watery flower. But better fortune thine, and better hour, which lov'st the shadow of a warlike knight. No shadow, but a body hath in power. That body, wheresoever that it light, may learned be by ciphers, or by magic might. But if thou may with reason yet repress the growing evil, ere its strength have got, and thee abandon wholly do possess, against it strongly strive, and yield thee not, till thou in open field adown be smot. But if the passion master thy frail might, so that needs love or death must be thy lot, then I avow to thee, by wrong or right, to compass thy desire and find that loved knight. Her cheerful words much cheered the feeble sprite of the sick virgin, that her down she laid in her warm bed to sleep, if that she might. And the old woman carefully displayed the clothes about her round with busy aid, so that at last a little creeping sleep surprised her sense, she therewith well apaid. The drunken lamp down in the oil did steep, and set her by to watch, and set her by to weep. Airily the morrow next, before that day his joyous face did to the world reveal, they both uprose, and took their ready way unto the church, their prayers to appeal, with great devotion, and with little zeal. For the fair damsel from the holy hearse her love-sick heart to other thoughts did steal, and that old dame said many an idle verse, out of her daughter's heart fond fancies to reverse. Returned home, the royal infant fell into her former fit, for why no power nor guidance of herself in her did dwell. But they did nurse her calling to her bower, had gathered rue, and savine, and the flower of camphara, and calamint, and dill, all which she in an earthen pot did pour, and to the brim with coltwood did it fill, and many drops of milk and blood through it did spill. Then taking thrice 3 hairs from off her head, them trebly breaded in a threefold lace, and round about the pot's mouth bound the thread, and having whispered a sparse certain sad words with hollow voice and bass, she to the virgin said, thrice said she it, Come, daughter, come, come, spit upon my face. Spit thrice upon me, thrice upon me spit. Th'uneven even numbers for this business is most fit. That said, her round about she from her turned, she turned her contrary to the sun. Thrice she her turned contrary, and returned, all contrary, for she the right did shun, and ever what she did was straight undone. So thought she to undo her daughter's love, but love that is in gentle breast begun, no idle charm so lightly may remove, that well can witness, who by trial it does prove. Ne aught it mote the noble maid avail, ne slake the fury of her cruel flame, but that she did still waste, and still did wail, that through long languor and heart-burning brame, she shortly pined ghost became, which long hath waited by the Stygian strand, that when old Glauce saw, for fear least blame of her miscarriage should in her be fond, she wist not how to mend, nor how to withstand. End of Canto 2, Book 3, The Legend of Britomartis. Read by Tora in Yellowstone National Park, October 2006.
Book 3, Canto 3, The Legend of Britomartis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser. Book 3, The Legend of Britomartis, or of Chastity, Canto 3. Merlin bewrays to Britomart the state of Artegall, and shows the famous progeny from which them springen shall. Most sacred fire, that burnest mightily in living breasts, it kindled first above, amongst th' eternal spheres and lamping sky, and thence pour'd into men, which men call love, not that same which doth base affections move in brutish minds, and filthy lust inflame, but that sweet fit, that doth true beauty love, and chooseth virtue for his dearest dame, whence spring all noble deeds and never dying fame. Well did antiquity a god thee deem, that over mortal minds hast so great might, to order them as best to thee doth seem, and all their actions to direct aright. The fatal purpose of divine foresight thou dost effect in destined descents, through deep impression of thy secret might, and stirredst up the hero's high intents, which the late world admires for wondrous monuments. But thy dread darts in none do triumph more, ne braver proof in any of thy pow'r, shouldst thou then in this royal maid of yore, making her seek an unknown paramour, from the world's end, through many a bitter store, from whose two loins thou afterwards did raise most famous fruits of matrimonial bow'r, which through the earth have spread their living praise, that fame in trump of gold eternally displays. Begin then, O my dearest sacred dame, daughter of Phoebus and of memory, that dost ennoble with immortal name the warlike worthies from antiquity, in thy great volume of eternity. Begin, O Clio, and recount from hence my glorious sovereign's goodly ancestry, till that by due degrees and long pretence thou have it lastly brought unto her excellence. Full many ways within her troubled mind old Glauce cast to cure this lady's grief. Full many ways she sought, but none could find, nor herbs, nor charms, nor counsel, that is chief and choicest med'cine for sick hearts' relief. For thy great care she took, and greater fear, least that it should her turn to foul reprief, and sore reproach, when so her father dear should of his dearest daughter's hard misfortune hear. At last she her avised, that he, which made that mirror, wherein the sick damosel so strangely viewed her strange lover's shade, to wit, the learned Merlin, well could tell under what coast of heaven the man did dwell, and by what means his love might best be wrought. For though beyond the Afric Ismael, or the Indian Peru he were, she thought him forth through infinite endeavour to have sought. Forthwith themselves disguising both in strange and base attire, that none might them bewray, to Meridunum, that is now by change of name Caermerthen called, they took their way. There the wise Merlin whilom wont they say to make his one, low underneath the ground, in a deep delve, far from the view of day, that of no living wight he mought be found. When so he counselled with his sprites encompassed round. And if thou ever happen that same way to travel, go to see that dreadful place. It is an hideous hollow cave, they say, under a rock that lies a little space from the swift Barry, tumbling down apace amongst the woody hills of Dinaur. But dare thou not, I charge, in any case, to enter into that same baleful bow'r, for fear the cruel fiends should thee unwares devour. But standing high aloft, lo, lay thine ear, and there such ghastly noise of iron chains and brazen cauldrons thou shalt rumbling hear, which thousand sprites with long enduring pains do toss, that it will stun thy feeble brains, and oftentimes great groans and grievous stones, when too huge toil and labour them constrains. And oftentimes loud strokes and ringing sounds from under that deep rock most horribly rebounds. The cause, some say, is this: a little while before that Merlin died, he did intend a brazen wall in compass to compile about Caermarthen, and did it commend unto these sprites to bring to perfect end, during which work the Lady of the Lake, whom long he loved, for him in haste did send, who thereby forced his workmen to forsake, them bound till his return their labour not to slake. In the mean time, though that false lady's train he was surprised, and buried under bear, ne ever to his work returned again. Natheless, those fiends may not their work forbear, so greatly his commandment they fear, but there do toil and travel, day and night, until that brazen wall they up do rear. For Merlin had in magic more insight than ever him before or after living wight. For he by words could call out of the sky both sun and moon, and make them him obey, the land to sea, and sea to mainland dry, and darksome night he eke could turn to day. Huge hosts of men he could alone dismay, and hosts of men of meanest things could frame, when so him list his enemies to fray, that to this day for terror of his fame the fiends do quake, when any him to them does name. And sooth men say that he was not the son of mortal sire, or other living wight, but wondrously begotten, and begun by false illusion of a guileful sprite, on a fair lady nun, that whilom hight Matilda, daughter to Pubidius, who was the lord of Methraval by right, and cousin unto King Ambrosius, whence he endued was with skill so marvellous. They here arriving stayed a while without, ne durst adventure rashly in to wend, but of their first intent gan make new doubt, for dread of danger which it might portend. Until the hardy maid, with love to friend, first entering the dreadful mage there found, deep busied bout work of wondrous end, and writing strange characters in the ground, with which the stubborn fiends he to his service bound. He naught was moved at their entrance bold, for of their coming well he wist afore, yet list them bid their business to unfold, as if aught in this world in secret store were from him hidden, or unknown of yore. Then Glauce thus: let not it thee offend that we thus rashly through thy darksome door unwares have pressed, for either fatal end or other mighty cause us two did hither send. He bade tell on, and then she thus began: now have 3 moons with borrowed brother's light thrice shined fair, and thrice seemed dim and wan, sith a sore evil, which this virgin bright tormenteth, and doth plunge in doleful plight, first rooting took, but what thing it mote be, or whence it sprung, I cannot read aright. But this I read, that but if remedy thou her afford, full shortly I her dead shall see. Therewith the enchanter softly gan to smile at her smooth speeches, weeting inly well that she to him dissembled womanish guile, and to her said: Beldame, by that ye tell, more need of leechcraft hath your damosel than of my skill, who help may have elsewhere, in vain seeks wonders out of magic spell. The old woman walks half blank those words to hear, and yet was loath to let her purpose plain appear, and to him said: if any leech's skill or other learned means could have redressed this my dear daughter's deep engraffed ill, certes I should be loath thee to molest. But this sad evil, which doth her infest, doth course of natural cause far exceed, and housed is within her hollow breast, that either seems some cursed witch's deed, or evil sprite that in her doth such torment breed. The wizard could no longer bear her board, but brusting forth in laughter, to her said, "Glousie, what needs this colourable word, to cloak the cause that hath itself bewray'd? Nay, if fair Britomartis thus array'd more hidden are than sun in cloudy veil, whom thy good fortune, having fate obey'd, hath hither brought for succour to appeal, the which the powers to thee are pleased to reveal." The doubtful maid, seeing herself descried, was all abash'd, and her pure ivory into a clear carnation sudden dyed, as fair Aurora, rising hastily, doth by her blushing tell, that she did lie all night in old Tithonus' frozen bed, whereof she seems ashamed inwardly. But her old nurse was not disheartened, but vantage made of that which Merlin had aread, and said, "Sith then thou knowest all our grief, for what dost thou not know? Of grace I pray, pity our plaint, and yield us meet relief." With that the prophet still a while did stay, and then his spirit thus gan forth display: "Most noble virgin, that by fatal lore hast learn'd to love, let no whit thee dismay the hard begin that meets thee in the door, and with sharp fits thy tender heart oppresseth sore. For so must all things excellent begin, and eke enrooted deep must be that tree, whose big embodied branches shall not lin, till they to heaven's height forth stretched be. For from thy womb a famous progeny shall spring out of the ancient Trojan blood, which shall revive the sleeping memory of those same antique peers, the heavens' brood, which Greece and Asian rivers stained with their blood. Renowned kings and sacred emperors, thy fruitful offspring, shall from thee descend, brave captains and most mighty warriors, that shall their conquests through all lands extend, and their decayed kingdoms shall amend. The feeble Britons, broken with long war, they shall uprear, and mightily defend against their foreign foe, that comes from far, till universal peace compound all civil jar. It was not, Britomart, thy wandering eye, glancing unawares in charmed looking glass, but the straight course of heavenly destiny, led with eternal providence, that has guided thy glance to bring his will to pass. Nay, is thy fate, nay, is thy fortune ill to love the prowest knight that ever was? Therefore submit thy ways unto his will, and do by all due means thy destiny fulfil. But read, said Glousie, thou magician, what means shall she out seek, or what ways take? How shall she know, how shall she find the man? Or what needs her to toil, sith fates can make way for themselves, their purpose to partake? Then Merlin thus: Indeed the fates are firm, and may not shrink, though all the world do shake, yet ought men's good endeavours them confirm, and guide the heavenly causes to the man whom heavens have ordained to be the spouse of Britomartis Arthegall. He wonneth in the land of Faerie, yet is no fairy born, ne sibbit all, to elves, but sprung of seed terrestrial, and whilom by false fairies stolen way, whiles yet in infant cradle he did crawl, ne other to himself is known this day, but that he by an elf was gotten of a fay. But sooth he is the son of Gorlois, and brother unto Cador, Cornish king, and for his warlike feats renowned is. From where the day out of the sea doth spring, until the closure of the evening, from thence him firmly bound with faithful band to this his native soil thou back shalt bring, strongly to aid his country to withstand the power of foreign Paynims which invade thy land. Great aid thereto his mighty puissance and dreaded name shall give in that sad day, where also proof of thy prow valiance thou then shalt make t'increase thy lover's prey. Long time ye both in arms shall bear great sway, till thy womb's burden thee from them do call, and his last fate him from thee take away, to wraith cut off by practice criminal of secret foes that him shall make in mischief fall. Where thee yet shall he leave for memory of his late puissance, his image dead, that living him in all activity to thee shall represent. He from the head of his cousin Constantius without dread shall take the crown, that was his father's right, and therewith crown himself in the other's stead. Then shall he issue forth with dreadful might against his Saxon foes in bloody field to fight. Like as a lion that in drowsy cave hath long time slept, himself so shall he shake, and coming forth shall spread his banner brave over the troubled south, that it shall make the warlike Mercians for fear to quake. Thrice shall he fight with them, and twice shall win, but the third time shall fair accordance make, and if he then with victory can lin, he shall his days with peace bring to his earthly inn. His son hight Vortipore shall him succeed in kingdom, but not in felicity. Yet shall he long time war with happy speed, and with great honour many battles try, but at the last to the importunity of froward fortune shall be forced to yield. But his son Malgo shall full mightily avenge his father's loss, with spear and shield, and his proud foes discomfit in victorious field. Behold the man, and tell me, Britomart, if I more goodly creature thou didst see, how like a giant in each manly part bears he himself with portly majesty, that one of the old heroes seems to be. He the 6 islands, comprovincial, in ancient times unto Great Brittany, shall to the same reduce, and to him call their sundry kings to do their homage several. All which his son Careticus a while shall well defend, and Saxons' power suppress, until a stranger king from unknown soil arriving, him with multitude oppress. Great Gormond, having with huge mightiness Ireland subdued, and therein fixed his throne, like a swift otter fell through emptiness, shall overswim the sea with many one of his Norveses, to assist the Britons' fone. He in his fury all shall overrun, and holy church with faithless hands deface, that thy sad people utterly fordone shall to the utmost mountains fly apace. Was never so great wast in any place, nor so foul outrage done by living men. For all thy cities they shall sack and race, and the green grass that groweth they shall brenn, that even the wild beast shall die in starved den. Whiles thus thy Britons do in languor pine, proud Etheldred shall from the north arise, serving th' ambitious will of Augustine, and passing Dee with hardy enterprise, shall back repulse the valiant Brockwell twice, and Bangor with massacred martyrs fill, but the third time shall rue his foolhardies, for Cadwon, pitying his people's ill, shall stoutly him defeat and 1,000 Saxons kill. But after him Cadwallon mightily on his son Edwin all those wrongs shall wreak, ne shall avail the wicked sorcery of false Pelite his purposes to break, but him shall slay, and on a gallows bleak shall give the enchanter his unhappy hire. Then shall the Britons, late dismayed and weak, from their long vassalage 'gin to respire, and on their Paynim foes avenge their rankled ire. Ne shall he yet his wrath so mitigate, till both the sons of Edwin he have slain, Offric and Osric, twins unfortunate, both slain in battle upon Laburn plain, together with the king of Luthiane, hight Aidan, and the king of Orkney, both joint partakers of the fatal pain. But Penda, fearful of like destiny, shall yield himself his liegeman, and swear fealty. Him shall he make his fatal instrument, to afflict the other Saxons unsubdued. He marching forth with fury insolent against the good King Oswald, who endued with heavenly power, or by angels rescued, all holding crosses in their hands on high, shall him defeat withouten blood embrued, of which that field for endless memory shall Heavenfield be called to all posterity. Whereat Cadwallin wroth shall forth issue, and an huge host into Northumber lead, with which he godly Oswald shall subdue, and crown with martyrdom his sacred head, whose brother Oswin, daunted with like dread, with price of silver shall his kingdom buy, and Penda, seeking him adown to tread, shall tread adown, and do him foully die, but shall with gifts his lord Cadwallin pacify. Then shall Cadwallin die, and then the reign of Britons eke with him attonce shall die. Ne shall the good Cadwallader with pain or power be able to it remedy, when the full time prefixed by destiny shall be expired of Britain's regiment, for heaven itself shall their success envy, and them with plagues and murrains pestilent consume, till all their warlike puissance be spent. Yet after all these sorrows and huge hills of dying people during 8 years' space, Cadwallader, not yielding to his ills from Armoric, where long in wretched case he lived, returning to his native place, shall be by vision stayed from his intent, for the heavens have decreed to displace the Britons, for their sins due punishment, and to the Saxons overgive their government. Then woe, and everlasting woe, be to the Briton babe that shall be born to live in thraldom of his father's foe, late king, now captive, late lord, now forlorn, the world's reproach, the cruel victor's scorn, banished from princely bower to wasteful wood. Oh, who shall help me to lament and mourn the royal seed, the antique Trojan blood, whose empire longer here than ever any stood? The damsel was full deep impassioned, both for his grief and for her people's sake, whose future woes so plain he fashioned, and sighing sore at length him thus bespake: Ah, but will heaven's fury never slake, nor vengeance huge relent itself at last? Will not long misery late mercy make, but shall their name for ever be defaced, and quite from off the earth their memory be raced? Nay, but the term, he said, is limited, that in this thraldom Britons shall abide, and the just revolution measured, that they as strangers shall be notified, for twice 400 years shall be supplied, ere they to former rule restored shall be, and their importune fates all satisfied. Yet during this their most obscurity, their beams shall oft break forth, that men them fair may see. For Roderick, whose surname shall be great, shall of himself a brave ensample shew, that Saxon kings his friendship shall entreat, and Howel Da shall goodly well endue the salvage minds with skill of just and true. Then Griffith Conan also shall uprear his dreaded head, and the old sparks renew of native courage, that his foes shall fear least back again the kingdom he from them should bear. Ne shall the Saxons selves all peaceably enjoy the crown, which they from Britons won, first ill, and after ruled wickedly, For ere 200 years be full outrun, there shall a raven far from rising sun, with his wide wings, upon them fiercely fly, and bid his faithless chickens overrun the fruitful plains, and with fell cruelty in their revenge tread down the victor's circuitry. Yet shall a third both these and thine subdue. There shall a lion from the seaboard wood of Neustria come roaring, with a crew of hungry whelps, his batteilous bold brood, whose claws were newly dipped in cruddy blood, that from the Danisk tyrant's head shall rend the usurped crown, as if that he were wood, and the spoil of the country conquered amongst his young ones shall divide with bounty head. Though when the term is full accomplished, there shall a spark of fire, which hath long while been in his ashes raked up and hid, be freshly kindled in the fruitful isle of Mona, where it lurked in exile, which shall break forth into bright burning flame, and reach into the house that bears the style of royal majesty and sovereign name. So shall the Briton blood their crown again reclaim. Thenceforth eternal union shall be made between the nations different afore, and sacred peace shall lovingly persuade the warlike minds to learn her goodly lore, and civil arms to exercise no more. Then shall a royal virgin reign, which shall stretch her white rod over the Belgic shore, and the great castle smite so sore withal, that it shall make him shake and shortly learn to fall. But yet the end is not, there Merlin stayed, as overcomen of the spirit's power, or other ghastly spectacle dismayed, that secretly he saw, yet note discore, which sudden fit and half ecstatic store. When the two fearful women saw, they grew greatly confused in behaviour. At last the fury past, to former hue he turned again, in cheerful looks as erst did show. Then when themselves they well instructed had of all that needed them to be enquired, they both conceiving hope of comfort glad, with lighter hearts unto their home retired, where they in secret counsel close conspired, how to effect so hard an enterprise, and to possess the purpose they desired. Now this, now that twixt them they did devise, and divers plots did frame, to mask in strange disguise. At last the nurse in her foolhardy wit conceived a bold device, and thus bespake: Daughter, I deem that counsel I most fit that of the time doth due advantage take. Ye see that good King Uther now doth make strong war upon the Paynim brethren, hight Octa in Oza, whom he lately brake beside Cair Verolame in victorious fight, that now all Brittany doth burn in armes bright. That therefore naught our passage may impeach, let us in feigned arms ourselves disguise, and our weak hands, whom need new strength shall teach, the dreadful spear and shield to exercise. Nay, certes, daughter, that same warlike wise, I ween, would you misseem, for ye been tall, and large of limb, to achieve an hard emprise. Ne aught ye want but skill, which practice small will bring, and shortly make you a maid martial. And sooth it ought your courage much inflame, to hear so often, in that royal house, from whence to none inferior ye came, bards tell of many women valorous, which have full many feats adventurous performed in paragon of proudest men. The bold Bonduca, whose victorious exploits made Rome to quake, stout Gwendolen, renowned Marcia, and redoubted Emmeline. And that, which more than all the rest may sway late days' ensample, which these eyes beheld in the last field before Minoia, which Uther with those foreign pagans held. I saw a Saxon virgin, the which felled great Ulfin thrice upon the bloody plain, and had not Carolus her hand withheld, from rash revenge she had him surely slain. Yet Carados himself from her escaped with pain. Ah, read, quoth Britomart, how is she hight? Fair Angela, quoth she, men do her call, no whit less fair than terrible in fight. She hath the leading of a martial and a mighty people, dreaded more than all the other Saxons, which do for her sake and love themselves of her name Angles call. Therefore, fair infant, her ensample make unto thyself, and equal courage to thee take. Her hearty words so deep into the mind of the young damsel sunk, that great desire of warlike arms in her forthwith they tyne, and a generous stout courage did inspire, that she resolved, unwitting to her sire, adventurous knighthood on herself to don, and counselled with her nurse her maids attire to turn into a massy habergeon, and bade her all things put in readiness anon. The old woman naught that needed did omit, but all things did conveniently purvey. It fortuned, so time their turn did fit, a band of Britons riding on foray, few days before had gotten a great prey of Saxon goods, amongst the which was seen a goodly armour and full rich array, which longed to Angela, the Saxon queen, all fretted round with gold, and goodly well beseen. The same with all the other ornaments King Rience caused to be hanged high in his chief church, for endless monuments of his success and gladful victory, of which herself avising readily. In the evening late old Glaucie thither led fair Britomart, and that same armoury down taking, her therein apparelled, well as she might, and with brave baldric garnished. Beside those arms there stood a mighty spear, which bladed made by magic art of yore, and used the same in battle aye to bear, sith which it had been here preserved in store, for his great virtues proved long afore. For never wight so fast in selle could sit, but him perforce unto the ground it bore. Both spear she took, and shield, which hung by it, both spear and shield of great power, for her purpose fit. Thus when she had the virgin all arrayed, another harness which did hang thereby about herself she dight, that the young maid she might in equal arms accompany, and as her squire attend her carefully, though to their ready steeds they clomb full light, and through back ways that none might them espy, covered with secret cloud of silent night, themselves they forth conveyed and passed forward right. Ne rested they, till that to Faerie Lond they came, as Merlin them directed late, where meeting with this Red Cross knight she fond of divers things discourses to dilate, but most of Artegall and his estate. At last their ways so fell, that they mote part, then each to other well affectionate friendship professed with unfeigned heart. The Red Cross knight diversed, but forth rode Britomart. End of Canto 3, Book 3, The Legend of Britomartis, or of Chastity. Book 3, Canto 4, The Legend of Britomartis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. The Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser, Book 3, The Legend of Britomartis, or of Chastity, Canto 4. Bold Marinell of Britomart is thrown on the rich strand. Fair Florimell of Arthur is long followed, but not fond. Where is the antique glory now become, that whilome wanton women to appear? Where be the brave achievements done by some? Where be the battles? Where the shield and spear? And all the conquests which them high did rear. That matter made for famous poets verse, and boastful men so oft abashed to hear. Been they all dead and laid in doleful hearse, or do'n they only sleep and shall again reverse? If they be dead, then woe is me therefore, but if they sleep, O let them soon awake, for all too long I burn with envy sore, to hear the warlike feats which Homer spake of bold Penthesilea, which made a lake of Greekish blood so oft in Trojan plain. But when I read how stout Deborah strake proud Sisera, or how Camille hath slain the huge Orsilochus, I swell with great disdain. Yet these, and all that else had puissance, cannot with noble Britomart compare, as well for glory of great valiance, as for pure chastity and virtue rare, that all her goodly deeds do well declare. Well worthy stock from which the branches sprung, that in late years so fair a blossom bear, as thee, O Queen, the matter of my song, whose lineage from this lady I derive along, who when through speeches with the Red Cross Knight she learned had the estate of Artegall, and in each point herself informed aright, a friendly league of love perpetual, she with him bound, and congé took withal. Then he forth on his journey did proceed, to seek adventures which mote him befall, and win him worship through his warlike deed, which always of his pains he made the chiefest meed. But Britomart kept on her former course, ne ever doffed her arms, but all the way grew pensive through that amorous discourse, by which the Red Cross Knight did erst display her lover's shape and chivalrous array. A thousand thoughts she fashioned in her mind, and in her feigning fancy did portray him such as fittest she for love could find, wise, warlike, personable, courteous, and kind. With such self-pleasing thoughts her wound she fed, and thought so to beguile her grievous smart. But so her smart was much more grievous bred, and the deep wound more deep engored her heart, that naught but death her dolour mote depart. So forth she rode without repose or rest, searching all lands and each remotest part, following the guidance of her blinded guest, till that to the sea coast at length she her addressed. There she alighted from her light-foot beast, and sitting down upon the rocky shore, bade her old squire unlace her lofty crest, though having viewed a while the surges hoar, that gainst the craggy cliffs did loudly roar, and in their raging circuitry disdained that the fast earth affronted them so sore, and their devouring covetise restrained. Thereat she sighed deep, and after thus complained: Huge sea of sorrow and tempestuous grief, wherein my feeble bark is tossed long, far from the hoped haven of relief, why do thy cruel billows beat so strong, and thy moist mountains each on others throng, threat'ning to swallow up my fearful life? O do thy cruel wrath and spiteful wrong at length allay and stint thy stormy strife, which in these troubled bowels reigns and rageth rife. For else my feeble vessel, crazed and cracked through thy strong buffets and outrageous blows, cannot endure, but needs it must be wracked on the rough rocks or on the sandy shallows, the whiles that love it steers and fortun'd rows. Love, my lewd pilot, hath a restless mind, And Fortune boatswain no assurance knows, But sail withouten stars 'gainst tide and wind. How can they other do, sith both are bold and blind? Thou god of winds, that reignest in the seas, That reignest also in the continent, At last blow up some gentle gale of ease, The which may bring my ship, ere it be rent, Unto the gladsome port of her intent. Then, when I shall myself in safety see, A table for eternal monument Of thy great grace and my great jeopardy, Great Neptune, I avow to hallow unto thee. Then sighing softly sore and inly deep, She shut up all her plaint in privy grief, For her great courage would not let her weep, Till that old Glausy gan with sharp reprief Her to restrain, and give her good relief, Through hope of those which Merlin had her told Should of her name and nation be chief, And fetch their being from the sacred mould Of her immortal womb, to be in heaven enroll'd. Thus as she her recomforted, she spied Where far away one all in armour bright With hasty gallop towards her did ride. Her dolour soon she ceas'd, and on her dight Her helmet, to her courser mounting light, Her former sorrow unto sudden wrath, Both cousin passions of distroubled sprite, Converting, forth she beats the dusty path, Love and despite at once her courage kindled hath. As when a foggy mist hath overcast The face of heaven, and the clear air engrost, The world in darkness dwells, till that at last The watry south wind, from the seaboard coast Upblowing, doth disperse the vapour lost, And pours itself forth in a stormy showre. So the fair Britomart having disclost Her cloudy care into a wrathful stowre, The mist of grief dissolved, did into vengeance powre. Eftsoons her goodly shield addressing fair, That mortal spear she in her hand did take, And unto battle did herself prepare. The knight approaching sternly her bespake: Sir knight, that dost thy voyage rashly make By this forbidden way in my despite, Ne dost by others' death ensample take, I rede thee soon retire, whiles thou hast might, Least afterwards it be too late to take thy flight. Y-thrill'd with deep disdain of his proud threat, She shortly thus: Fly they that need to fly, words fearen babes, I mean not thee entreat to pass, but maugre thee will pass or die. Ne longer stayed for th'other to reply, But with sharp spear the rest made dearly known. Strongly the strange knight ran, and sturdily strook Her full on the breast, that made her down Decline her head, and touch her crupper with her crown. But she again him in the shield did smite With so fierce fury and great puissance, That through his three square scutcheons piercing quite, And through his mailed hauberk by mischance, The wicked steel through his left side did glance. Him so transfixt she before her bore, Beyond his croupe, the length of all her lance, Till sadly sousing on the sandy shore, He tumbled on an heap, and wallow'd in his gore. Like as the sacred ox, that careless stands, With gilden horns and flowery garlands crown'd, Proud of his dying honour and dear bands, While the altars fume with frankincense around, All suddenly with mortal stroke astound, Doth grovelling fall, and with his steaming gore Distains the pillars and the holy ground, And the fair flowers that deck'd him afore. So fell proud Marinell upon the precious shore. The martial maid stayed not him to lament, but forward rode, and kept her ready way along the strand, which, as she overwent, she saw bestrowed all with rich array of pearls and precious stones of great assay, and all the gravel mixed with golden ore, whereat she wondered much, but would not stay for gold or pearls or precious stones an hour, but them despised all, for all was in her power. Whiles thus he lay in deadly stonishment, tidings hereof came to his mother's ear. His mother was the black-browed Simoent, the daughter of great Nereus, which did bear this warlike son unto an earthly peer, the famous Dumorin, who on a day finding the nymph asleep in secret where, as he by chance did wander that same way, was taken with her love, and by her closely lay. There he this knight of her begot, whom born she of his father Marinell did name, and in a rocky cave, as wight forlorn, long time she fostered up, till he became a mighty man at arms, and mickle fame did get through great adventures by him done. For never man he suffered by that same rich strand to travel, whereas he did won, but that he must do battle with the sea nymph's son. An hundred knights of honourable name he had subdued, and them his vassals made, that through all Faerie land his noble fame now blazed was, and fear did all invade, that none durst passen through that perilous glade. And to advance his name and glory more, her sea-god sire she dearly did persuade, to endow her son with treasure and rich store, 'bove all the sons that were of earthly wombs ybore. The god did grant his daughter's dear demand, to do'n his nephew in all riches flow. Eftsoons his heaped waves he did command, out of their hollow bosom forth to throw all the huge treasure, which the sea below had in his greedy gulf devoured deep, and him enriched through the overthrow and wrecks of many wretches, which did weep and often wail their wealth, which he from them did keep. Shortly upon that shore there heaped was exceeding riches and all precious things, the spoil of all the world that it did pass, the wealth of the East and pomp of Persian kings, gold, amber, ivory, pearls, ouches, rings, and all that else was precious and dear, the sea unto him voluntary brings, that shortly he a great lord did appear, as was in all the land of Faerie or elsewhere. Thereto he was a doughty dreaded knight, tried often to the scathe of many dear, that none in equal arms him matchen might, the which his mother seeing gan to fear, least his too haughty hardiness might rear some hard mishap, in danger of his life. For thy she oft him counselled to forbear the bloody battle, and to stir up strife, but after all his war to rest his weary knife. And for his more assurance, she enquir'd one day of Proteus by his mighty spell, for Proteus was with prophecy inspir'd, her dear son's destiny to her to tell, and the sad end of her sweet Marinell, who through foresight of his eternal skill bade her from womankind to keep him well. For of a woman he should have much ill, a virgin strange and stout him should dismay or kill. For thy she gave him warning every day, the love of women not to entertain, a lesson too hard for living clay, from love and course of nature to refrain. Yet he his mother's lore did well retain, and ever from fair ladies love did fly, Yet many ladies fair did oft complain, that they for love of him would algates die, who so list for him he was love's enemy. But who can deceive his destiny, or weene by warning to avoid his fate, that when he sleeps in most security, and safest seems, him soonest doth amate, and findeth due effect, or soon or late? So feeble is the power of fleshly arm, his mother bade him women's love to hate, for she of women's force did fear no harm. So weening to have arm'd him, she did quite disarm. This was that woman, this that deadly wound, that Proteus prophesied should him dismay, the which his mother vainly did expound to be heart-wounding love, which should assay to bring her son unto his last decay. So tickled be the terms of mortal state, and full of subtle sophisms, which do play with double senses and with false debate, to prove the unknown purpose of eternal fate. Too true the famous Marinell it found, who through late trial on that wealthy strand inglorious now lies in senseless swound, through heavy stroke of Britomartis' hand, which when his mother dear did understand, and heavy tidings heard, whereas she played amongst her watry sisters by a pond, gathering sweet daffodillies, to have made gay girlands from the sun their foreheads fair to shade. Eftsoons both flowers and girlands far away she flung, and her fair dewy locks yrent, to sorrow huge she turned her former play, and gamesome mirth to grievous dreariment. She threw herself down on the continent, ne word did speak, but lay as in a swoon, whiles all her sisters did for her lament with yelling outcries and with shrieking sound, and every one did tear her girland from her crown. Soon as she up out of her deadly fit arose, she bade her chariot to be brought, and all her sisters that with her did sit, bade eke at once their chariots to be sought. Though full of bitter grief and pensive thought, she to her waggon clomb all the rest, and forth together went with sorrow fraught. The waves obedient to their behest, them yielded ready passage, and their rage surceased. Great Neptune stood amazed at their sight, whiles on his broad round back they softly slid, and eke himself mourned at their mournful plight, yet wist not what their wailing meant, yet did, for great compassion of their sorrow, bid his mighty waters to them buxom be. Eftsoons the roaring billows still abid, and all the griesly monsters of the sea stood gaping at their gate, and wondred them to see. A team of dolphins ranged in array drew the smooth chariot of sad Simoent. They were all taught by Triton to obey to the long reins at her commandment, as swift as swallows on the ways they went, that their broad flaggy fins no foam did rear, ne bubbling roundel they behind them sent. The rest of other fishes drawen were, which with their finny oars the swelling sea did sheer. Soon as they been arrived upon the brim of the rich strand, their chariots they forlore, and let their teamed fishes softly swim along the margent of the foamy shore, least they their finnies should bruise and surbate sore their tender feet upon the stony ground. And coming to the place where all in gore and cruddy blood enwallowed they found the luckless Marinell, lying in deadly swound. His mother swooned thrice, and a third time could scarce recovered be out of her pain. Had she not been devoid of mortal slime, she should not then have been relieved again. But soon as life recovered had the rein, she made so piteous moan and dear wayment, that the hard rocks could scarce from tears refrain, and all her sisters nymphs with one consent supplied her sobbing breeches with sad compliment. Dear image of myself, she said, that is the wretched son of wretched mother born, is this thine high advancement? Oh, is this the immortal name with which thee yet unborn thy grandsire Nereus promised to adorn? Now liest thou of life and honour reft, now liest thou a lump of earth forlorn. Nay, of thy late life memory is left, ne can thy irrevocable destiny be weft. Fond Proteus, father of false prophecies, and they more fond that credit to thee give, not this the work of woman's hand ywis, that so deep wound through these dear members drive. I feared love, but they that love do live, but they that die do neither love nor hate. Natheless to thee thy folly I forgive, and to myself and to accursed fate the guilt I do ascribe. Dear wisdom, bought too late. O what avails it of immortal seed to be bred and never born to die? Far better I it deem to die with speed, than waste in woe and wailful misery. Who dies the utmost dolour doth abye, but who that lives is left to wail his loss. So life is loss, and death felicity. Sad life worse than glad death, and greater cross to see friends grave, them dead the grave self to engross. But if the heavens did his days envy, and my short bliss malign, yet mote they well thus much afford me, ere that he did die, that the dim eyes of my dear Marinell I mote have closed, and him bade farewell. Sith other offices for mother meet they would not grant, yet mulgre them farewell, my sweetest sweet, farewell my sweetest son, sith we no more shall meet. Thus when they all had sorrowed their fill, they softly gan to search his grisly wound, and that they might him handle more at will, they him disarm'd, and spreading on the ground their watchet mantles fringed with silver round, they softly wiped away the jelly blood from the orifice, which having well upbound, they poured in sovereign balm, and nectar good, good both for earthly medicine and for heavenly food. Though when the lily-handed Liagore, this Liagore whilome had learned skill in leeches craft by great Apollo's lore, sith her whilome upon high Pindus hill he loved, and at last her womb did fill with heavenly seed, whereof wise Paeon sprung, did feel his pulse, she knew there stayed still some little life his feeble sprites among, which to his mother told, despair she from her flung. Though up him taking in their tender hands, they easily unto her chariot bear, her team at her commandment quiet stands, while they the corse into her waggon rear, and strow with flowers the lamentable bear. Then all the rest into their coaches climb, and through the brackish waves their passage sheer, upon great Neptune's neck they softly swim, and to her watry chamber swiftly carry him. Deep in the bottom of the sea her bower is built of hollow billows heaped high, like to thick clouds that threat a stormy shower, and voted all within, like to the sky, in which the gods do dwell eternally. There they laid him in easy couch well dight, and sent in haste for Tryphon to apply salves to his wounds, and medicines of might, for Tryphon of sea gods, the sovereign leech is hight. The whiles the nymphs sit all about him round, lamenting his mishap and heavy plight, and oft his mother viewing his wide wound, cursed the hand that did so deadly smite her dearest son, her dearest heart's delight. But none of all those curses overtook the warlike maid, th' ensample of that might, but fairly well she thriv'd, and well did brook her noble deeds, nay her right course for aught forsook. Yet did false Archimage her still pursue, to bring to pass his mischievous intent. Now that he had her singled from the crew of courteous knights, the prince and fairy gent, whom late in chase of beauty excellent she left, pursuing that same foster strong, of whose foul outrage they impatient, and full of fiery zeal, him followed long, to rescue her from shame, and to revenge her wrong. Through thick and thin, through mountains and through plains, those two great champions did at once pursue the fearful damsel with incessant pains, who from them fled as light-foot hare from view of hunter swift and scent of hounds true. At last they came unto a double way, where, doubtful which to take, her to rescue, themselves they did dispart, each to assay whether more happy were to win so goodly prey. But Timaeus, the prince's gentle squire, that lady's love unto his lord forlent, and with proud envy and indignant ire, after that wicked foster fiercely went. So been they three sundry ways he bent, but fairest fortune to the prince befell, whose chance it was that soon he did repent to take that way, in which that damosel was fled afore, afraid of him as fiend of hell. At last of her far off he gained view, then gan he freshly prick his foamy steed, and ever as he nigher to her drew, so evermore he did increase his speed, and of each turning still kept wary heed. Aloud to her he oftentimes did call, to do away vain doubt and needless dread. Full mild to her he spake, and oft let fall many meek words, to stay and comfort her withal. But nothing might relent her hasty flight, so deep the deadly fear of that foul swain was erst impressed in her gentle sprite, like as a fearful dove, which through the reign of the wide air her way does cut amain, having far off espied a tassel gent, which after her his nimble wings doth strain, doubleth her haste for fear to be forehent, and with her pinions cleaves the liquid firmament, with no less haste and eke with no less dread. That fearful lady fled from him, that meant to her no evil thought, nor evil deed, yet former fear of being foully shent carried her forward with her first intent, and though oft looking backward well she viewed herself freed from that foster insolent, and that it was a knight which now her sued, yet she no less the knight feared than that villain rude. His uncouth shield and strange arms her dismayed, whose like in Fairyland were seldom seen, that fast she from him fled, no less afraid than of wild beasts, if she had chased been. Yet he her followed still with courage keen, so long that now the golden Hesperus was mounted high in top of heaven's sheen, and warned his other brethren joyous to light their blessed lamps in Jove's eternal house. All suddenly dim wax'd the dampish air, and grisly shadows covered heaven bright, that now with thousand stars was decked fair, which when the prince beheld, a loathful sight, and that perforce, for want of longer light, he mote surcease his suit, and lose the hope of his long labour. He 'gan foully wyte his wicked fortune, that it turn'd aslope, and cursed night that reft from him so goodly scope. Though when her ways he could no more descry, but to and fro at disaventure strayed, like as a ship whose lodestar suddenly covered with clouds, her pilot hath dismayed, his wearisome pursuit perforce he stayed, and from his lofty steed, dismounting low, did let him forage. Down himself he laid upon the grassy ground, to sleep a throw. The cold earth was his couch, the hard steel his pillow. But gentle sleep envied him any rest, instead thereof sad sorrow and disdain of his hard hap did vex his noble breast, and thousand fancies bet his idle brain with their light wings the sights of semblance vain. Oft did he wish that lady fair mote be his Faerie Queene, for whom he did complain, or that his Faerie Queene were such as she, and ever hasty night he blamed bitterly. Night, thou foul mother of annoyance sad, sister of heavy death and nurse of woe, which wast begot in heaven, but for thy bad and brutish shape thrust down to hell below, where by the grim flood of Cocytus slow thy dwelling is, in Erebus' black house. Black Erebus, thy husband is the foe of all the gods, where thou, ungracious, half of thy days dost lead in horror hideous. What had the eternal Maker need of thee, the world in his continual course to keep, that dost all things deface, ne lettest see the beauty of his work? Indeed in sleep, the slothful body that doth love to steep his lustless limbs and drown his baser mind, doth praise thee oft, and oft from Stygian deep calls thee his goddess in his error blind, and great Dame Nature's handmaid, cheering every kind. But well I wot that to an heavy heart thou art the root and nurse of bitter cares, breeder of new, renewer of old smarts. Instead of rest thou lendest railing tears, instead of sleep thou sendest troublous fears, and dreadful visions, in the which alive the dreary image of sad death appears. So from the weary spirit thou dost drive desired rest, and men of happiness deprive. Under thy mantle black there hidden lie light shunning theft and traitorous intent, abhorred bloodshed and vile felony, shameful deceit and danger imminent, foul horror and eke hellish derriment. All these I wot in thy protection be, and light do shun, for fear of being shent. For light alike is loathed of them and thee, and all that lewdness love do hate the light to see. For day discovers all dishonest ways, and sheweth each thing as it is indeed. The praises of high God he fair displays, and his large bounty rightly doth areed. Day's dearest children be the blessed seed, which darkness shall subdue and heaven win. Truth is his daughter, he her first did breed, most sacred virgin, without spot of sin. Our life is day, but death with darkness doth begin. O when will day then turn to me again, and bring with him his long expected light? O Titan, haste to rear thy joyous wain, speed thee to spread abroad thy beams bright, and chase away this too long lingering night. Chase her away from whence she came, to hell. She it is that hath me done despite. There let her with the damned spirits dwell, and yield her room to day, that can it govern well. Thus did the prince that weary night outwear, in restless anguish and unquiet pain, and early, ere the morrow did uprear his dewy head out of the ocean main, he uprose, as half in great disdain enclomb unto his steed. So forth he went with heavy look and lumpish pace, that plain in him bewrayed great grudge and maltalent. His steed eke seemed to apply his steps to his intent. End of Book 3. The Legend of Britomartis, or of Chastity. Canto 4. The Faerie Queene, by Edmund Spenser. Book 3, Canto 5. The Legend of Britomartis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Faerie Queene, by Edmund Spenser. Book 3. The Legend of Britomartis. Canto 5. Prince Arthur hears of Florimel. 3 fosters Timaeus wound. Belphoebe finds him almost dead, and reareth out of sound. Wonder it is to see in diverse minds how diversely love doth his pageants play, and shows his power in variable kinds. The baser wit, whose idle thoughts alway are wont to cleave unto the lowly clay, it stirreth up to sensual desire, and in lewd sloth to waste his careless day. But in brave sprite it kindles goodly fire, that to all high desert and honour doth aspire. Ne suffereth it uncomely idleness in his free thought to build her sluggish nest. Ne suffereth it thought of ungentleness ever to creep into his noble breast. But to the highest and the worthiest lifteth it up, that else would lowly fall. It lets not fall, it lets it not to rest. It lets not scarce this prince to breathe at all, but to his first pursuit him forward still doth call. Who long time wandered through the forest wide, to find some issue thence, till that at last he met a dwarf, that seemed terrified with some late peril, which he hardly passed, or other accident, which him aghast. Of whom he asked, whence he lately came, and whither now he travelled so fast. For sore he swat, and running through the same thick forest was bescratched, and both his feet nigh lame. Panting for breath, and almost out of heart, the dwarf him answered, Sir, ill mote I stay to tell the same. I lately did depart from Faerie court, where I have many a day served a gentle lady of great sway, and high account throughout all elfin land, who lately left the same, and took this way. Her now I seek, and if ye understand which way she fared hath, good sir, tell out of hand. What, Mr. Wight, said he, and how arrayed? Royally clad, quoth he, in cloth of gold, as meetest may beseem a noble maid. Her fair lockes in rich circlet be enrolled. A fairer wight did never sun behold. And on a palfrey rides more white than snow. Yet she herself is whiter manifold. The surest sign, whereby ye may her know, is, that she is fairest wight alive, I trow. Now certes, swain, said he, such one I ween, flying fast through this forest from her foe, A foul, ill-favour'd foster I have seen, herself, well as I might, I rescued though, but could not stay, so fast she did forego, carried away with wings of speedy fear. Ah, dearest God, quoth he, that is great woe, and wondrous ruth to all that shall it hear. But can ye read, sir, how I may find her, or where? Perdie, me lever were to wait in that, said he, than ransom of the richest knight, or all the good that ever yet I got. But froward fortune, and too forward night, such happiness did maulgray to me spite, and fro me reft both life and light atone. But dwarf, areed, what is that lady bright that through this forest wandereth thus alone? For of her error strange I have great ruth and moan. That lady is, quoth he, whereso she be, the bounteous virgin and most debonaire that ever living eye, I ween, did see. Lives none this day that may with her compare in steadfast chastity and virtue rare, the goodly ornaments of beauty bright, and as eclipsed Florimel the fair, fair Florimel, beloved of many a knight. Yet she loves none but one, that Marinell is hight. A sea nymph's son, that Marinell is hight, of my dear dame is loved dearly well. In other none but him she sets delight. All her delight is set on Marinell, but he sets not at all by Florimel. For ladies love his mother long ago did him, they say, forewarn through sacred spell. But fame now flies, that of a foreign foe he is y-slain, which is the ground of all our woe. 5 days there be since he, they say, was slain, and 4 since Florimel the court forwent, and vowed never to return again, till him alive or dead she did invent. Therefore, fair sir, for love of knighthood gent, and honour of true ladies, if ye may, by your good counsel, or bold hardiment, or succour her, or me direct the way, do one or other good, I you most humbly pray. So may ye gain to your full great renown of all good ladies through the world so wide, and haply in her heart find highest realm, of whom ye seek to be most magnified. At least eternal meed shall you abide. To whom the prince: Dwarf, comfort to thee take, for till thou tidings learn what her betide, I here avow thee never to forsake. Ill wears he armes that nill them use for ladies' sake. So with the dwarf he back returned again, to seek his lady where he mote her find. But by the way he greatly gan complain the want of his good squire late left behind, for whom he wondrous pensive grew in mind, for doubt of danger which mote him betide. For him he loved above all mankind, having him true and faithful ever tried, and bold as ever squire that waited by knight's side, who all this while full hardy was assayed of deadly danger, which to him betid. For whiles his lord pursued that noble maid, after that foster foul he fiercely rid, to been avenged of the shame he did to that fair damsel. Him he chased long through the thick woods, wherein he would have hid his shameful head from his avengement strong, and oft him threatened death for his outrageous wrong. Natheless the villain sped himself so well, whether through swiftness of his speedy beast, or knowledge of these woods where he did dwell, that shortly he from danger was released, and out of sight escaped at the least. Yet not escaped from the due reward of his bad deeds, which daily he increased, ne ceased not, till him oppressed hard the heavy plague that for such lechers is prepared. For soon as he was vanished out of sight, his coward courage gan emboldened be, and cast t'avenge him of that foul despite, which he had borne of his bold enemy, though to his brethren came. For they were 3 ungracious children of one graceless sire, and unto them complained how that he had used been of that foolhardy squire. So them with bitter words he stirred to bloody ire. Forthwith themselves with their sad instruments of spoil and murder they gan arm belive, and with him forth into the forest went, to wreak the wrath which he did erst revive in their stern breasts, on him which late did drive their brother to reproach and shameful flight. For they had vowed that never he alive out of that forest should escape their might. Vile rancour their rude hearts had filled with such despite. Within that wood there was a covered glade, forby a narrow ford, to them well known, through which it was uneath for wight to wade, and now by fortune it was overflown. By that same way they knew that squire unknown mote Aldgates pass, for thy themselves they set there in await with thicker woods overgrown, and all the while their malice they did whet with cruel threats his passage through the ford to let. It fortuned as they devised had. The gentle squire came riding that same way, unwitting of their wile and treason bad, and through the ford to passen did assay. But that fierce foster, which late fled away, stoutly forth stepping on the further shore, him boldly bade his passage there to stay, till he had made amends, and full restore for all the damage which he had him done afore. With that at him a quivering dart he threw, with so fell force and villainous despite, that through his habergeon the forkhead flew, and through the linked mails him pierced quite, but had no power in his soft flesh to bite. That stroke the hardy squire did sore displease, but more that him he could not come to smite, for by no means the high bank he could seize, but laboured long in that deep ford with vain disease. And still the foster with his long bore spear him kept from landing at his wished will. Anon one sent out of the thicket near a cruel shaft, headed with deadly ill, and feathered with an unlucky quill. The wicked steel stayed not till it did light in his left thigh, and deeply did it thrill. Exceeding grief that wound in him impite, but more that with his foes he could not come to fight. At last through wrath and vengeance making way, he on the bank arrived with mickle pain, where the third brother him did sore assay, and drove at him with all his might and main, a forest bill, which both his hands did strain, but warily he did avoid the blow, and with his spear requited him again, that both his sides were thrilled with the throw, and a large stream of blood out of the wound did flow. He, tumbling down, with gnashing teeth did bite the bitter earth, and bade to let him in, into the baleful house of endless night, where wicked ghosts do wail their former sin. Though 'gan the battle freshly to begin, for nethermore, for that spectacle bad, did th' other two their cruel vengeance blin, but both attempts on both sides him bestad, and load upon him laid his life for to have had. Though when that villain he avised, which late affrighted had the fairest Florimel, full of fierce fury and indignant hate, to him he turned, and with rigour fell, smote him so rudely on the panicle, that to the chin he cleft his head in twain. Down on the ground his carcass grovelling fell, his sinful soul with desperate disdain, out of her fleshly firm fled to the place of pain. That Siege, now the only last of three, who with that wicked shaft him wounded had, trembling with horror, as that did foresee the fearful end of his avengement sad, through which he follow should his brethren bad, his bootless bow in feeble hand upcaught, and therewith shot an arrow at the lad, which faintly fluttering scarce his helmet wrought, and glancing fell to ground, but him annoyed not. With that he would have fled into the wood, but Timaeus him lightly overhent, rightly as he entring was into the flood, and strook him with a force so violent, that headless him into the ford he sent. The carcass with the stream was carried down, but the head fell backward on the continent. So mischief fell upon the meaner's crown. They three be dead with shame, the squire lives with renown. He lives, but takes small joy of his renown, for of that cruel wound he bled so sore, that from his steed he fell in deadly swoon. Yet still the blood forth gushed in so great store, that he lay wallowed all in his own gore. Now God thee keep, thou gentlest squire, alive, else shall thy loving lord thee see no more. But both of comfort him thou shalt deprive, and ache thyself of honour which thou didst achieve. Providence heavenly passeth living thought, and doth for wretched men's relief make way. For lo, great grace our fortune thither brought, comfort to him that comfortless now lay. In those same woods ye well remember may, how a noble huntress did won, she that base braggadocio did affray, and made him fast out of the forest run. Belphoebe was her name, as fair as Phoebus' son. She on a day, as she pursued the chase of some wild beast, which with her arrows keen she wounded had, the same along did trace by tract of blood, which she had freshly seen, to have besprinkled all the grassy green. By the great pursue, which she had there perceived, well hoped she the beast engored had been, and made more haste the life to have bereaved. But her expectation greatly was deceived. Shortly she came, whereas that woful squire with blood deform'd lay in deadly swound, in whose fair eyes, like lamps of quenched fire, the crystal humour stood congealed round. His locks, like faded leaves fallen to ground, knotted with blood, in bunches rudely ran, and his sweet lips, on which before that stoned the bud of youth to blossom fair began, spoiled of their rosy red, were waxen pale and wan. Saw never living eye more heavy sight, that could have made a rock of stone to rue, or rive in twain, which when that lady bright besides all hope with melting eyes did view, all suddenly abashed she changed hue, and with stern horror backward gan to start. But when she better him beheld, she grew full of soft passion and unwonted smart. The point of pity pierced through her tender heart. Meekly she bowed down, to wait if life yet in his frozen members did remain, and feeling by his pulses beating rife, that the weak soul her seat did yet retain, she cast to comfort him with busy pain. His double folded neck she reared upright, and rubbed his temples and each trembling vein. His mailed habergeon she did undight, and from his head his heavy burgonet did light. Into the woods thenceforth in haste she went, to seek for herbs that mote him remedy, for she of herbs had great intendiment, taught of the nymph, which from her infancy her nursed had in true nobility. There, whether it divine tobacco were, or panacea, or polygony, she found and brought it to her patient dear, who all this while lay bleeding out his heart blood near. The sovereign weed betwixt two marbles plain she pounded small, and did in pieces bruise, and then atween her lily hands twain into his wound the juice thereof did scruse, and round about as she could well it use, the flesh therewith she suppled and did steep, to bate all spasm and soak the swelling bruise. And after having searched the entews deep, she with her scarf did bind the wound from cold to keep. By this he had sweet life recur'd again, and groaning inly deep, at last his watry eyes, drizzling like dewy rain, he up gan lift toward the azure skies, from whence descend all hopeless remedies. Therewith he sighed, and turning him aside, the goodly maid, full of divinities and gifts of heavenly grace, he by him spied, her bow and gilden quiver lying him beside. Mercy, dear lord, said he, what grace is this that thou hast shew'd to me, sinful wight, to send thine angel from her bower of bliss, to comfort me in my distressed plight? Angel or goddess, do I call thee right? What service may I do unto thee meet, that hast from darkness me return'd to light, and with thy heavenly salves and med'cine sweet hast dress'd my sinful wounds? I kiss thy blessed feet. Thereat she, blushing, said, Ah, gentle squire, nor goddess I, nor angel, but the maid, and daughter of a woody nymph, desire no service, but thy safety and aid, which if thou gain, I shall be well apaid. We mortal wights, whose lives and fortunes be to common accidents still open laid, are bound with common bond of frailty, to succour wretched wights whom we captiv'd see. By this her damsels, which the former chase had undertaken after her, arrived, as did Belphoebe in the bloody place, and thereby deem'd the beast had been depriv'd of life, whom late their lady's arrow riv'd. For thy the bloody track they follow fast, and every one to run the swiftest striv'd. But two of them the rest far overpast, and where their lady was arrived at last. Where when they saw that goodly boy with blood defoul'd, and their lady dress'd his wound, they wonder'd much, and shortly understood how him in deadly case their lady found, and rescued out of the heavy stound. Eftsoons his warlike courser, which was strayed far in the woods, whiles that he lay enswoned, she made those damsels search, which being stayed, they did him set thereon, and forthwith them conveyed. Into that forest far they thence him led, where was their dwelling, in a pleasant glade, with mountains round about environ'd, and mighty woods which did the valley shade, and like a stately theatre it made, spreading itself into a spacious plain, and in the midst a little river played, amongst the pumy stones, which seem'd to plain with gentle murmur, that his course they did restrain. Beside the same a dainty place there lay, planted with myrtle trees and laurels green, in which the birds song many a lovely lay of God's high praise, and of their love's sweet teen, as it an earthly paradise had been, in whose enclosed shadow there was pight a fair pavilion scarcely to be seen, the which was all within most richly dight, that greatest princes living it mote well delight. Thither they brought that wounded squire, and laid in easy couch his feeble limbs to rest. He rested him a while, and then the maid his ready wound with better salves new dressed. Daily she dressed him, and did the best his grievous hurt to garish, that shortly she his dolour hath redressed, and his foul sore reduced to fair plight. It she reduced, but himself destroyed quite. O foolish physic, and unfruitful pain, that heals up one, and makes another wound! She his hurt thigh to him recur'd again, but hurt his heart, the which before was sound, through an unwary dart, which did rebound from her fair eyes and gracious countenance. What boots it him from death to be unbound, to be captive in endless durance of sorrow, and despair without allegiance? Still as his wound did gather and grow whole, so still his heart walks sore, and health decay'd, madness to save a part and lose the whole. Still whenas he beheld the heavenly maid, whiles daily plasters to his wound she laid, so still his malady the more increased, the whiles her matchless beauty him dismay'd. Ah, God, what other could he do at least, but love so fair a lady, that his life released? Long while he strove in his courageous breast with reason due the passion to subdue, and love for to dislodge out of his nest. Still when her excellencies he did view, her sovereign bounty and celestial hue, the same to love he strongly was constrained. But when his mean estate he did review, he from such hardy boldness was restrained, and of his luckless lot in cruel love thus plained. "Unthankful wretch," said he, "is this the meed with which her sovereign mercy thou dost quite? Thy life she saved by her gracious deed, but thou dost ween, with villainous despite, to blot her honour and her heavenly light. Die rather, die, than so disloyally deem of her high desert, or seem so light. Fair death it is to shun, more shame to die. Die rather, die, than ever love disloyally. But if to love disloyalty it be, shall I then hate her, that from death's door me brought? Ah, far be such reproach from me! What can I less do than her love therefore, since I due reward cannot restore? Die rather, die, and dying do her serve, dying her serve, and living her adore. Thy life she gave, thy life she doth deserve. Die rather, die, than ever from her service swerve. But, foolish boy, what boots thy service base to her, to whom the heavens do serve and sue? Thou a mean squire of meek and lowly place, she heavenly born, and of celestial hue. How then of all love taketh equal view? And doth not highest God vouchsafe to take the love and service of the basest crew? If she will not, die meekly for her sake. Die rather, die, than ever so fair love forsake. Thus warried he long time against his will, till that through weakness he was forced at last to yield himself unto the mighty ill, which, as a victor proud, gan ransack fast his inward parts and all his entrails waste, that neither blood in face nor life in heart it left, but both did quite dry up and blast, as piercing leaven, which the inner part of everything consumes, and calcineth by art. Which, seeing fair Belphoebe, gan to fear, lest that his wound were inly well not healed, or that the wicked steel empoisoned were. Little she weened that love he close concealed, yet still he wasted as the snow congealed, when the bright sun his beams thereon doth beat, yet never he his heart to her revealed, but rather chose to die for sorrow great, than with dishonourable terms her to entreat. She, gracious lady, yet no pains did spare to do him ease, or do him remedy. Many restoratives of virtues rare, and costly cordials she did apply, to mitigate his stubborn malady. But that sweet cordial which can restore a lovesick heart, she did to him envy. To him and to all the unworthy world forlore, she did envy that sovereign salve in secret store. That dainty rose, the daughter of her morn, more dear than life she tender'd, whose flower the girland of her honour did adorn. Ne suffer'd she the midday's scorching power, ne the sharp northern wind thereon to shower, but lapp'd up her silken leaves most chare, when so the froward sky began to lower. But soon as calm'd was the crystal air, she did it fair dispread, and let to flourish fair. Eternal God, in his almighty power, to make ensample of his heavenly grace, in paradise whilom did plant this flower, whence he it fetcht out of her native place, and did in stock of earthly flesh enrace, that mortal men her glory should admire. In gentle lady's breast and bounteous race of womankind its fairest flower doth spire, and beareth fruit of honour and all chaste desire. Fair imps of beauty, whose bright shining beams adorn the world with like to heavenly light, and to your wills both royalties and realms subdue, through conquest of your wondrous might, with this fair flower your goodly guirlands dight, of chastity and virtue virginal, that shall embellish more your beauty bright, and crown your heads with heavenly coronal, such as the angels wear before the gods' tribunal. To your fair selves a fair ensample frame of this fair virgin, this Belphoebe fair, to whom in perfect love and spotless fame of chastity none living may compare, ne poisonous envy justly can impair the praise of her flesh-flowering maidenhead. For thy she standeth on the highest stair of the honourable stage of womanhead, that ladies all may follow her ensample dead. In so great praise of steadfast chastity, natheless she was so courteous and kind, temper'd with grace and goodly modesty, that seem'd those virtues strove to find the higher place in her heroic mind. So striving, each did other more augment, and both increas'd the praise of womankind, and both increas'd her beauty excellent. So all did make in her a perfect complement. End of Canto 5, Book 3. The Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser. Book 3, Canto 6, The Legend of Britomartis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alan Brown. The Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser. Book 3. The Legend of Britomartis. Canto 6. The birth of fair Belphoebe and of Amoret is told, the gardens of Adonis fraught with pleasures manifold. Well may I ween, fair ladies, all this while ye wonder, how this noble damosel so great perfections did in her compile, sith that in salvage forests she did dwell, so far from court and royal citadel. The great school mistress of all courtesy, seemeth that such wild woods should far expel all civil usage and gentility, and gentle sprite deform with rude rusticity. But to this fair Belphoebe in her birth, the heavens so favourable were and free, looking with mild aspect upon the earth, in the horoscope of her nativity, that all the gifts of grace and chastity on her they pour'd forth of plenteous horn. Jove laugh'd on Venus from his sov'reign sea, and Phoebus with fair beams did her adorn, and all the Graces rock'd her cradle being born. Her birth was of the womb of morning dew, and her conception of the joyous prime, and all her whole creation did her shew, pure and unspotted from all loathly crime, that is ingenerate in fleshly slime. So was this virgin born, so was she bred, so was she train'd up from time to time in all chaste virtue and true bounty had, till to her due perfection she was ripen'd. Her mother was the fair Chrysogone, the daughter of Amphiissa, who by race a fairy was, y-born of high degree. She bore Belphoebe; she bore in like case fair Amoretta in the second place. These two were twinnes, and 'twixt them two did share the heritage of all celestial grace, that all the rest it seem'd they robb'd bare of bounty and of beauty and all virtues rare. It were a goodly story to declare, by what strange accident fair Chrysogone conceiv'd these infants, and how them she bare. In this wild forest wand'ring all alone, after she had 9 months fulfill'd and gone, for not as other women's commune brood, they were enwomb'd in the sacred throne of her chaste body, nor with commune food, as other women's babes, they suck'd vital blood; but wondrously they were begot and bred, thro' influence of the heav'n's fruitful ray. As it in antique books is mention'd, it was upon a summer's shiny day, when Titan fair his beams did display, in a fresh fontaine, far from all men's view, she bath'd her breast, the boiling heat to lay. She bath'd with roses red, and violets blue, and all the sweetest flowers that in the forest grew. Till faint, thro' irksome weariness, adown upon the grassy ground herself she laid to sleep, the whiles a gentle slumb'ring swoon upon her fell all naked bare display'd. The sunnibeams bright upon her body play'd, being thro' former bathing mollified, and pierc'd into her womb, where they embade with so sweet sense and secret pow'r unspied, that in her pregnant flesh they shortly fructified. Miraculous may seem to him that readeth so strange ensample of conception; but reason teacheth that the fruitful seeds of all things living, thro' impression of the sunbeams in moist complexion, do life conceive, and quicken'd are by kind. So, after Nilus' inundation, infinite shapes of creatures men do find, inform'd in the mud on which the sun hath shin'd. Great Father he of generation is rightly call'd, the author of life and light, and his fair sister for creation ministreth matter fit, which temper'd right with heat and humour breedes the living wight. So sprung these twins in womb of Chrysogone, yet wist she naught thereof, but sore affright, wondred to see her belly so upblown, which still increas'd till she her term had full outgone. Whereof conceiving shame and full disgrace, albe her guiltless conscience her clear'd, she fled into the wilderness of space, till that unwieldy burden she had rear'd, and shunn'd dishonour, which as death she fear'd, where, weary of long travel, down to rest herself she sat, uncomfortably cheer'd, there a sad cloud of sleep her o'ercast, and seiz'd every sense with sorrow sore oppress'd. It fortun'd, fair Venus having lost her little son, the winged god of love, who for some light displeasure, which him cross'd, was from her fled, as flit is airy dove, and left her blissful bow'r of joy above. So from her often he had fled away, when she for aught him sharply did reprove, and wandred in the world in strange array, disguis'd in thousand shapes, that none might him bewray. Him for to seek, she left her heav'nly house, the house of goodly forms and fair aspects, whence all the world derives the glorious features of beauty, and all shapes select, with which high God his workmanship hath deck'd, and searched every way, through which his wings had borne him, or his tract she mote detect. She promis'd kisses sweet, and sweeter things unto the man that of him tidings to her brings. First she him sought in court, where most he us'd whilom to haunt, but there she found him not. But many there she found which sore accus'd his falsehood, and with foul infamous blot his cruel deeds and wicked wiles did spot. Ladies and lords she everywhere mote hear complaining, how with his empoison'd shot their woful hearts he wounded had whileer, and so had left them languishing 'twixt hope and fear. She then the cities sought from gate to gate, and every one did ask, did he him see? And every one her answer'd, that too late he had him seen, and felt the cruelty of his sharp darts, and what artillery; and every one threw forth reproaches rife of his mischievous deeds, and said that he was the disturber of all civil life, the enemy of peace, and the author of all strife. Then in the country she abroad him sought, And in the rural cottages enquir'd, Where also many plaints to her were brought, How he their heedless hearts with love had fir'd, And his false venom thro' their veins inspir'd; And eke the gentle shepherd swains, which sate Keeping their fleecy flocks as they were hir'd, She sweetly heard complain, both how and what Her son had to them done, yet she did smile thereat. But when in none of all these she him got, She 'gan avise where else he mote him hide. At last she here bethought, that she had not yet sought The salvage woods and forests wide, In which full many lovely nymphs abide, 'Mongst whom might be that he did closely lie, Or that the love of some of them him tied. For thy, she thither cast her course t'apply, To search the secret haunts of Dian's company. Shortly unto the wasteful woods she came, Whereas she found the goddess with her crew, After late chase of their embrewed game, Sitting beside a fountain in a rue, Some of them washing with the liquid dew From off their dainty limbs the dusty sweat, And soil which did deform their lively hue; Others lay shaded from the scorching heat, The rest upon her person gave attendance great. She having hung upon a bough on high Her bow and painted quiver, had unlaced Her silver buskins from her nimble thigh, And her lank loins ungirt and breasts unbraced, After her heat the breathing cold to taste. Her golden locks, that late in tresses bright Embreaded were for hind'ring of her haste, Now loose upon her shoulders hung undight, And were with sweet ambrosia all besprinkled light. Soon as she Venus saw behind her back, She was asham'd to be so loose surpris'd, And walks half wroth against her damsels slack, That had not her thereof before avis'd, But suffer'd her so carelessly disguis'd Be overtaken. Soon her garments loose upgath'ring, in her bosom she compris'd, Well as she might, unto the goddess rose, Whiles all her nymphs did like a guirland her enclose. Goodly she 'gan fair Cytherea greet, And shortly ask'd her what cause her brought Into that wilderness for her unmeet, From her sweet bow'rs and beds with pleasures fraught. That sudden change she strange adventure thought; To whom, half weeping, she thus answer'd, That she her dearest son Cupido sought, Who with his frowardness from her was fled; That she repented sore to have him anger'd. Thereat Diana 'gan to smile, in scorn Of her vain plaint, and to her scoffing said: "Great pity sure, that ye be so forlorn Of your gay son, that gives ye so good aid To your disports: ill mote ye bene paid." But she was more engriev'd, and replied: "Fair sister, ill beseems it to upbraid A doleful heart with so disdainful pride; The like that mine may be your pain another tide. As you in woods and wanton wilderness Your glory set, to chase the salvage beasts, So my delight is all in joyfulness, In beds, in bow'rs, in banquets, and in feasts; And ill becomes you with your lofty crests To scorn the joy that Jove is glad to seek. We both are bound to follow heav'n's behests, And tend our charges with obeisance meek. Spare, gentle sister, with reproach my pain to eke, And tell me, if that ye my son have heard To lurk amongst your nymphs in secret wise, Or keep their cabins: much I am afeard Least he like one of them himself disguise, And turn his arrows to their exercise. So may he long himself full easy hide, For he is fair and fresh in face and guise, As any nymph: let not it be ennoy'd." So saying, every nymph full narrowly she eyed. But Phoebe therewith sore was anger'd, And sharply said: "Go, dame, go seek Your boy, where you him lately left, in Mars his bed: he comes not here. we scorn his foolish joy, ne lend we leisure to his idle toy. But if I catch him in this company, by Stygian lake I vow, whose sad annoy the gods do dread, he dearly shall abye. I'll clip his wanton wings, that he no more shall fly. Whom when as Venus saw so sore displeas'd, she inly sorry was, and gan relent what she had said. So her she soon appeas'd, with sugar'd words and gentle blandishment, which as a fountain from her sweet lips went, and well'd goodly forth, that in short space she was well pleas'd, and forth her damsels sent, thro' all the woods, to search from place to place, if any tract of him or tidings they mote trace. To search the god of love her nymphs she sent, throughout the wand'ring forest everywhere, and after them herself eke with her went, to seek the fugitive both far and near. So long they sought, till they arrived were, in that same shady covert, whereas lay fair Chrysogene in slumbry trance whilere, who in her sleep, a wondrous thing to say, unwares had born two babes, as fair as springing day. Unwares she them conceiv'd, unwares she bore withouten pain, that she conceiv'd withouten pleasure. Nay, her need implore Lucene's aid, which when they both perceiv'd, they were thro' wonder nigh of sense bereav'd, and gazing each on other, naught bespake, at last they both agreed, her seeming griev'd, out of her heavy swoon not to awake, but from her loving side the tender babes to take. Up they them tooke, each one a babe uptooke, and with them carried to be foster'd. Dame Phoebe to a nymph her babe betooke, to be upbrought in perfect maidenhead, and of herself her name Belphoebe read. But Venus hers thence far away convey'd, to be upbrought in goodly womanhead, and in her little love's stead, which was stray'd, her Amaretta call'd, to comfort her dismay'd. She brought her to her joyous paradise, where most she wonnes, when she on earth does dwell, so fair a place as nature can devise, whether in Paphos or Cithaeron hill, or it in Cnidus be, I wot not well, but well I wot by trial, that this same all other pleasant places doth excell, and call it by her lost lover's name, the garden of Adonis, far renown'd by fame. In that same garden all the goodly flowers, wherewith Dame Nature doth her beautify, and decks the girlands of her paramours, are fetch'd. There is the first seminary of all things that are born to live and die, according to their kinds. Long work it were here to account the endless progeny of all the weeds that bud and blossom there, but so much as doth need must needs be counted here. It sited was in fruitful soil of old, and girt in with two walls on either side, the one of iron, the other of bright gold, that none might thorough break, nor overstride. And double gates it had, which open'd wide, by which both in and out men moten pass, the one fair and fresh, the other old and dried. Old Genius the porter of them was, old Genius, the which a double nature has. He letteth in, he letteth out, to wend all that to come into the world desire. 1,000,000 naked babes attend about him day and night, which do require that he with fleshly weeds would them attire. Such as him list, such as eternal fate ordained hath, he clothes with sinful mire, and sendeth forth to live in mortal state, till they again return back by the hinder gate. After that they again returned been, they in that garden planted be again, and grow afresh, as they had never seen fleshly corruption, nor mortal pain. Some 1,000 years so do'n they there remain, and then of him are clad with other hue, or sent into the changeful world again. till thither they return where first they grew. So like a wheel around they run from old to new. Ne needs their gardener to set or sow, to plant or prune, for of their own accord all things, as they created were, do grow. And yet remember well the mighty word, which first was spoken by th' Almighty Lord, that bade them to increase and multiply. Ne do they need with water of the ford, or of the clouds to moisten their roots dry, for in themselves eternal moisture they imply. Infinite shapes of creatures there are bred, and uncouth forms, which none yet ever knew, and every sort is in a sundry bed, set by itself, and rank'd in comely rue. Some fit for reasonable souls t'endue, some made for beasts, some made for birds to wear, and all the fruitful spawn of fishes hue, in endless ranks along enrounged were, that seem'd the ocean could not contain them there. Daily they grow, and daily forth are sent into the world, it to replenish more. Yet is the stock not lessen'd, nor spent, but still remaineth in everlasting store, as it at first created was of yore. For in the wide womb of the world there lies, in hateful darkness and in deep horror, an huge eternal chaos, which supplies the substances of nature's fruitful progenies. All things from thence do their first being fetch, and borrow matter, whereof they are made, which, when as form and feature it does catch, becomes a body, and doth then invade the state of life out of the griesly shade. That substance is eterne, and bideth so. Ne when the life decays, and form does fade, doth it consume, and into nothing go, but changed is, and often altered to and fro. The substance is not changed nor altered, but only form and outward fashion, for every substance is conditioned to change her hue, and sundry forms to don, meet for her temper and complexion. For forms are variable, and decay by course of kind and by occasion, and that fair flower of beauty fades away, as doth the lily fresh before the sunny ray. Great enemy to it, and to all the rest, that in the garden of Adonis springs, is wicked Time, who with his scythe address'd does mow the flow'ring herbs and goodly things, and all their glory to the ground down flings. Where they do wither, and are foully marr'd, he flies about, and with his flaggy wings beats down both leaves and buds without regard. Ne ever pity may relent his malice hard. Yet pity often did the gods relent, to see so fair things marr'd, and spoil'd quite. And their great mother Venus did lament the loss of her dear brood, her dear delight. Her heart was pierc'd with pity at the sight, when, walking through the garden, them she spied. Yet note she find redress for such despite, for all that lives is subject to that law. All things decay in time, and to their end do draw. But were it not that time their troubler is, all that in this delightful garden grows should happy be, and have immortal bliss. For here all plenty and all pleasure flows, and sweet love gentle fits amongst them throws, without fell rancour, or fond jealousy. Frankly each paramour his leman knows, each bird his mate, ne any does envy their goodly merriment and gay felicity. There is continual spring, and harvest there continual, both meeting at one time. For both the boughs do laughing blossoms bear, and with fresh colours deck the wanton prime. And eke attends the heavy trees they climb, which seem to labour under their fruit's load, the whiles the joyous birds make their pastime. Amongst the shady leaves their sweet abode, And their true loves without suspicion tell abroad. Right in the middest of that paradise There stood a stately mount, on whose round top A gloomy grove of myrtle trees did rise, Whose shady boughs sharp steel did never lop, Nor wicked beasts their tender buds did crop, But like a guirland compass'd the height, And from their fruitful sides sweet gum did drop, That all the ground with precious dew bedight, Threw forth most dainty odours, and most sweet delight. And in the thickest covert of that shade There was a pleasant arbour, not by art, But of the tree's own inclination made, Which knitting their rank branches part to part, With wanton yewy twine entrail'd athwart, And eglantine and caprifol among, Fashion'd above with their inmost part, That nether Phoebus' beams could thro' them throng, Nor Aeolus' sharp blast could work them any wrong. And all about grew every sort of flow'r, To which sad lovers were transform'd of yore: Fresh hyacinthus, Phoebus' paramour, And dearest love, foolish Narcissa, That likes the wat'ry shore; Sad Amaranthus, made a flow'r but late; Sad Amaranthus, in whose purple gore Meseems I see Amintas' wretched fate, To whom sweet poets' verse hath given endless date. There wont fair Venus often to enjoy Her dear Adonis' joyous company, And reap a sweet pleasure of the wanton boy. There yet some say in secret he does lie, Lapp'd in flow'rs and precious spicery, By her hid from the world, and from the skill Of Stygian gods, which do her love envy. But she herself, whenever that she will, Possesseth him, and of his sweetness takes her fill. And sooth it seems, they say, for he may not For ever die, and ever buried be In baleful night, where all things are forgot, All be he subject to mortality, Yet is eterne in mutability, And by succession made perpetual, Transformed oft and changed diversely. For him the father of all forms they call, Therefore needs mote he live, that living gives to all. There now he liveth in eternal bliss, Joying his goddess, and of her enjoy'd. Ne feareth he henceforth that foe of his, Which with his cruel tusk him deadly cloy'd; For that wild boar, the which him once annoy'd, She firmly hath imprison'd for aye, That her sweet love his malice mote avoid, In a strong rocky cave, which is, they say, Hewn underneath that mount, that none him losen may. There now he lives in everlasting joy, With many of the gods in company, Which thither haunt, and with the winged boy Sporting himself in safe felicity; Who, when he hath with spoils and cruelty Ransack'd the world, and in the woful hearts Of many wretches set his triumphs high, Thither resorts, and laying his sad darts aside, With fair Adonis plays his wanton parts. And his true love fair Psyche with him plays, Fair Psyche, to him lately reconcil'd, After long troubles and unmeet upbraise, With which his mother Venus her revil'd, And eke himself her cruelly exil'd. But now in steadfast love and happy state, She with him lives, and hath him born a child, Pleasure, that doth both gods and men agrate, Pleasure, the daughter of Cupid, and Psyche late. Hither great Venus brought this infant fair, The younger daughter of Chrysogone, And unto Psyche with great trust and care Committed her, yfoster'd to be, And train'd up in true feminity; Who no less carefully her tender'd Than her own daughter, Pleasure, to whom she made her companion, and her lessoned in all the lore of love and goodly womanhead. In which when she to perfect ripeness grew, of grace and beauty noble paragon, she brought her forth into the world's view, to be th' ensample of true love alone, and lodestar of all chaste affection to all fair ladies that do live on ground. To Faerie court she came, where many one admir'd her goodly 'haviour, and found his feeble heart wide launch'd with love's cruel wound. But she to none of them her love did cast, save to the noble knight Sir Scudamore, to whom her loving heart she link'd fast in faithful love, t' abide for evermore, and for his dearest sake endured sore trouble of an heinous enemy, who her would forced have to have for lore her former love, unsteadfast loyalty, as ye may elsewhere read that rueful history. But well I ween ye first desire to learn What end unto that fairful damosel, Which fled so fast from that same foster stern, Whom with his brethren Timeus slew befell, That was so weet the goodly Florimell, Who wandring for to seek her lover dear, Her dearest Marinell, Into misfortune fell, as ye did hear, And from Prince Arthur fled with wings of idle fear. End of Canto 6, Book 3. The Legend of Britomartis. Book 3, Canto 7. The Legend of Britomartis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. The Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser, Book 3, The Legend of Britomartis, or of Chastity, Canto 7. The witch's son loves Florimell, she flies, he feigns to die. Satyrane saves the squire of dames from giants' tyranny. Like as an hind forth singled from the herd, That hath escaped from a ravenous beast, Yet flies away of her own feet afeard, And every leaf, that shaketh with the least Murmur of wind, her terror hath increased. So fled fair Florimell from her vain fear, Long after she from peril was released. Each shade she saw, and each noise she did hear, Did seem to be the same, which she escaped whileere. All that same evening she in flying spent, And all that night her course continued, Ne did she let dull sleep once to relent, Nor weariness to slack her haste, But fled ever alike, as if her former dread Were hard behind, her ready to arrest. And her, white palfrey having conquered, the maestering reins out of her weary rest, perforce her carried, wherever he thought best. So long as breath and able puissance did native courage unto him supply, his pace he freshly forward did advance, and carried her beyond all jeopardy. But a nought that wanteth rest can long aby. He having through incessant travel spent his force, at last perforce adown did lie, ne foot could further move. The lady gent thereat was sudden strook with great astonishment, and forced to light on foot mote Algates fair. A traveller unwonted to such way need teacheth her this lesson hard and rare, that fortune all in equal lance doth sway, And mortal miseries doth make her play. So long she travelled, till at length she came to an hill's side, which did to her bewray a little valley, subject to the same, all covered with thick woods, that quite it overcame. Through the tops of the high trees she did descry a little smoke, whose vapour thin and light, reeking aloft, uprolled to the sky, which cheerful sign did send unto her sight, that in the same did one some living wight. Eftsoons her steps she thereunto applied, and came at last in weary wretched plight unto the place to which her hope did guide, to find some refuge there and rest her weary side. There in a gloomy hollow glen she found a little cottage, built of sticks and reeds, and homely wise, and walled with sods around, in which a witch did dwell in loathly weeds, and wilful want, all careless of her needs. So choosing solitary to abide, far from all neighbours, that her devilish deeds and hellish arts from people she might hide, and hurt far off unknown whomever she envied. The damsel there arriving entered in, where sitting on the floor the hag she found, busy as seemed about some wicked gin, who soon as she beheld that sudden stound, lightly upstarted from the dusty ground, and with fell look and hollow deadly gaze stared on her a while as one astound, ne had one word to speak for great amaze, but shewed by outward signs that dread her sense did daze. At last, turning her fear to foolish wrath, she asked what devil had her thither brought, and who she was, and what unwonted path had guided her unwelcomed, unsought. To which the damsel, full of doubtful thought, her mildly answered: Beldame, be not wroth with silly virgin by adventure brought unto your dwelling, ignorant and loath, that crave but room to rest while tempest overbloweth. With that adown out of her crystal eyne few trickling tears she softly forth let fall, that like two orient pearls did purely shine upon her snowy cheek, and therewithal she sighed soft, that none so bestial, nor salvage heart, but ruth of her sad plight would make to melt, or piteously appall. And that vile hag, all were her whole delight in mischief, was much moved at so piteous sight, and gan recomfort her in her rude wise, with womanish compassion of her plaint, wiping the tears from her suffused eyes, and bidding her sit down to rest her faint and weary limbs awhile. She nothing quaint nor sdeignful of so homely fashion, sith brought she was now to so hard constraint, sate down upon the dusty ground anon, as glad of that small rest as bird of tempest gone. Though gan she gather up her garments rent, and her loose locks to dight in order due, with golden wreath and gorgeous ornament, whom such when as the wicked hag did view, she was astonished at her heavenly hue, and doubted her to deem an earthly wight, but or some goddess, or of Dian's crew, and thought her to adore with humble sprite. T'adore things so divine as beauty were but right. This wicked woman had a wicked son, the comfort of her age and weary days, a lazy lord, for nothing good to done, but stretched forth in idleness all ways, ne ever cast his mind to covet praise, or ply himself to any honest trade, but all the day before the sunny rays he used to slug or sleep in slothful shade. Such laziness both lewd and poor at once him made. He, coming home at undertime, there found the fairest creature that he ever saw, sitting beside his mother on the ground, the sight whereof did greatly him adaw. And his base thought with terror and with awe so inly smote, that as one which had gazed on the bright sun unwares doth soon withdraw his feeble eyne, with too much brightness dazed, so stared he on her, and stood long while amazed. Softly at last he gan his mother ask what Mr. Wight that was, and whence derived, that in so strange disguisement there did mask, and by what accident she there arrived. But she, as one nigh of her wits deprived, with naught but ghastly looks him answered, like to a ghost that lately is revived from Stygian shores where late it wandered. So both at her and each at other wondered. But the fair virgin was so meek and mild, that she to them vouchsafed to embase her goodly port, and to their senses viled her gentle speech applied, that in short space she grew familiar in that desert place. During which time the churl, through her so kind and courteous use, conceived affection base, and cast to love her in his brutish mind no love, but brutish lust, that was so beastly tined. Closely the wicked flame his bowels brent, and shortly grew into outrageous fire. Yet had he not the heart, nor hardiment, as unto her to utter his desire. His caitiff thought durst not so high aspire, but with soft sighs and lovely semblances he weened that his affection entire she should arread. Many resemblances to her he made, and many kind remembrances. Oft from the forest wildings he did bring, whose sides empurpled were with smiling red, and oft young birds, which he had taught to sing his mistress' praises, sweetly carolled. Girlands of flowers sometimes for her fair head he fine would dight. Sometimes the squirrel wild he brought to her in bands, as conquered to be her thrall, his fellow servant viled. All which she of him took with countenance meek and mild. But past a while, when she fit season saw to leave that desert mansion, she cast in secret wise herself thence to withdraw, for fear of mischief, which she did forecast might by the witch or by her son compassed. Her weary palfrey closely, as she might, now well recovered after long repast, in his proud furnitures she freshly dight, his late miswandered ways now to remeasure right. And early ere the dawning day appeared, she forth issued, and on her journey went. She went in peril, of each noise afeard, and of each shade that did itself present. For still she feared to be overhent of that vile hag, or her uncivil son, who, when too late awaking, well they kent that their fair guest was gone. They both begun to make exceeding moan, as they had been undone. But that lewd lover did the most lament for her depart, that ever man did hear. He knocked his breast with desperate intent, and scratched his face, and with his teeth did tear his rugged flesh, and rent his ragged hair. That his sad mother, seeing his sore plight, was greatly woebegone, and gan to fear least his frail senses were imperished quite, and love to frenzy turned, sith love is frantic height. All ways she sought him to restore to plight, with herbs, with charms, with counsel, and with tears. But tears, nor charms, nor herbs, nor counsel might assuage the fury which his entrails tears. So strong is passion that no reason hears. Though when all other helps she saw to fail, she turned herself back to her wicked beers, and by her devilish arts thought to prevail, to bring her back again, to work her final bale. Eftsoons out of her hidden cave she called an hideous beast, of horrible aspect, that could the stoutest courage have appalled, monstrous misshaped, and all his back was specked with thousand spots of colours quaint elect, thereto so swift that it all beasts did pass, like never yet did living eye detect, but likest it to an hyena was, that feeds on women's flesh, as others feed on grass. It forth she called, and gave it straight in charge, through thick and thin her to pursue apace, ne once to stay to rest, or breathe at large, till her he had attained, and brought in place, or quite devoured her beauty's scornful grace. The monster swift as word, that from her went forth in haste, and did her footing trace so sure and swiftly, through his perfect scent, and passing speed, that shortly he her overhent. Whom when the fearful damosel nigh espied, no need to bid her fast away, to fly, that ugly shape so sore her terrified, that it she shunned no less than dread to die. And her flit palfrey did so well apply his nimble feet to her conceived fear, the whilst his breath did strength to him supply, from peril free he her away did bear. But when his force gan fail, his pace gan wax arear, which when as she perceived, she was dismayed at that same last extremity full sore, and of her safety greatly grew afraid. And now she gan approach to the sea shore, as it befell that she could fly no more, but yield herself to spoil of greediness. Lightly she leaped as a wight forlore from her dull horse in desperate distress, and to her feet betook her doubtful sickerness. Not half so fast the wicked Myrrha fled from dread of her revenging father's hand, nor half so fast to save her maidenhead fled fearful Daphne on the Aegean strand, as Florimel fled from that monster yond, to reach the sea, ere she of him were wrought. For in the sea to drown herself she fond, rather than of the tyrant to be caught. Thereto fear gave her wings, and need her courage taught. It fortuned, high God did so ordain, as she arrived on the roaring shore, in mind to leap into the mighty main. A little boat lay hoving her before, in which there slept a fisher old and poor. The whiles his nets were drying on the sand, into the same she leaped, and with the oar did thrust the shallop from the floating strand. So safety found at sea which she found not at land. The monster ready on the prey to cease, was of his forward hope deceived quite, ne durst essay to wade the perilous seas, but greedily long gaping at the sight, at last in vain was forced to turn his flight, and to tell the idle tidings to his dame. Yet to avenge his devilish despite, he set upon her palfrey, tired, lame, and slew him cruelly, ere any rescue came. And after having him embowelled, to fill his hellish gorge, it chanced a knight to pass that way, as forth he travelled. It was a goodly swain, and of great might, as ever man that bloody field did fight, but in vain shows that wont young knights bewitch, and courtly services took no delight, but rather joyed to be than seemen sitch, for both to be and seem to him was labour lich. It was to wit the good Sir Satyrane, that ranged abroad to seek adventures wild, as was his wont in forest and in plain. He was all armed in rugged steel unfiled, as in the smoky forge it was compiled, and in his scutcheon bore a satyr's head. He coming present where the monster viled, upon that milk-white palfrey's carcass fed, unto his rescue ran, and greedily him sped. There well perceived he that it was the horse whereon fair Florimel was wont to ride, that of that fiend was rent without remorse. Much feared he, least aught did ill betide to that fair maid, the flower of women's pride, for her he dearly loved, and in all his famous conquests highly magnified. Besides her golden girdle, which did fall from her in flight, he found, and that did him sore appall. Full of sad fear and doubtful agony, fiercely he flew upon that wicked fiend, and with huge strokes and cruel battery him forced to leave his prey, for to attend himself from deadly danger to defend. Full many wounds in his corrupted flesh he did engrave, and much blood did spend, yet might not do him die. But aye more fresh and fierce he still appeared, the more he did him thresh. He wist not how to despoil of life, ne how to win the wished victory, sith him he saw still stronger grow through strife, and himself weaker through infirmity. Greatly he grew enraged, and furiously hurling his sword away, he lightly leapt upon the beast, that with great cruelty roared and raged to be underkept. Yet he perforce him held, and strokes upon him hept. As he that strives to stop a sudden flood, and in strong banks his violence enclose, forceth it swell above his wonted mood, and largely overflow the fruitful plain, that all the country seems to be a main, and the rich furrows float, all quite fordone. The woeful husbandman doth loud complain to see his whole year's labour lost so soon, for which to God he made so many an idle boon. So him he held, and did through might amate, so long he held him, and him bet so long, that at the last his fierceness gan abate, and meekly stoop unto the victor strong, who to avenge the implacable wrong, which he supposed done to Florimel, sought by all means his dolour to prolong, sith dint of steel his carcass could not quell, his Maker with her charms had framed him so well. The golden riband which that virgin wore about her slender waist, he took in hand, and with it bound the beast, that loud did roar for great despite of that unwonted band, yet dared not his victor to withstand, but trembled like a lamb fled from the prey, and all the way him followed on the strand, as he had long been learned to obey, yet never learned he such service till that day. Thus as he led the beast along the way, he spied far off a mighty giantess, fast flying on a courser dappled grey, from a bold knight that with great hardiness her hard pursued and sought for to suppress. She bore before her lap a doleful squire, lying athwart her horse in great distress, fast bound in hand and foot with cords of wire, whom she did mean to make the thrall of her desire. Which when as Satyrane beheld, in haste he left his captive beast at liberty, and crossed the nearest way, by which he cast her to encounter, ere she passed by. But she the way shunned ne the more for thy, but forward galloped fast, which when he spied, his mighty spear he couched warily, and at her ran. She having him descried, herself to fight addressed, and threw her load aside. Like as a goshawk that in foot doth bear a trembling culver, having spied on height an eagle, that with plumy wings doth shear the subtle air, stooping with all his might, and quarry throws to ground with fell despite, and to the battle doth herself prepare. So ran the giantess unto the fight, her fiery eyes with furious sparkes did stare, and with blasphemous bands high God in pieces tear. She caught in hand an huge great iron mace, wherewith she many had of life deprived. But ere the stroke could seize his aimed place, his spear amidst her sun-broad shield arrived. Yet ne the more the steel asunder rived, all were the beam in bigness like a mast, ne her out of the steadfast saddle drived, but glancing on the tempered metal, brast in thousand shivers, and so forth beside her passed. Her steed did stagger with that puissant stroke, but she no more was moved with that might. Then it had lighted on an aged oak, or on the marble pillar that is pight upon the top of Mount Olympus height, for the brave youthly champions to essay, with burning chariot wheels it nigh to smite. But he that smites it mars his joyous play, and is the spectacle of ruinous decay. Yet there with sword enraged, with stern regard, her dreadful weapon she to him addressed, which on his helmet martelled so hard, that made him low incline his lofty crest, and bowed his battered visor to his breast, wherewith he was so stunned that he note ride, but reeled to and fro from east to west, which when his cruel enemy espied, she lightly unto him adjoined side to side, and on his collar laying puissant hand, out of his wavering seat him plucked perforce him plucked, unable to withstand or help himself, or laying thwart her horse, in loathly wise like to a carrion course, she bore him fast away, which when the knight that her pursued saw with great remorse, he near was touched in his noble sprite, and gan increase his speed, as she increased her flight. Whom when as nigh approaching she espied, she threw away her burden angrily, for she list not the battle to abide, but made herself more light away to fly. Yet her the hardy knight pursued so nigh, that almost in the back he oft her strake. But still, when him at hand she did espy, she turned, in semblance of fair fight did make. But when he stayed, to flight again she did her take. By this the good Sir Satyrane gan wake out of his dream that did him long entrance, and seeing none in place, he gan to make exceeding moan, and cursed that cruel chance which reft him of so fair a chevisance. At length he spied, whereas that woeful squire whom he had rescued from captivance of his strong foe lay tumbled in the mire, unable to arise, or foot or hand to stire. To whom approaching, well he mote perceive in that foul plight a comely personage, and lovely face, made fit for to deceive frail lady's heart with love's consuming rage. Now in the blossom of his freshest age, he reared him up and loosed his iron bands, and after gan enquire his parentage, and how he fell into that giant's hands, and who that was which chased her along the lands. Then trembling yet through fear the squire bespake, that giantess Argante is behight, a daughter of the Titans which did make war against heaven, and heaped hills on height, to scale the skies, and put Jove from his right. Her sire Typhoeus was, who, mad through mirth and drunk with blood of men, slain by his might, through incest, her of his own mother earth whilome begot, being but half twin of that birth. For at that birth another babe she bore, to wit the mighty Oliphant, that wrought great wreak to many errant knights of yore, and many hath to foul confusion brought. These twins, men say, a thing far passing thought, whiles in their mother's womb enclosed they were, ere they into the lightsome world were brought, in fleshly lust were mingled both fear, and in that monstrous wise did to the world appear. So lived they ever after in like sin, gainst nature's law and good behaviour. But greatest shame was to that maiden twin, who, not content so foully to devour her native flesh, and stain her brother's bower, did wallow in all other fleshly mire, and suffered beasts her body to deflower. So what she burned in that lustful fire, yet all that might not slake her sensual desire. But over all the country she did range, to seek young men to quench her flaming thirst, and feed her fancy with delightful change. Whom so she fittest finds to serve her lust, through her main strength, in which she most doth trust, she with her brings into a secret isle, where in eternal bondage die he must, or be the vassal of her pleasures vile, and in all shameful sort himself with her defile. Me, seely wretch, she so at vantage caught, after she long in wait for me did lie, and meant unto her prison to have brought, her loathsome pleasure there to satisfy, that 1,000 deaths me liever were to die, then break the vow that to fair Columbell I plighted have, and yet keep steadfastly. As for my name, it mistreth not to tell, call me the squire of dames, that me beseemeth well. But that bold knight whom ye pursuing saw, that giantess, is not such as she seemed, but a fair virgin, that in martial law and deeds of arms above all dames is deemed, and above many knights is eke esteemed. For her great worth she paladine is hight, she you from death, you me from dread redeemed. Nay, any may that monster match in fight, but she, or such as she, that is so chaste a wight. Her well beseems that quest, quoth Satyrane. But read, thou squire of dames, what vow is this, which thou upon thyself hast lately ta'en? That shall I you recount, quoth he, awis, so be ye pleased to pardon all amiss. That a gentle lady whom I love and serve, after long suit and weary services, did ask me how I could her love deserve, and how she might be sure that I would never swerve. I, glad by any means her grace to gain, bade her command my life to save or spill. Eftsoons she bade me, with incessant pain, to wander through the world abroad at will, and everywhere, where with my power or skill I might do service unto gentle dames, that I the same should faithfully fulfil, and at 12 months' end should bring their names and pledges as the spoils of my victorious games. So well I to fair ladies service did, and found such favour in their loving hearts, that ere the year his course had compassed, 300 pledges for my good desarts, and thrice 300 thanks for my good parts, I with me brought, and did to her present, which when she saw, more bent to eke my smarts, than to reward my trusty true intent. She gan for me devise a grievous punishment, to wit that I my travels should resume, and with like labour walk the world around, nay, ever to her presence should presume, till I so many other dames had found, the which, for all the suit I could propound, would me refuse their pledges to afford, but did abide for ever chaste and sound. Ah, gentle squire, quoth he, tell it one word, how many foundst thou such to put in thy record? Indeed, sir knight, said he, one word may tell all, that I ever found so wisely stayed, for only 3 they were disposed so well, and yet 3 years I now abroad have strayed, to find them out. Mote I, then laughing said the knight, enquire of thee what were those 3, the which thy proffered courtesy denied? Or ill they seemed sure of eyes to be, or brutishly brought up, that never did fashion see? The first which then refused me, said he, certes was but a common courtesan, yet flat refused to have ado with me, because I could not give her many a Jane. Thereat full heartily laughed Satyrane. The second was an holy nun to choose, which would not let me be her chapelaine, because she knew, she said, I would disclose her counsel, if she should her trust in me repose. The third a damsel was, of low degree, whom I in country cottage found by chance. Full little weened I that chastity had lodging in so mean a maintenance. Yet was she fair, and in her countenance dwelt simple truth in seemly fashion. Long thus I wooed her with due observance, in hope unto my pleasure to have won, but was as far at last as when I first begun. Save her, I never any woman found that chastity did for itself embrace, but were for other causes firm and sound, either for want of handsome time and place, or else for fear of shame and foul disgrace. Thus am I hopeless ever to attain my lady's love, in such a desperate case, But all my days am like to waste in vain, seeking to match the chaste with the unchaste lady's train. Perdie, said Satyrane, thou squire of dames, great labour fondly hast thou hent in hand, to get small thanks, and therewith many blames, that may amongst Alcides' labours stand. Thence back returning to the former land, where late he left the beast, he overcame. He found him not, for he had broke his band, and was returned again unto his dame to tell what tidings of fair Florimel became. End of Canto 7, Book 3 of the Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser. Book 3, Canto 8, The Legend of Britomartis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please contact LibriVox.org. The Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser. Book 3, The Legend of Britomartis, or of Chastity. Canto 8. The witch creates a snowy lady, like to Florimel, who, wronged by Carl, by Proteus saved, is sought by Peridel. So oft as I this history record, my heart doth melt with mere compassion, to think how causeless of her own accord this gentle damsel, whom I wrote upon, should plunged be in such affliction, without all hope of comfort or relief, that sure I ween the hardest heart of stone would hardly find to aggravate her grief. For misery craves rather mercy than reprief. But that accursed hag, her hostess late, had so enrankled her malicious heart, that she desired the abridgment of her fate, or long enlargement of her painful smart. Now when the beast, which by her wicked art late forth she sent, she back returning spied, tied with her broken girdle, it a part of her rich spoils, whom he had erst destroyed, she weened, and wondrous gladness to her heart applied. And with it running hastily to her son, thought with that sight him much to have relived, who thereby deeming sure the thing is done, his former grief with fury fresh revived, much more than erst, and would have algates rived the heart out of his breast. For sith her dead he surely dempt, himself he thought deprived quite of all hope, wherewith he long had fed his foolish malady, and long time had misled. With thought whereof exceeding mad he grew, and in his rage his mother would have slain, had she not fled into a secret mew, where she was wont her sprites to entertain the masters of her art. There was she fain to call them all in order to her aid, and them conjure upon eternal pain, to counsel her so carefully dismayed, how she might heal her son, whose senses were decayed. By their advice and her own wicked wit, she there devised a wondrous work to frame, whose like on earth was never framed yet, that even nature's self envied the same, and grudged to see the counterfeit should shame the thing itself. In hand she boldly took to make another, like the former dame, another Florimel, in shape and look so lively and so like, that many it mistook. The substance whereof she the body made was purest snow, in massy mould congealed, which she had gathered in a shady glade of the Riphean hills, to her revealed by errant sprites, but from all men concealed. The same she tempered with fine mercury and virgin wax, that never yet was sealed, and mingled them with perfect vermily, that like a lively sanguine it seemed to the eye. Instead of eyes, 2 burning lamps she set in silver sockets, shining like the skies, and a quick moving spirit did arret to stir and roll them, like a woman's eyes. Instead of yellow locks she did devise with golden wire to weave her curled head, yet golden wire was not so yellow thrice as Florimel's fair hair. And in the stead of life she put a sprite to rule the carcass dead. A wicked sprite, yfraught with fawning guile, and fair resemblance above all the rest, which with the Prince of Darkness fell somewhile from heaven's bliss and everlasting rest. Him needed not instruct, which way were best himself to fashion likest Florimel, nay how to speak, nay how to use his guest, for he in counterfeisance did excel, and all the wiles of women's wits knew passing well. Him shaped thus she decked in garments gay, which Florimel had left behind her late, that whoso then her saw would surely say it was herself whom it did imitate, or fairer than herself, if aught algate might fairer be. And then she forth her brought unto her son, that lay in feeble state, who seeing her gan straight upstart, and thought she was the lady's self whom he so long had sought. Though fast her clipping twixt his armes twain, extremely joyed in so happy sight, and soon forgot his former sickly pain. But she, the more to seem such as she hight, coyly rebutted his embracement light, yet still with gentle countenance retained enough to hold a fool in vain delight. Him long she so with shadows entertained, as her creatress had in charge to her ordained. Till on a day, as he disposed was to walk the woods with that his idol fair, her to disport, and idle time to pass in the open freshness of the gentle air, a knight that way there chanced to repair, yet a knight he was not, but a boastful swain, that deeds of arms had ever in despair, proud braggadocio, that in vaunting vain his glory did repose, and credit did maintain. He seeing with that churl so fair a wight, decked with many a costly ornament, much marvelled thereat, as well he might, and thought that match a foul disparagement. His bloody spear eftsoons he boldly bent against the silly clown, who dead through fear fell straight to ground in great astonishment. Villain, said he, this lady is my dear, die, if thou it gainsay, I will away her bear. The fearful churl durst not gainsay, nor do, but trembling stood and yielded him the prey, who finding little leisure to her woo, on Trumpert's steed her mounted without stay, and without rescue led her quite away. Proud man himself then Braggadocio deemed, and next to none, after that happy day, being possessed of that spoil, which seemed the fairest wight on ground, and most of men esteemed. But when he saw himself free from pursuit, he gan make gentle purpose to his dame, with terms of love and lewdness dissolute, for he could well his glozing speeches frame to such vain uses that him best became. But she thereto would lend but light regard, as seeming sorry that she ever came into his power, that used her so hard to reave her honour, which she more than life preferred. Thus as they two of kindness treated long, there them by chance encountered on the way an armed knight, upon a courser strong, whose trampling feet upon the hollow lay seemed to thunder, and did nigh affray that capon's courage. Yet he looked grim, and fain to cheer his lady in dismay, who seemed for fear to quake in every limb, and her to save from outrage meekly prayed him. Fiercely that stranger forward came, and nigh approaching, with bold words and bitter threat, bade that same boaster as he mote on high to leave to him that lady for excheat, or bide him battle without further treat. That challenge did too peremptory seem, and filled his senses with abashment great. Yet seeing nigh him jeopardy extreme, he it dissembled well, and light seemed to esteem, saying, "Thou foolish knight, that ween'st with words to steal away that I with blows have won, and brought through points of many perilous swords. But if thee list to see thy courser run, or prove thyself, this sad encounter shun, and seek else without hazard of thy head." At those proud words that other knight begun to wax exceeding wroth, and him aread to turn his steed about, or sure he should be dead. "Sith then," said Braggadochio, "needs thou wilt thy days abridge, through proof of puissance, turn we our steeds, that both in equal tilt may meet again, and each take happy chance." This said, they both a furlong's mountenance retired their steeds, to run in even race. But Braggadochio with his bloody lance, once having turned, no more returned his face, but left his love to loss, and fled himself apace. The knight, him seeing fly, had no regard him to pursue, but to the lady rode, and having her from trumpart lightly reared, upon his courser set the lovely load, and with her fled away without abode. Well weened he that fairest Florimell it was, with whom in company he yode, and so herself did all ways to him tell, so made him think himself in heaven, that was in hell. But Florimell herself was far away, driven to great distress by fortune strange, and taught the careful mariner to play, sith late mischance had her compelled to change the land for sea, at randon there to range. Yet there that cruel queen avengeress, not satisfied so far her to estrange from courtly bliss and wonted happiness, did heap on her new waves of weary wretchedness. For being fled into the fisher's boat for refuge from the monstrous cruelty, long so she on the mighty main did float, and with the tide drove forward carelessly. For the air was mild, and cleared was the sky, and all his winds Dan Aeolus did keep from stirring up their stormy enmity, as pitying to see her wail and weep, but all the while the fisher did securely sleep. At last, when drunk with drowsiness he woke, and saw his drover drive along the stream, he was dismayed, and thrice his breast he stroke, for marvel of that accident extreme. But when he saw that blazing beauty's beam, which with rare light his boat did beautify, he marvelled more, and thought he yet did dream, not well awaked, or that some ecstasy assotted had his sense, or dazed was his eye. But when her well avising, he perceived to be no vision, nor fantastic sight, great comfort of her presence he conceived, and felt in his old courage new delight, to 'gin awake, and stir his frozen sprite. Though rudely asked how she thither came, "Ah," said she, "Father, I note read aright what hard misfortune brought me to the same. Yet am I glad that here I now in safety am. But thou, good man, sith far in sea we be, and the great waters gin apace to swell, that now no more we can the main land see. Have care, I pray, to guide the cock-boat well, least worse on sea than us on land befell. Thereat the old man did naught but fondly grin, and said, his boat the way could wisely tell, but his deceitful eyes did never lin to look on her fair face, and mark her snowy skin. The sight whereof in his congealed flesh infixed such secret sting of greedy lust, that the dry withered stock it gan refresh, and kindled heat that soon in flame forth brust. The driest wood is soonest burnt to dust. Rudely to her he leapt, and his rough hand, where ill became him, rashly would have thrust, but she with angry scorn him did withstand, and shamefully reproved for his rudeness fond. But he, that never good nor manners knew, her sharp rebuke full little did esteem. Hard is to teach an old horse amble true. The inward smoke, that did before but steam, broke into open fire and rage extreme. And now he strength gan add unto his will, forcing to do that did him foul misseem. Beastly he threw her down, ne cared to spill her garments gay with scales of fish, that all did fill. The silly virgin strove him to withstand all that she might, and him in vain reviled. She struggled strongly both with foot and hand, to save her honour from that villain viled, and cried to heaven from humane help exiled. O ye brave knights that boast this lady's love, where be ye now, when she is nigh defiled of filthy wretch? Well may she you reprove of falsehood or of sloth, when most it may behove. But if that thou, Sir Satyrane, didst weet, or thou, Sir Peredur, her sorry state, how soon would ye assemble many a fleet to fetch from sea that ye at land lost late? Towers, cities, kingdoms ye would ruinate in your avengement and dispiteous rage. Nay, ought your burning fury mote abate, but if Sir Calidore could it presage, no living creature could his cruelty assuage. But sith that none of all her knights is nigh, see how the heavens of voluntary grace and sovereign favour towards chastity do succour send to her distressed case. So much high God doth innocence embrace. It fortuned, whilst thus she stiffly strove, and the wide sea importuned long space, with shrilling shrieks Proteus abroad did rove, along the foamy waves driving his finny drove. Proteus is shepherd of the seas of yore, and hath the charge of Neptune's mighty herd, an aged sire with head all frowry hoar, and sprinkled frost upon his dewy beard, who when those pitiful outcries he heard, through all the sea so ruefully resound, his chariot swift in haste he thither steered, which with a team of scaly Phocus bound was drawn upon the waves that formed him around. And coming to that fisher's wandering boat, that went at will withouten card or sail, he therein saw that irksome sight, which smote deep indignation and compassion frail into his heart at once. Straight did he hale the greedy villain from his hoped prey, of which he now did very little fail, and with his staff that drives his herd astray, him bet so sore that life and sense did much dismay. The whiles the piteous lady up did rise, ruffled and foully rayed with filthy soil, and blubbered face with tears of her fair eyes. Her heart nigh broken was with weary toil, to save herself from that outrageous spoil. But when she looked up to weet what wight had her from so infamous fact assoiled, for shame, but more for fear of his grim sight, down in her lap she hid her face, and loudly shright. Herself not saved yet from danger dread, she thought, but changed from one to other fear, like as a fearful partridge that is fled from the sharp hawk which her attached near, and falls to ground to seek for succour there, whereas the hungry spaniels she does spy, with greedy jaws her ready for to tear. In such distress and sad perplexity was Florimell, when Proteus she did see thereby. But he endeavoured with speeches mild her to recomfort and a courage bold, bidding her fare no more her foeman viled, nor doubt himself, and who he was her told. Yet all that could not from affright her hold, nay to recomfort her at all prevailed, for her faint heart was with the frozen cold benumbed so inly, that her wits nigh failed, and all her senses with abashment quite were quailed. Her up betwixt his rugged hands he reared, and with his frowry lips full softly kissed, whiles the cold icicles from his rough beard dropped down upon her ivory breast. Yet he himself so busily addressed, that her out of astonishment he wrought, and out of that same fisher's filthy nest, removing her, into his chariot brought, and there with many gentle terms her fair besought. But that old lecher, which with bold assault that beauty durst presume to violate, he cast to punish for his heinous fault. Then took he him yet trembling sith of late, and tied behind his chariot to a grate the virgin, whom he had abused so sore. So dragged him through the waves in scornful state, and after cast him up upon the shore. But Florimell with him unto his bower he bore. His bower is in the bottom of the main, under a mighty rock, gainst which do rave the roaring billows in their proud disdain, that with the angry working of the wave therein is eaten out an hollow cave, that seems rough mason's hand with engines keen had long while laboured it to engrave. There was his one, ne living wight was seen, save one old nymph, hight Panopy, to keep it clean. Thither he brought the sorry Florimell, and entertained her the best he might, and Panopy her entertained eke well, as an immortal mote a mortal wight, to win her liking unto his delight. With flattering words he sweetly wooed her, and offered fair gifts to lure her sight. But she both offers and the offerer despised, and all the fawning of the flatterer. Daily he tempted her with this or that, and never suffered her to be at rest, but evermore she him refused flat, and all his feigned kindness did detest. So firmly she had sealed up her breast. Sometimes he boasted that a god he hight, but she a mortal creature loved best. Then he would make himself a mortal wight, but then she said she loved none but a fairy knight. Then like a fairy knight himself he dressed, for every shape on him he could endue. Then like a king he was to her expressed, and offered kingdoms unto her in view, to be his leman and his lady true. But when all this he nothing saw prevail, with harder means he cast her to subdue, and with sharp threats her often did assail. so thinking for to make her stubborn courage quail. To dreadful shapes he did himself transform, now like a giant, now like to a fiend, then like a centaur, then like to a storm raging within the waves. Thereby he weaned her will to win unto his wished end. But when with fear, nor favour, nor with all he else could do, he saw himself esteemed down in a dungeon deep, he let her fall, and threatened there to make her his eternal thrall. Eternal thraldom was to her more lief than loss of chastity or change of love. Die had she rather in tormenting grief, than any should of falseness her reprove, or looseness, that she lightly did remove. Most virtuous Virgin, glory be thy meed, and crown of heavenly praise with saints above, where most sweet hymns of this thy famous deed are still amongst them song, that far my rhymes exceed. Fit song of angels carolled to be, but yet whatso my feeble muse can frame, shall be t'advance thy goodly chastity, and to enroll thy memorable name in the heart of every honourable dame, that they thy virtuous deeds may imitate, and be partakers of thy endless fame. It irks me, leave thee in this woeful state, to tell of Satyrane, where I left him of late, who having ended with that squire of dames a long discourse of his adventures vain, the which himself then ladies more defames, and finding not the hyena to be slain, with that same squire returned back again to his first way. And as they forward went, they spied a knight fair pricking on the plain, as if he were on some adventure bent, and in his port appeared manly hardiment. Sir Satyrane him towards did address, to weet what wight he was, and what his quest. And coming nigh, eftsoons he gan to guess, both by the burning heart which on his breast he bare, and by the colours in his crest, that Peridel it was. Though to him yode, and him saluting, as beseemed best, gan first enquire of tidings far abroad, and afterwards on which adventure now he rode. Who thereto answering said, the tidings bad, which now in Faerie Court all men do tell, which turned hath great mirth to mourning sad, is the late ruin of proud Marinell, and sudden parture of fair Florimell, to find him forth. And after her are gone all the brave knights that do'n in arms excell. To save guard her, he wandered all alone, amongst the rest my lot unworthy is to be won. Ah, gentle knight, said then Sir Satyrane, thy labour all is lost. I greatly dread that hast a thankless service on thee ta'en, and offerest sacrifice unto the dead. For dead, I surely doubt, thou mayst arede henceforth forever Florimell to be, that all the noble knights of maidenhead, which her adored, may sore repent with me, and all fair ladies may for ever sorry be. Which words when Peridel had heard, his hue gan greatly change, and seemed dismayed to be. Then said, fair sir, how may I ween it true, that ye do tell in such uncertainty? Or speak ye of report, or did ye see just cause of dread, that makes ye doubt so sore? For perdie, else how mote it ever be, that ever hand should dare for to engore her noble blood? The heavens such cruelty abhor. These eyes did see, that they will ever rue they've seen, quoth he. when as a monstrous beast the palfrey, whereon she did travel, slew, and of his bowels made his bloody feast, which speaking token sheweth at the least her certain loss, if not her sure decay. Besides, that more suspicion increased, I found her golden girdle cast astray, distained with dirt and blood as relic of the prey. Ay me, said Paridel, the signs be sad, and but God turn the same to good sooth say, that lady's safety is sore to be dread. Yet will I not forsake my forward way, till trial do more certain truth bewray. Fair sir, quoth he, well may it you succeed, nay long shall Satyrane behind you stay, but to the rest, which in this quest proceed, my labour add, and be partaker of their speed. Ye noble knights, said then the squire of dames, well may ye speed in so praiseworthy pain, but sith the sun now gins to slake his beams in dewy vapours of the western main, and lose the team out of his weary wain, mote not mislike you also to abate your zealous haste, till morrow next again both light of heaven and strength of men relate, which, if ye please, to yonder castle turn your gate. That counsel pleased well, so Oliphir forth marched to a castle them before, where soon arriving they restrained were of ready entrance, which ought evermore to errant knights be common. Wondrous sore thereat displeased they were, till that young squire gan them inform the cause, why that same door was shut to all, which lodging did desire, the which to let you weet will further time require. End of Canto 8, Book 3. The Legend of Britomartis, or of Chastity, the Faerie Queene, by Edmund Spenser.
Book 3, Canto 9, The Legend of Britomartis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. The Faerie Queene, by Edmund Spenser. Book 3, The Legend of Britomartis, Canto 9. Malbecco will no strange knights host for peevish jealousy. Paridel gist with Britomart both show their ancestry. Redoubted knights and honourable dames, to whom I level all my labours end, right sore I fear, least with unworthy blames, this odious argument my rhymes should shend, or aught your goodly patience offend. Whiles of a wanton lady I do write, which with her loose incontinence doth blend the shining glory of your sovereign light, and knighthood foul to face by a faithless knight. But never let the ensample of the bad offend the good, for good by paragon of evil may more notably be rad, as white seems fairer matched with black atone. Nay, all are shamed by the fault of one, for lo in heaven, whereas all goodness is, amongst the angels a whole legion of wicked sprites did fall from happy bliss. What wonder then if one of women all did miss? Then listen, lordings, if ye list to weet, the cause why Satyrane and Paridel mote not be entertained as seemed meet into that castle, as that squire does tell. Therein a cankered, crabbed carle does dwell, that has no skill of court nor courtesy, ne cares what men say of him ill or well, for all his days he drowns in privity, yet has full large to live and spend at liberty. But all his mind is set on mucky pelf, to hoard up heats of evil gotten mass, for which he others wrongs and wrecks himself. Yet is he linked to a lovely lass, whose beauty doth her bounty far surpass, to which to him both far unequal years, and also far unlike conditions has, for she does joy to play amongst her peers, and to be free from hard restraint and jealous fears. But he is old and withered like high, unfit fair ladies service to supply, the privy guilt whereof makes him all why, suspect her guilt and keep continual spy upon her with his other blinked eye, ne suffereth he resort of living wight, approach to her ne keep her company, but in close bower her mused from all men's sight, deprived of kindly joy and natural delight. Malbecco he and Helenor she hight, unfitly yoked together in one team. That is the cause why never any knight is suffered here to enter but he seem, such as no doubt of him me need misdeem. Thereat Sir Satrine gan smile and sigh, extremely mad the man I surely deem, that weens with watch and hard restraint to stye a woman's will which is disposed to go astray. In vain he fears that which he cannot shown, for who wots not that woman's subtle ties can guile an Argus when she list misdown? Is it not iron bands, nor 100 eyes, nor brassen walls, nor many wakeful spies, that can withhold her wilful wandering feet? But fast goodwill with gentle courtesies, and timely service to her pleasures meet, may her perhaps contain, that else would all gates fleet. Then is he not more mad, said Paridel, that hath himself unto such service sold, in doleful thraldom all his days to dwell? For such a fool I do him firmly hold, that loves his fetters though they were of gold. But why do we devise of others ill, whiles thus we suffer this same dotard old to keep us out in scorn of his own will, and rather do not ransack all, and himself kill? Nay, let us first, said Satyrain, entreat the man by gentle means to let us in, and afterwards affray with cruel threat, ere that we to if force it do begin. Then if all fail, we will by force it win, and eke reward the wretch for his misprise, as may be worthy of his heinous sin. That counsel pleased, then Paridel did rise, and to the castle gate approached it quiet wise. Whereat soft knocking entrance he desired, the good man's self, which then the porter plied. Him answered that all were now retired unto their rest, and all the keys conveyed unto their master, who in bed was lied, that none him durst wake out of his dream, and therefore them of patience gently pried. Then Paridel began to chaunge his theme, and threatened him with force and punishment extreme. But all in vain, for naught mote him relent, and now so long before the wicked fast, they waited, and the night was forward spent, and the fair welkin foully overcast, gan blowing up a bitter stormy blast, with shower and hail so horrible and dread, that this fair many were compelled at last to fly for succour to a little shed, the which beside the gate for swine was ordered. It fortuned soon after they were gone, another knight to tempest thither brought, came to that castle, and with earnest moan, like all the rest laid entrance dear besought, but like so as the rest he prayed for naught, for flatly he of entrance was refused. Sorely thereat he was displeased, and thought how to avenge himself so sore abused, and evermore the carle of courtesy accused. But to avoid the intolerable stour, he was compelled to seek some refuge near, and to that shed to shroud him from the shower he came, which full of guests he found whileere. So as he was not let to enter there, whereat he gan to wex exceeding wroth, and swore that he would lodge with them I fear, or them dislodge, all were they lief or loth, and so defied them each, and so defied them both. Both were full loth to leave that needful tent, and both full loath in darkness to debate, yet both full lief him lodging to have lent, and both full lief his boasting to abate. But chiefly Paridel his heart did grate, to hear him threaten so despitefully, as if he did a dog to kennel rate, that durst not bark, and rather had he die, than when he was defied in coward corner lie. Though hastily remounting to his steed, he forth issued like as a boisterous wind, which in the earth's hollow caves hath long been hid, and shut up fast within her prisons blind, makes the huge element against her kind to move and tremble as it were aghast, until that it an issue forth may find. Then forth it breaks, and with his furious blast confounds both land and seas, and skies doth overcast. Their steel-head spears they strongly couched and met, together with impetuous rage and force, that with the terror of their fierce affret they rudely drove to ground both man and horse, that each a while lay like a senseless corse. But Paridel, sore bruised with the blow, could not arise the counter-charge to scourse, till that young squire him reared from below. Then drew he his bright sword, and gan about him throw. But Satrain forth stepping did them stye, and with fair treaty pacified their ire. Then when they were accorded from the fray, against the castle's lord they gan conspire, to heap on him due vengeance for his ire. They being agreed, and to the gates they go, to burn the same with unquenchable fire, and that uncourteous carle their common foe, to do foul death to die, or wrap in grievous woe. Malbecco, seeing him resolved indeed to flame the gates, and hearing them to call for fire in earnest, ran with fearful speed, and to them calling from the castle wall, besought them humbly him to bear withal, as ignorant of servants' bad abuse, and slack attendance unto strangers' call. The knights were willing all things to excuse, though not believed, and entrance late did not refuse. They being brought into a comely bower, and served of all things that mote needful be, yet secretly their host did on them lower, and welcome more for fear than charity. But they dissemble what they did not see, and welcome themselves each gan undight, their garments wet and weary armour free, to dry themselves by Vulcane's flaming light, and eke their lately bruised parts to bring in plight. And eke that stranger knight amongst the rest was for like need enforced to disarray, though when as veiled was her lofty crest, her golden locks that were in trammels gay, upbounden did themselves adown display, and wrought into her heels like sunny beams, that in a cloud their light did long time stay. Their vapour-they did show their golden gleams, and through the pursant air shoot forth their azure streams. She also doffed her heavy habergeon, which the fair feature of her limbs did hide, and her well-plighted frock which she did won, to tuck about her short when she did ride. Her low let fall and flowed from her lank side, down to her foot with careless modesty. Then of them all she plainly was espied, to be a woman white, and wist to be the fairest woman white that ever I did see. Like as Minerva being late returned from slaughter of the giants conquered, where proud Enceladus wide nostrils burned, with breathed flames like to a furnace red, transfixed with the spear down tumbled dead, from top of Hemus by him heaped high, hath loosed her helmet from her lofty head, and her Gorgonian shield gins to untie, from her left arm to rest in glorious victory, which when as they beheld they smitten were with great amazement of so wondrous sight, and each on other and they all on her stood gazing as if sudden great affright had them surprised at last avising right her goodly personage and glorious hue, which they so much mistook they took delight in their first error, and yet still anew with wonder of her beauty fed their hungry view. Yet note their hungry view be satisfied, and seeing still the more desire to see, and ever firmly fixed did abide in contemplation of divinity. But most they marvelled at her chivalry and noble prowess which they had approved, that much they feigned to know who she mote be, yet none of all them her thereof amoved, yet every one her liked and every one her loathed. And Paridel, though partly discontent with his late fall and foul indignity, yet was soon won his malice to relent, through gracious regard of her fair eye, and knightly worth which he too late did try, yet tried did adore. Supper was dight, then did Malbecco prayed of courtesy, that of his lady they might have the sight, and company at meat to do them more delight. But he, to shift their curious request, gan causen why she was not come in place, her cresset health, her late recourse to rest, and humid evening ill for sick folks' case. But none of those excuses could take place, ne'er would they eat, till she in presence came. She came in presence with right comely grace, and fair they saluted as became, and showed herself in all a gentle courteous dame. They sate to meat and sat train his chaunce, was her before and Paridel beside, but he himself sate looking still askance, gainst Britomart and ever closely eyed, Sir Satrain that glances might not glide, but his blind eye that sighted Paridel, all his demesnure from his side did hide. On her fair face so did he feed his fill, and sent close messages of love to her at will. And ever and anon when none was ware, with speaking looks that close embassage bore, he roved at her and told his secret care, for all that art he learned had of yore. Ne was she ignorant of that lewd yore, but in his eye his meaning wisely read, and with the like him answered evermore. She sent at him one fiery dart whose head empoisoned was with privy lust and jealous dread. He from that deadly throe made no defence, but to the wound his weak heart opened wide. The wicked engine through false influence passed through his eyes and secretly did glide into his heart, which it did sorely gride. But nothing new to him was that same pain, ne pain at all, for he so oft had tried the power thereof, and loved so oft in vain. That thing of course he counted love to entertain. Thenceforth to her he sought to intimate his inward grief by means to him well known. Now Bacchus' fruit out of the silver plate he on the table dashed as overthrown, or of the fruitful liquor overflown, and by the dancing bubbles did divine, or therein right to let his love be shown, which well she read out of the learned line, a sacrament profane in mystery of wine. And when so of his hand the pledge she wrought, the guilty cup she feigned to mistake, and in her lap did shed her idle draught, showing desire her inward flame to slake. By such close signs they secret way did make unto their wills, and one eye's watch escape. 2 eyes him needeth for to watch and wake, who lovers will deceive. Thus was the ape by their fair handling put into Malbecco's cape. Now when of meats and drinks they had their fill, purpose was moved by that gentle dame, unto those knights adventurous to tell of deeds and arms which unto them became, and every one his kindred and his name. Then Paridel, in whom a kindly pride of gracious speech and skill his words to frame, abounded, being glad of so fit tide, him to commend to her thus spake of all well-eyed. Troy, that art now naught but an idle name, and in thine ashes buried low dost lie, though whilom far much greater than thy fame, before that angry gods and cruel sky upon thee heaped a direful destiny, which boots it boast thy glorious descent, and fetched from heaven thy great genealogy, sith all thy worthy praises being blent, their offspring hath embassed and later glory shent. Most famous worthy of the world, by whom that war was kindled which did Troy inflame, and stately towers of Ilion whilom brought unto baleful ruin was by name. Sir Paris, far renowned through noble fame, who through great prowess and bold hardiness from Lacedaemon fetched the fairest dame that ever Greece did boast or knight possess, whom Venus to him gave for meed of worthiness. Fair Helen, flower of beauty excellent, and girlond of the mighty conquerors, that madest many ladies dear lament the heavy loss of their brave paramours, which they far off beheld from Trojan towers, and saw the fields of fair Scamander strown with carcasses of noble warriors, whose fruitless lives were under furrows sown, and Xanthus' sandy banks with blood all overflown. From him my lineage I derive aright, who long before the 10 years' siege of Troy, whilst yet on Ida he a shepherd hight, on fair Oenone got a lovely boy, whom for remembrance of her past joy she of his father Paris did name, who after Greeks did Priam's realm destroy, gathered the Trojan relics saved from flame, and with them sailing hence to the Isle of Paris came. That was by him called Paris, which before hight Nausa there be many years did reign, and built Nausical by the Pontic shore, the which he dying left next in remain to Paridas his son, from whom I Paridel by kin descend, but for fair ladies' love and glory's gain, my native soil I've left my days to spend, in sowing deeds of arms my lives and labours end. When as the noble Britomart heard tell of Trojan wars and Priam's city sacked, the rueful story of Sir Paridel, she was impassioned at that piteous act, with zealous envy of Greeks' cruel fact, against that nation from whose race of old she heard that she was lineal extract, for noble Britain sprung from Trojans bold, and Troynovant was built of old Troy's ashes cold. Then sighing soft awhile, at last she thus: O lamentable fall of famous town, which reigned so many years victorious, and of all age ye brought the sovereign crown, in one sad night consumed and thrown down. What stony heart that hears thy hapless fate is not empirist with deep compassion, and makes ensample of man's wretched state, that flowers so fresh at morn and fades at evening late? Behold, sir, how your pitiful complaint hath found another partner of your pain, for nothing may impress so dear constraint as country's cause and commune foes' disdain. But if it should not grieve you, back again to turn your course I would to hear desire what to Aeneas fell, sith that men say he was not in the city's woeful fire consumed, but did himself to safety retire. Anchises, son begot of Venus fair, said he, out of the flames for safeguard fled, and with a remnant did to sea repair. where he through fatal error long was led for many years, and weetless wandered from shore to shore amongst the Lybic sands. Ere rest he found, much there he suffered, and many perils passed in foreign lands, to save his people sad from victors' vengeful hands. At last in Latium he did arrive, where he with cruel war was entertained, of inland folk which sought him back to drive, till he with old Latinus was constrained to contract wedlock, so the fates ordained. Wedlock contract is blood, and eke in blood accomplished, that many dear complained. The rival slain, the victor through the flood escaped hardly praised his wedlock good. Yet after all he victor did survive, and with Latinus did the kingdom part. But after, when both nations 'gan to strive into their names the title to convert, his son Iulus did from thence depart, with all the warlike youth of Trojans blowed, and in long Alba plast his throne apart, where fair it flourished and long time it stowed, till Romulus renewing to Rome remode. There, said Britomart, afresh appeared the glory of the later world to spring, and Troy again out of her dust was reared, to sit in second seat to sovereign king of all the world under her governing. But a third kingdom yet is to arise out of the Trojans' scattered offspring, that in all glory and great enterprise both first and second Troy shall dare to equalize. It Troynavantis height that with the waves of wealthy Thamis washed is along, upon whose stubborn neck whereat he raves, with roaring rage and sore himself does throng, that all men fear to tempt his billows strong. She fastened hath her foot which stands so high, that it a wonder of the world is song. In foreign lands, and all which passen by, beholding it from far, do think it threats the sky. The Trojan brute did first that city found, and high gate made the mere thereof by west, an overt gate by north that is the bound, toward the land to rivers bound the rest. So huge a scope at first him seemed best to be the compass of his kingdom's seat, so huge a mine could not in lesser rest, nay in small meres contain his glory great, that Albion had conquered first by warlike feat. Ah, fairest lady knight, said Paridel, pardon I pray my heedless oversight, who had forgot that whilom I heard tell, from age Mnemon for my wits being light. Indeed, he said, if I remember right, that of the antique Trojan stock there grew another plant that wrought to wondrous height, and far abroad his mighty branches threw into the utmost angle of the world he knew. For that same brute too much he did advance in all his speech was Silvius his son, whom having slain through luckless arrow's glance, he fled for fear of that he had misdone, or else for shame so foul reproach to shown, and with him led to sea and youthly train, where weary wandering they long time did won, and many fortunes proved in th'ocean main, and great adventures found that now were long to sain. At last by fatal course they driven were into an island spacious and broad, the furthest north that did to them appear, which after rest they seeking far abroad, found it the fittest soil for their abode, fruitful of all things fit for living food, but wholly wast and void of peoples trode, save an huge nation of the Geonts abode, that fed on living flesh and drunk men's vital blood. whom he through weary wars and labours long subdued with loss of many Britons bold, in which the great Goy Magot of strong Corinius and Cowlin of Debon old were overthrown and laid on the earth for cold, which quaked under their so hideous mass, a famous history to be enrolled in everlasting monuments of brass, that all the unique worthies' merits far did pass. His work great Troynovant, his work his ake, fair Lincoln both renowned far away, that who from east to west will endlong sake, cannot two fairer cities find this day, except Cleopolis, so heard I say. Old Mnemon, therefore, sir, I greet you well, your country kin, and you entirely pray of pardon for the strife which late befell betwixt us both unknown, so end paradel. But all the while that he these speeches spent, upon his lips hung fair Dame Eleanor, with vigilant regard and due attent, fashioning worlds of fancies evermore, in her frail wit that now her quite forlore, the wheels unwears away her wondering eye, and greedy ear her weak heart from her bore, which he perceiving ever privily, in speaking many false bell-guards at her let fly. So long these knights discoursed diversely of strange affairs and noble hardiment, which they had passed with mickle jeopardy, that now the humid night was far forth spent, and heavenly lamps were half and dearly brent, which the old man seeing well out too long thought every discourse and every argument, which by the hours he measured besought them go to rest, so all unto their bowers were brought. End of Canto 9, Book 3.
Book 3, Canto 10, The Legend of Britomartis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. The Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser. Book 3, Canto 10, The Legend of Britomartis. Paridel rapeth Helenor, Malbecco her pursues, finds amongst satyrs, whence with him to turn she doth refuse. The morrow next, so soon as Phoebus' lamp bewrayed had the world with early light, and fresh Aurora had the shady damp, out of the goodly heaven amoved quite, fair Britomart and that same fairy knight uprose, forth on their journey for to wend. But Paridel complained that his late fight with Britomart so sore did him offend, that ride he could not, till his hurts he did amend. So forth they fared, but he behind them stayed, malgre his host who grudged grievously to house a guest that would be needs obeyed, and of his own him left not liberty. Might wanting measure moveth circuitry. Two things he feared, but the third was death, that fierce young man's unruly mastery, his money which he loved as living breath, and his fair wife, whom honest long he kept uneath. But patience perforce he must abye, what fortune and his fate on him will lay. Fond is the fear that finds no remedy, yet warily he watcheth every way, by which he feareth evil happen may, and so the evil thinks by watching to prevent. Ne doth he suffer her, nor night nor day, out of his sight herself once to absent. So doth he punish her, and eke himself torment. But Paridel kept better watch than he, a fit occasion for his turn to find. False love, why do men say thou canst not see, and in their foolish fancy feign thee blind, that with thy charms the sharpest sight dost bind, and to thy will abuse. Thou walkest free, and seest every secret of the mind. Thou seest all, yet none at all sees thee, all that is by the working of thy deity. So perfect in that art was Peridel, that he Malbeco's halfen eye did wile. His halfen eye he wiled wondrous well, and Helenor's both eyes did eke beguile, both eyes and heart at once, during the while that he there sojourned his wounds to heal. That Cupid's self it seeing, close did smile, to weet how he her love away did steal, and bade that none their joyous treason should reveal. The learned lover lost no time nor tide that least avantage mote to him afford, yet bore so fair a sail that none espied his secret drift, till he her laid aboard. When so in open place and commune board he fortuned her to meet, with commune speech he courted her, yet bated every word, that his ungentle host note him a peach of vile ungentleness or hospitage's breach. But when apart, if ever her apart he found, then his false engines fast he plied, and all the slights unbosomed in his heart. He sighed, he sobbed, he swooned, he he died, and cast himself on ground, her fast beside. Though when again he him bethought to live, he wept and wailed, and false laments belied, saying, but if she mercy would him give, that mote algates die, yet did his death forgive. And other whiles with amorous delights and pleasing toys he would her entertain, now singing sweetly to surprise her sprites, now making lays of love and lovers' pain. Bransels, ballads, viriles, and verses vain, oft purposes, oft riddles he devised, and thousands like, which flowed in his brain, with which he fed her fancy and enticed to take to his new love, and leave her old despised. And everywhere he might, and every while, he did her service dutiful, and sewed at hand with humble pride and pleasing guile, so closely yet that none but she it viewed, who well perceived all, and all endued. Thus finely did he his false nets dispread, with which he many weak hearts had subdued of yore, and many had alike misled. What wonder then if she were likewise carried? No fort so fencible, no walls so strong, but that the continual battery will rive, or daily siege through dispurveyance long, and lack of rescuers will to parley drive, and peace that unto parley ear will give, will shortly yield itself, and will be made the vassal of the victor's will belive. That stratagem had oftentimes assayed this crafty paramour, and now it plain displayed, for through his trains he her entrapped hath, that she her love and heart hath wholly sold to him, without regard of gain or scath, or care of credit, or of husband old, whom she hath vowed to dub a fair cuckold. Not once but time and place, which shortly she devised hath, and to her lover told. It pleased well, so well they both agree, so ready ripe to ill women's counsels be. Dark was the evening, fit for lovers' stealth, when chanced Malbeco busy be elsewhere. She to his closet went, where all his wealth lay hid. Thereof she countless sums did rear, the which she meant away with her to bear. The rest she fired for sport, or for despite, as Helen when she saw aloft appear the Trojan flames, and reach to heaven's height, did clap her hands, and joyed at that doleful sight. This second Helen, fair Dame Helenor, the whiles her husband ran with sorry haste to quench the flames which she had tined before, laughed at his foolish labour spent in waste, and ran into her lover's arms right fast, where straight embraced she to him did cry, and call aloud for help, ere help were past. For lo, that guest would bear her forcibly, and meant to ravish her, that rather had to die. The wretched man, hearing her call for aid, and ready seeing him with her to fly, in his disquiet mind was much dismayed. But when again he backward cast his eye, and saw the wicked fire so furiously consume his heart, and scorch his idol's face, he was therewith distressed diversely, ne wist he how to turn, nor to what place. Was never wretched man in such a woeful case. I when to him she cried, to her he turned, and left the fire, love money overcame. But when he marked how his money burned, he left his wife, money did love disclaim. Both was he loath to lose his loved dame, and loath to leave his liefest pelf behind. Yet sith he note save both, he saved that same which was the dearest to his dunghill mind, the god of his desire, the joy of misers blind. Thus, whilst all things in troublous uproar were, and all men busy to suppress the flame, the loving couple need no rescue fear, but leisure had and liberty to frame their purposed flight, free from all men's reclaim. And night, the patroness of love stealth fair, gave them safe conduct till to end they came. So being they gone afare, a wanton pair of lovers loosely knit, where list them to repair. Soon as the cruel flames he slaked were, Malbecco, seeing how his loss did lie, out of the flames which he had quenched whileare, into huge waves of grief and jealousy full deep implunged was, and drowned nigh. Twixt inward duel and felonous despite, he raved, he wept, he stamped, he loud did cry, and all the passions that in man may light did him at once oppress and vex his cative sprite. Long thus he chawed the cud of inward grief, and did consume his gall with anguish sore. Still when he mused on his late mischief, then still the smart thereof increased more, and seemed more grievous than it was before. At last, when sorrow he saw booted naught, ne grief might not his love to him restore, he gan devise how her he rescue mote. 10,000 ways he cast in his confused thought, at last resolving like a pilgrim poore to search her forth, whereso she might be fond, and bearing with him treasure in close store, the rest he leaves in ground. So takes in hand to seek her endlong, both by sea and land. Long he her sought, he sought her far and near, and everywhere that he mote understand of knights and ladies any meetings were, and of each one he met, he tidings did enquere. But all in vain, his woman was too wise ever to come into his clouch again, and he too simple ever to surprize the jolly Peridel for all his pain. One day, as he forepassed by the plain with weary pace, he far away espied a couple, seeming well to be his twain, which hoved close under a forest side, as if they lay in wait, or else themselves did hide. Well weened he that those the same mote be, and as he better did their shape avise, him seemed more their manner did agree. For the one was armed all in warlike wise, whom to be Peridel he did devise, and the other all yclad in garments light, discoloured like to womanish disguise, he did resemble to his lady bright, and ever his faint heart much earned at the sight. And ever fain he towards them would go, but yet durst not for dread approachen nigh, but stood aloof, unweeting what to do, till that pricked forth with loves extremity, that is the father of foul jealousy, he closely nearer crept, the truth to weet. But as he nigher drew, he easily might cerne that it was not his sweetest sweet, ne yet her bellamour, the partner of his sheet. But it was scornfull braggadocio that with his servant trumpet hovered there, sith late he fled from his too earnest foe, whom such when as Malbecco spied clear, he turned back and would have fled arear, till Trumpet running hastily him did stay, and bad before his sovereign lord appear. That was him loath, yet durst he not gainsay, and coming him before, lo, louted on the lay. The boaster at him sternly bent his brow, as if he could have killed him with his look, that to the ground him meekly made to bow, and awful terror deep into him strook, that every member of his body quook. Said he, Thou man of naught, what doest thou here, unfitly furnished with thy bag and book, where I expected one with shield and spear, to prove some deeds of arms upon an equal peer? The wretched man at his imperious speech was all abashed, and low prostrating said, Good sir, let not my rudeness be no breach unto your patience, ne be illy paid, for I unwares this way by fortune strayed, a silly pilgrim driven to distress, that sake a lady, there he sudden stayed, and did the rest with grievous sighs suppress, while tears stood in his eyes, few drops of bitterness. What, lady man, said Trumpet, take good heart, and tell thy grief, if any hidden lie, was never better time to shew thy smart, than now that noble succour is thee by. That is the whole world's commune remedy. That cheerful word his weak heart much did cheer, and with vain hope his spirits faint supply. That bold he said, O most redoubted peer, vouchsafe with mild regard a wretch's case to hear. Then sighing sore, It is not long, said he, sith I enjoy the gentlest dame alive, of whom a knight, no knight at all, perdie, but shame of all that do for honour strive, by treacherous deceit did me deprive. Through open outrage he her bore away, and with foul force unto his will did drive, which all good knights that arms do bear this day are bound for to revenge, and punish if they may. And you, most noble lord, that can and dare redress the wrong of miserable wight, cannot employ your most victorious spear in better quarrel than defence of right, and for a lady gainst a faithless knight. So shall your glory be advanced much, and all fair ladies magnify your might. And eke myself, all be I simple such, your worthy pain shall well reward with guerdon rich. With that out of his budget forth he drew great store of treasure, there with him to tempt. But he on it looked scornfully askew, as much disdaining to be so misdempt, or a warmonger to be basely nempt, and said, Thy offers base I greatly loath, and eke thy words uncourteous and unkempt. I tread in dust thee and thy money both, that, were it not for shame, so turned him from wrath. But Trumpet, that his master's humour knew, in lofty looks to hide an humble mind, was inly tickled with that golden view, and in his ear him rounded close behind. Yet stooped he not, but lay still in the wind, waiting advantage on the prey to seize, till Trumpet lowly to the ground inclined, besought him his great courage to appease, and pardon, simple man, that rash did him displease. Big looking like a doughty douce pair, at last he thus, Thou clod of vilest clay, I pardon yield, and with thy rudeness bear, but weet henceforth that all that golden prey, and all that else the vain world vaunten may, I loathe as dung, ne deem my due reward. Fame is my meed, and glory virtue's prey, but minds of mortal men are much marred, and moved amiss with massy muck's unmeet regard. And more I grant to thy great misery gracious respect, thy wife shall back be sent, and that vile knight, whoever that he be, which hath thy lady reft, and knighthood shent, by Sanglamort my sword, whose deadly dent the blood hath of so many thousands shed, I swear, ere long shall dearly it repent. Nay, he twixt heaven and earth shall hide his head, but soon he shall be found, and shortly do'n be dead. The foolish man thereat walks wondrous blithe, as if the word so spoken were half done, and humbly thanked him a thousand sith, that had from death to life him newly won. Though forth the boaster marching brave begun his stolen steed to thunder furiously, as if he heaven and hell would overrun, and all the world confound with cruelty, that much Malbecco joyed in his jollity. Thus long they three together travelled, through many a wood and many an uncouth way, to seek his wife that was far wandered. But those two sought naught but the present prey, to weet the treasure which he did bewray, on which their eyes and hearts were wholly set, with purpose how they might it best betray. For sith the hour that first he did them let the same behold, therewith their keen desires were whet. For sith the hour that first he did them let the same behold, therewith their keen desires were whet. It fortuned, as they together fared, they spied where Peridel came pricking fast upon the plain, the which himself prepared to just with that brave stranger knight a cast, as on adventure by the way he passed. Alone he rode without his paragone, for having filched her bells, her up he cast to the wide world, and let her fly alone. He gnawed be clogged, so had he served many one. The gentle lady loose at random left, the greenwood long did walk, and wander wide at wild adventure, like a forlorn weft, till on a day the satyrs her espied, straying alone withouten groom or guide. Her up they took, and with them home her led, with them as housewife ever to abide, to milk their goats and make them cheese and bread, and every one as common good her handled. That shortly she Malbecco has forgot, and eke Sir Peridel, all were he dear, who from her went to seek another lot, and now by fortune was arrived here, where those two guilers with Malbecco were. Soon as the old man saw Sir Peridel, he fainted, and was almost dead with fear, ne word he had to speak, his grief to tell, but to him louted low, and greeted goodly well. And after asked him for Helenor, I take no keep of her, said Peridel, she wonneth in the forest there before. So forth he rode as his adventure fell. The whiles the boaster from his lofty cell feigned to alight, something amiss to mend, but the fresh swain would not his leisure dwell, but went his way, whom when he passed kend, he up remounted light, and after feigned to wend. Perdie, nay, said Malbecco, shall ye not, but let him pass as lightly as he came, for little good of him is to be got, and mickle peril to be put to shame. But let us go to seek my dearest dame, whom he hath left in yonder forest wild. For of her safety in great doubt I am, least salvage beasts her person have despoiled. Then all the world is lost, and we in vain have toiled. They all agree, and forward them addressed. Ah, but, said crafty Trumpet, weet ye well that yonder, in that wasteful wilderness, huge monsters haunt, and many dangers dwell, dragons and minotaurs and fiends of hell, and many wild woodmen, which rob and rend all travellers. Therefore advise ye well, before ye enterprise that way to wend. One may his journey bring too soon to evil end. Malbecco stopped in great astonishment, and with pale eyes fast fixed on the rest, their counsel craved, in danger imminent. Said a trumpet, You that are the most oppressed with burden of great treasure, I think best here for to stay in safety behind. My lord and I will search the wide forest. That counsel pleased not Malbecco's mind, for he was much afraid himself alone to find. Then is it best, he said, that ye do leave your treasure here in some security, either fast closed in some hollow greave, or buried in the ground from jeopardy, till we return again in safety. As for us two, least doubt of us ye have, hence far away we will blindfolded lie, ne privy be unto your treasure's grave. It pleased, so he did. Then they marched forward brave. Now when amid the thickest woods they were, they heard a noise of many bagpipes shrill, and shrieking hubbubs them approaching near, which all the forest did with horror fill. That dreadful sound the boaster's heart did thrill with such amazement, that in haste he fled, ne ever looked back for good or ill, and after him eke fearful trumpet sped. The old man could not fly, but fell to ground half dead. Yet afterwards close creeping as he might, he in a bush did hide his fearful head. The jolly satyrs, full of fresh delight, came dancing forth, and with them nimbly led fair Helenor, with garlands all bespread, whom their May lady they had newly made. She, proud of that new honour which they read, and of their lovely fellowship full glad, danced lively, and her face did with a laurel shade. The silly man that in the thicket lay saw all this goodly sport, and grieved sore, yet durst he not against it do or say, but it did his heart with bitter thoughts engore, to see th' unkindness of his Helenor. All day they danced with great lustihead, and with their horned feet the green grass wore, the whiles their goats upon the browses fed, till drooping Phoebus gan to hide his golden head. Though up they gan their merry pipes to truss, and all their goodly herds did gather round, but every satyr first did give a buss to Helenor, so busses did abound. Now gan the humid vapour shed the ground with pearly dew, and the earth's gloomy shade did dim the brightness of the welkin round, that every bird and beast a warnet made, to shroud themselves, while sleep their senses did invade. Which when Malbecco saw, out of his bush upon his hands and feet he crept full light, and like a goat amongst the goats did rush, that threw the help of his fair horns on height, and misty damp of misconceiving night, and eke through likeness of his goatish beard, he did the better counterfeit aright. So home he marched amongst the horned herd, that none of all the satyrs him espied or heard. At night, when all they went to sleep, he viewed, whereas his lovely wife amongst them lay, embraced of a satyr rough and rude, who all the night did mind his joyous play. 9 times he heard him come aloft ere day, that all his heart with jealousy did swell, but yet that night's ensample did bewray, that not for naught his wife them loved so well, when one so oft a night did ring his maiden's bell. So closely as he could he to them crept, when weary of their sport to sleep they fell, and to his wife, that now full soundly slept, he whispered in her ear, and did her tell that it was he, which by her side did dwell, and therefore prayed her wake to hear him plain, as one out of a dream not waked well. She turned her, and returned back again, yet her for to awake he did the more constrain. At last with irksome trouble she abraid, and then perceiving that it was indeed her old Malbecco which did her upbraid. With looseness of her love and loathly deed, she was astonished with exceeding dread, and would have waked the satyr by her side. But he her prayed for mercy or for meed, to save his life, ne let him be descried, but hearken to his lore, and all his counsel hide. Though gan he her persuade to leave that lewd and loathsome life, of God and man abhorred, and home return, where all should be renewed with perfect peace and bands of fresh accord. And she received again to bed and board, as if no trespass ever had been done. But she it all refused at one word, and by no means would to his will be won, but chose amongst the jolly satyrs still to one. He wooed her till day spring he espied, but all in vain, and then turned to the herd, who butted him with horns on every side, and trod down in the dirt where his hoar beard was foully dight, and he, of death afeard, early before the heaven's fairest light out of the ruddy east was fully reared. The herds out of their folds were loosed quite, and he amongst the rest crept forth in sorry plight. So soon as he the prison door did pass, he ran as fast as both his feet could bear, and never looked who behind him was, ne scarcely who before, like as a bear that creeping close amongst the hives to rear an honeycomb, the wakeful dogs espy, and him assaying sore his carcass tear, that hardly he with life away does fly, ne stays till safe himself he see from jeopardy. Ne stayed he till he came unto the place where late his treasure he entombed had, where when he found it not, for trumpet base had it purloined for his master bad. With extreme fury he became quite mad, and ran with himself away, that who so strangely had him seen bestad, with upstart hair and staring eyes dismay, from limbo lake him late escaped sure would say. High over hills and over dales he fled, as if the wind him on his wings had borne. Ne bank nor bush could stay him when he sped his nimble feet, as treading still on thorn. Grief and despite and jealousy and scorn did all the way him follow hard behind, and he himself loathed so forlorn, so shamefully forlorn of womankind, that as a snake still lurked in his wounded mind. Still fled he forward, looking backward still, ne stayed his flight nor fearful agony, till that he came unto a rocky hill, over the sea suspended dreadfully, that living creature it would terrify, to look adown or upward to the height. From thence he threw himself dispiteously, all desperate of his fore-damned sprite, that seemed no help for him was left in living sight. But through long anguish and self-murthering thought, he was so wasted and forepined quite, that all his substance was consumed to naught, and nothing left, but like an airy sprite, that on the rocks he fell so flit and light, that he thereby received no hurt at all, but chanced on a craggy cliff to light, whence he with crooked claws so long did crawl, that at the last he found a cave with entrance small. Into the same he creeps, and thenceforth there resolved to build his baleful mansion, in dreary darkness and continual fear of that rock's fall, which ever and anon threats with huge ruin him to fall upon, that he dare never sleep, but that one eye still ope he keeps for that occasion, ne ever rests he in tranquillity. The roaring billows beat his bower so boisterously, ne ever is he wont on aught to feed, but toads and frogs, his pasture poisonous, which in his cold complexion do breed a filthy blood, or humour rancorous, matter of doubt and dread suspicious, that doth with cureless care consume the heart, corrupts the stomach with gall vicious, cross-cuts the liver with internal smart, and doth transfix the soul with death's eternal dart. Yet can he never die, but dying lives, and doth himself with sorrow new sustain, that death and life at once unto him gives, and painful pleasure turns to pleasing pain. There dwells he ever, miserable swain, hateful both to himself and every wight, where he through privy grief and horror vain is waxen so deformed that he has quite forgot he was a man, and jealousy is hight. End of Canto 10. Book 3, Canto 11. The Legend of Britomartis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser. Book 3. The Legend of Britomartis. Canto 11. Britomart chaseth Oliphant, finds Scudamore distressed, assays the house of Busarane, where love's spoils are expressed. O hateful hellish snake, what fury first brought thee from baleful house of Proserpine, where in her bosom she thee long had nursed, and fostered up with bitter milk of Tyne? Foul jealousy, that turnest love divine to joyless dread, and makest the loving heart with hateful thoughts to languish and to pine, and feed itself with self-consuming smart. Of all the passions in the mind, thou vilest art. O let him far be banished away, and in his stead let love for ever dwell, sweet love, that doth his golden wings embay in blessed nectar, and pure pleasures well, untroubled of vile fear or bitter fell. And ye fair ladies, that your kingdoms make in the hearts of men, them govern wisely well, and of fair Britomart ensample take, that was as true in love as turtle to her make, who with Sir Satyrane, as erst ye read, forth riding from Malbeco's hostless house, far off espied a young man, the which fled from an huge giant, that with hideous and hateful outrage long him chased thus. It was that Oliphant, the brother dear of that Argante vile and vicious, from whom the squire of dames was reft whileer. This all as bad as she, and worse if worse aught were. For as the sister did in feminine and filthy lust exceed all womankind, so he surpassed his sex masculine in beastly use that I did ever find. Whom when as Britomart beheld behind the fearful boy so greedily pursue, she was enmoved in her noble mind to employ her puissance to his rescue, and prick it fiercely forward where she him did view. Ne was Sir Satyrane her far behind, but with like fierceness did ensue the chase, whom when the giant saw, he soon rescind his former suit, and from them fled apace. They after both, and boldly bade him base, and each did strive the other to outgo, but he them both outran a wondrous space. For he was long and swift as any roe, and now made better speed t'escape his feared foe. It was not Satyrane whom he did fear, but Britomart, the flower of chastity, for he the power of chaste hands might not bear, but always did their dread encounter fly. And now so fast his feet he did apply, that he has gotten to a forest near, where he is shrouded in security. The wood they enter, and search everywhere. They searched diversely, so both divided were. Fair Britomart so long him followed, that she at last came to a fountain sheer, by which there lay a knight all wallowed upon the grassy ground, and by him near his habergeon, his helmet, and his spear. A little off his shield was rudely thrown, on which the winged boy in colours clear depainted was, full easy to be known, and he thereby, wherever it in field was shown. His face upon the ground did grovelling lie, as if he had been slumbering in the shade, that the brave maid would not for courtesy out of his quiet slumber him upbraid, nor seem too suddenly him to invade. Still, as she stood, she heard with grievous throb him groan, as if his heart were pieces made, and with most painful pangs to sigh and sob, that pity did the virgin's heart of patience rob. At last forth breaking into bitter plaints, he said, O sovereign Lord that sitt'st on high, and reign'st in bliss amongst thy blessed saints, how sufferest thou such shameful cruelty, so long unwreaked of thine enemy? Or hast thou, Lord, of good men's cause no heed? Or doth thy justice sleep and silent lie? What booteth then the good and righteous deed, if goodness find no grace, nor righteousness no meed? If good find grace, and righteousness reward, why then is Amoret in cative band, sith that more bounteous creature never fared on foot upon the face of living land? Or if that heavenly justice may withstand the wrongful outrage of unrighteous men, why then is Busarane with wicked hand suffered these 7 months day in secret den my lady and my love so cruelly to pen? My lady and my love is cruelly penned in doleful darkness from the view of day, whilst deadly torments do her chaste breast rend, and the sharp steel doth rive her heart in tway. All for she Scudamore will not denay, yet thou, vile man, vile Scudamore art sound, ne canst her aid, ne canst her foe dismay, unworthy wretch to tread upon the ground, for whom so fair a lady feels so sore a wound. There an huge heap of singulfs did oppress his struggling soul, and swelling throbs impeach his faltering tongue with pangs of dreariness, choking the remnant of his plaintive speech, as if his days were come to their last reach. Which when she heard and saw the ghastly fit, threatening into his life to make a breach, both with great ruth and terror she was smit, fearing least from her cage the weary soul would flit. Though stooping down she him a moved light, who therewith somewhat starting, up again look, and seeing him behind a stranger knight, whereas no living creature he mistook, with great indignance he that sight forsook, and down again himself disdainfully objecting, the earth with his fair forehead strook. Which the bold virgin seeing, gan apply fit medicine to his grief, and spake thus courteously: Ah, gentle knight, whose deep conceived grief well seems t'exceed the power of patience, yet if that heavenly grace some good relief you send, submit you to high providence, and ever in your noble heart prepense that all the sorrow in the world is less than virtue's might and value's confidence. For who nil bide the burden of distress must not here think to live, for life is wretchedness. Therefore, fair sir, do comfort to you take, and freely read what wicked felon so hath outraged you, and thralled your gentle make. Perhaps this hand may help to ease your woe, and wreak your sorrow on your cruel foe. At least it fair endeavour will apply, Those feeling words so near the quick did go, that up his head he reared easily, and leaning on his elbow, these few words let fly. What boots it plain that cannot be redressed, and so vain sorrow in a fruitless ear? Sith power of hand, nor skill of learned breast, ne worldly price cannot redeem my dear out of her thraldom and continual fear. For he the tyrant, which her hath in ward by strong enchantments and black magic leer, hath in a dungeon deep her close embarr'd, and many dreadful fiends hath pointed to her guard. There he tormenteth her most terribly, and day and night afflicts with mortal pain, because to yield him love she doth deny, once to me yold, not to be yold again. But yet by torture he would her constrain love to conceive in her disdainful breast, till so she do, she must in dool remain, ne may by living means be thence relest. What boots it then to plain that cannot be redressed? With this sad hersel of his heavy stress, the warlike damsel was impassioned sore, and said: Sir Knight, your cause is nothing less than is your sorrow, certes if not more. For nothing so much pity doth implore as gentle ladies' helpless misery. But yet, if please ye listen to my lore, I will, with proof of last extremity, deliver her fro thence, or with her for you die. Ah, gentlest knight alive, said Scudamore, what huge heroic magnanimity dwells in that bounteous breast! What couldst thou more if she were thine, and thou as now am I? O spare thy happy days, and them apply to better boot, but let me die that ought. More is more loss, one is enough to die. Life is not lost, said she, for which is bought endless renown, that more than death is to be sought. Thus she at length persuaded him to rise, and with her wend, to see what new success mote him befall upon new enterprise. His arms, which he had vowed to disprofess, she gathered up, and did about him dress, and his forewandred steed unto him got. So forth they both yfere make their progress, and march not past the mountenance of a shot, till they arrived whereas their purpose they did plot. There they dismounting drew their weapons bold, and stoutly came unto the castle gate, whereas no gate they found them to withhold, nor ward to wait at morn and evening late, but in the porch that did them sore amate, a flaming fire ymixed with smouldry smoke, and stinking sulphur, that with grisly hate and dreadful horror did all entrance choke, enforced them their forward footing to revoke. Greatly thereat was Britomart dismayed, nay, in that stound wist how herself to bear, for danger vain it were to have assayed that cruel element which all things fear, nay, none can suffer to approachen near. And turning back to Scudamore, thus said: What monstrous enmity provoke we here, foolhardy as the earth's children, the which made battle against the gods, so we a god invade? Danger with discretion to attempt inglorious and beastlike is. Therefore, Sir Knight, areed what course of you is safest dampt, and how we with our foe may come to fight. This is, quoth he, the dolorous despite which erst to you I plained, for neither may this fire be quenched by any wit or might, ne yet by any means removed away, so mighty be the enchantments which the same do stay. What else is there, but cease these fruitless pains, and leave me to my former languishing? Fair Amoret must dwell in wicked chains, and Scudamore here die with sorrowing. Perdie not so, said she, for shameful thing it were t'abandon noble chevisance, for shew of peril without venturing. Rather let try extremities of chance, than enterprised praise for dread to disavance. Therewith resolved to prove her utmost might, her ample shield she threw before her face, and her sword's point directing forward right, assailed the flame, the which eftsoons gave place, and did itself divide with equal space, that through she passed, as a thunderbolt pierceth the yielding air, and doth displace the soaring clouds into sad showres immolt. So to her yoled the flames, and did their force revolt. Whom when as Scudamore saw pass the fire, safe and untouched, he likewise gan assay with greedy will and envious desire, and bad the stubborn flames to yield him way. But cruel Mulciber would not obey his threatful pride, but did the more augment his mighty rage, and with imperious sway him forced, malgre his fierceness to relent, and back retire all scorcht and pitifully brent. With huge impatience he inly swelt, more for great sorrow that he could not pass, then for the burning torment which he felt, that with fell woodness he afferced was, and wilfully him throwing on the grass, did beat and bounce his head and breast full sore, the whiles the championess now entred has the utmost Rome, and past the foremast door, the utmost Rome abounding with all precious store. For round about the walls yclothed were with goodly arras of great majesty, woven with gold and silk so close and near, that the rich metal lurked privily, as feigning to be hid from envious eye. Yet here and there and everywhere unwares it shewed itself and shone unwillingly, like a discoloured snake, whose hidden snares through the green grass his long bright burnished back declares. And in those tappets were fashioned many fair portraits, and many a fair feat, and all of love, and all of lustihead, as seemed by their semblant did entreat. And eke all Cupids warres they did repeat, and cruel battles, which he whilom fought gainst all the gods, to make his empire great, besides the huge massacres which he wrought on mighty kings and Caesars, into thraldom brought. Therein was writ how often thundering Jove had felt the point of his heart-piercing dart, and leaving heaven's kingdom, here did rove in straunch disguise to slake his scalding smart, now like a ram, fair Helle to pervart, now like a bull, Europa to withdraw. Ah, how the fearful lady's tender heart did lively seem to tremble, when she saw the huge seas under her t'obey her servants' law. Soon after that into a golden shower himself he changed fair Danae to view, and through the roof of her strong brazen tower did rain into her lap an honey dew, the whiles her foolish guard, that little knew of such deceit, kept th' iron door fast barred, and watched that none should enter nor issue. Vain was the watch, and bootless all the ward, when as the god to golden hue himself transferred. Then was he turned into a snowy swan, to win fair Leda to his lovely trade. O wondrous skill and sweet wit of the man, that her in daffodilly sleeping made, from scorching heat her dainty limbs to shade. Whiles the proud bird ruffing his feathers wide, and brushing his fair breast, did her invade. She slept, yet twixt her eyelids closely spied how towards her he rushed, and smiled at his pride. Then shewed it how the Theban Semele, deceived of jealous Juno, did require to see him in his sovereign majesty, armed with his thunderbolts and lightning fire, whence dearly she with death brought her desire. But fair Alcmena better match did make, joying his love in likeness more entire. 3 nights in one they say, that for her sake he then did put, her pleasures longer to partake. Twice was he seen in soaring eagle's shape, and with wide wings to beat the buxom air. Once when he with Asterie did scape, again when as the Trojan boy so fair he snatched from Ida hill, and with him bare. Wondrous delight it was there to behold how the rude shepherds after him did stare, trembling through fear least down he fallen should, and often to him calling, to take surer hold. In Satyr shape Antiope he snatched, and like a fire when he Aegeon assayed, a shepherd when Mnemosyne he catched, and like a serpent to the Thracian maid. Whiles thus on earth great Jove these pageants played, the winged boy did thrust into his throne, and scoffing thus unto his mother said, Lo, how the heavens obey to me alone, and take me for their Jove, whiles Jove to earth is gone. And thou, fair Phoebus, in thy colours bright wast there inwoven, and the sad distress in which that boy thee plunged, for despite that thou bewrayedst his mother's wantonness, when she with Mars was meant for joyfulness. For thy he thrilled thee with a leaden dart, to love fair Daphne, which thee loved less she thee loved, then was thy just desart. Yet was thy love her death, and her death was thy smart. So lov'st thou the lusty Hyacinth, so lov'st thou the fair Coronis dear, yet both are of thy hapless hand extinct, yet both in flowers do live, and love thee bear, the one a Ponce, the other a sweet Brere. For grief whereof ye mote have lightly seen the God himself rending his golden hair, and breaking quite his girland evergreen, with other signs of sorrow and impatient teen. Both for those two, and for his own dear son, the son of Clymene, he did repent, who bold to guide the chariot of the sun, himself in thousand pieces fondly rent, and all the world with flashing fire brent, so like that all the walls did seem to flame. Yet cruel Cupid, not herewith content, forced him eftsoons to follow other game, and love a shepherd's daughter for his dearest dame. He loved Issa for his dearest dame, and for her sake her cattle fed a while, and for her sake a cowherd vile became, the servant of Admetus, cowherd vile, whiles that from heaven he suffered exile. Long were to tell each other lovely fit, now like a lion hunting after spoil, now like a hag, now like a falcon flit, all which in that fair Arras was most lively writ. Next unto him was Neptune pictured, in his divine resemblance wondrous like. His face was rugged, and his hoary head dropped with brackish dew. His three forked pike he sternly shook, and therewith fierce did strike the raging billows, that on every side they trembling stood, and made a long broad dike, that his swift chariot might have passage wide, which four great Hippodames did draw in a team wise tied. His sea horses did seem to snort amain, and from their nostrils blow the briny stream, that made the sparkling waves to smoke again, and flame with gold, but the white foamy cream did shine with silver, and shoot forth his beam. The God himself did pensive seem and sad, and hung adown his head, as he did dream for privy love his breast empierced had. Ne aught but dear Bisaltis, aye, could make him glad. He loved Aequiphemedia dear, and Aeolus' fair daughter Arne hight, for whom he turned himself into a steer, and fed on fodder to beguile her sight. Also to win Deucalion's daughter bright, he turned himself into a dolphin fair, and like a winged horse he took his flight, to snaky lock Medusa to repair, on whom he got fair Pegasus that flitteth in the air. Next Saturn was, but who would ever ween that sullen Saturn ever weened to love? Yet love is sullen, and Saturn-like seen, as he did for Erigone it prove, that to a Centaur did himself transmove. So proved it eke that gracious God of wine, when for to compass Philirus hard love, He turned himself into a fruitful vine, and into her fair bosom made his grapes decline. Long were to tell the amorous assays and gentle pangs with which he maked meek the mighty Mars, to learn his wanton plays. How oft for Venus, and how often eke for many other nymphs, he sore did shriek, with womanish tears and with unwarlike smarts, privily moistening his horrid cheek. There was he painted full of burning darts, and many wide wounds launched through his inner parts. Ne did he spare, so cruel was the elf, his own dear mother. Ah, why should he so? Ne did he spare sometime to prick himself, that he might taste the sweet consuming woe, which he had wrought to many others moe, but to declare the mournful tragedies and spoils, wherewith he all the ground did strow, more eath to number, with how many eyes high heaven beholds sad lovers' nightly thieveries. Kings, queens, lords, ladies, knights, and damsels gent were heaped together with the vulgar sort, and mingled with the rascal rabblement, without respect of persons or of port, to shew Dan Cupid's power and great effort. And round about a border was entrailed of broken bows and arrows shivered short, and a long bloody river through them railed, so lively and so like that a living sense it failed. And at the upper end of that fair room there was an altar built of precious stone, of passing value and of great renown, on which there stood an image all alone, of massy gold, which with his own light shone, and wings it had with sundry colours dight, more sundry colours than the proud pavone bears in his boasted fan, or iris bright, when her discoloured bow she spreads through heaven bright. Blindfold he was, and in his cruel fist a mortal bow and arrows keen did hold, with which he shot at random when him list, some headed with sad lead, some with pure gold. Ah, man, beware how thou those darts behold. A wounded dragon under him did lie, whose hideous tail his left foot did enfold, and with a shaft was shot through either eye, that no man forth might draw, ne no man remedy. And underneath his feet was written thus: Unto the victor of the gods this be. And all the people in that ample house did to that image bow their humble knee, and oft committed foul idolatry. That wondrous sight fair Britomart amazed, ne seeing could her wonder satisfy, but ever more and more upon it gazed, the whiles the passing brightness her frail senses dazed. Though as she backward cast her busy eye, to search each secret of that goodly stead, over the door thus written she did spy: Be bold. She oft and oft it overread, yet could not find what sense it figured. But whatso were therein or writ or meant, she was no whit thereby discouraged from prosecuting of her first intent, but forward with bold steps into the next room went. Much fairer than the former was that room, and richlier by many parts arrayed, for not with arras made and painful loom, but with pure gold it all was overlaid, wrought with wild antiques, which their follies played. In the rich metal, as they living were, 1,000 monstrous forms therein were made, such as false love doth oft upon him wear, for love in 1,000 monstrous forms doth oft appear. And all about the glistering walls were hung with warlike spoils, and with victorious praise of mighty conquerors and captains strong, which were whilome captived in their days to cruel love, and wrought their own decays. Their swords and spears were broke, and hauberks rent, and their proud girlands of triumphant bays trodden in dust with fury insolent, to shew the victors' might and merciless intent. The warlike maid, beholding earnestly the goodly ordinance of this rich place, did greatly wonder, ne could satisfy her greedy eyes with gazing a long space. But more she marvelled, that no footings trace nor wight appeared, but wasteful emptiness, and solemn silence over all that place. Strange thing it seemed, that none was to possess so rich purveyance, ne them keep with carefulness. And as she looked about, she did behold that over that same door was likewise writ, be bold, and everywhere be bold. That much she mused, yet could not construe it by any riddling skill or commune wit. At last she spied at that roome's upper end another iron door, on which was writ, be not too bold. Whereto though she did bend her earnest mind, yet wist not what it might intend. Thus she there waited until eventide, yet living creature none she saw appear. And now sad shadows gan the world to hide from mortal view, and wrap in darkness drear. Yet nould she doff her weary arms for fear of secret danger, ne let sleep oppress her heavy eyes with nature's burden dear, but drew herself aside in sickerness, and her well-pointed weapons did about her dress. End of Canto 11, Book 3. The Legend of Britomartis. Book 3, Canto 12. The Legend of Britomartis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser, Book 3. The Legend of Britomartis, Canto 12. The mask of Cupid and the enchanted chamber are displayed, whence Britomart redeems fair Amoret through charms decayed. Though when as cheerless night ye covered had fair heaven with an universal cloud, that every wight, dismayed with darkness sad, in silence and in sleep themselves did shroud, she heard a shrilling trumpet sound aloud, sign of nigh battle or got victory. Naught therewith daunted was her courage proud, but rather stirred to cruel enmity, expecting ever when some foe she might descry. With that an hideous storm of wind arose, with dreadful thunder and lightning atwixt, and an earthquake, as if it straight would lose the world's foundations from his centre fixt. A direful stench of smoke and sulphur mixt ensued, whose noyance filled the fearful stead from the 4th hour of night until the 6th. Yet the bold Britoness was naught ydread, though much enmoved, but steadfast still persevered. All suddenly a stormy whirlwind blew throughout the house, that clapped every door, with which that iron wicket open flew, as it with mighty levers had been tore, and forth issued, as on the ready floor of some theatre, a grave personage, that in his hand a branch of laurel bore, with comely haviour and countenance sage, yclad in costly garments fit for tragic stage. Proceeding to the midst, he still did stand, as if in mind he somewhat had to say, and to the vulgar beckoning with his hand, in sign of silence, as to hear a play, by lively actions he gan bewray some argument of matter passioned, which done, he back retired soft away, and passing by his name discovered, Ease, on his robe in golden letters ciphered. The noble maid, still standing, all this viewed, and marvelled at his strange intendiment. With that a joyous fellowship issued, of minstrels making goodly merriment, with wanton bards and rhymers impudent, all which together sung full cheerfully a lay of love's delight, with sweet consent. After whom marched a jolly company, in manner of a masque, enranged orderly. The whiles a most delicious harmony, in full strange notes, was sweetly heard to sound, that the rare sweetness of the melody the feeble senses wholly did confound, and the frail soul in deep delight nigh drowned. And when it ceased, shrill trumpets loud did bray, that their report did far away rebound. And when they ceased, it gan again to play, the whiles the maskers marched forth in trim array. The first was Fancy, like a lovely boy of rare aspect and beauty without peer, matchable either to that imp of Troy, whom Jove did love, and chose his cup to bear, or that same dainty lad which was so dear to great Alcides, that when as he died, he wailed womanlike with many a tear, and every wood and every valley wide he filled with Hylas' name, the nymphs eke Hylas cried. His garment neither was of silk nor say, but painted plumes in goodly order dight, like as the sunburnt Indians do array their tawny bodies in their proudest plight. As those same plumes, so seemed he vain and light, that by his gait might easily appear, for still he fared as dancing in delight, and in his hand a windy fan did bear, that in the idle air he moved still here and there. And him beside marched amorous Desire, who seemed of riper years than th'other swain, yet was that other swain this elder's sire, and gave him being commune to them twain. His garment was disguised very vain, and his embroidered bonnet set awry. Twixt both his hands few sparks he close did strain, which still he blew, and kindled busily, that soon they life conceived, and forth in flames did fly. Next after him went Doubt, who was clad in a discoloured coat of strange disguise, that at his back a broad capuccio had, and sleeves dependent Albanese wise. He looked askew with his mistrustful eyes, and nicely trode as thorns lay in his way, or that the floor to shrink he did avise, and on a broken reed he still did stay his feeble steps, which shrunk when hard thereon he lay. With him went Danger, clothed in ragged weed, made of bear's skin, that him more dreadful made. Yet his own face was dreadful, ne did need strange horror to deform his griesly shade. A net in the one hand, and a rusty blade in the other was, this mischief, that mishap. With the one his foes he threatened to invade, with the other he his friends meant to enwrap, for whom he could not kill he practised to entrap. Next to him was Fear, all armed from top to toe, yet thought himself not safe enough thereby, but feared each shadow moving to and fro, and his own arms, when glittering he did spy, or clashing heard, he fast away did fly, as ashes, pale of hue and winged healed, and evermore on Danger fixed his eye, gainst whom he always bent a brazen shield, which his right hand, unarmed, fearfully did wield. With him went Hope in rank, a handsome maid, of cheerful look and lovely to behold. In silken samite she was light arrayed, and her fair locks were woven up in gold. She alway smiled, and in her hand did hold an holy water sprinkle, dipped in dew, with which she sprinkled favours manifold, on whom she list, and did great liking show, great liking unto many, but true love to few. And after them Dissemblance and Suspect marched in one rank, yet an unequal pair, for she was gentle and of mild aspect, courteous to all, and seeming debonair, goodly adorned and exceeding fair. Yet was that all but painted and purloined, and her bright brows were decked with borrowed hair. Her deeds were forged, and her words false coined, and always in her hand 2 clues of silk she twined. But he was foul, ill-favoured, and grim, under his eyebrows looking still askance, and ever as dissemblance laugh'd on him, he lour'd on her with dangerous eye-glance, shewing his nature in his countenance. His rolling eyes did never rest in place, but walked each where, for fear of hid mischance, holding a lattice still before his face, through which he still did peep, as forward he did pace. Next him went Grief, and Fury match'd fear. Grief, all in sable, sorrowfully clad, down hanging his dull head with heavy cheer, yet inly being more than seeming sad. A pair of pincers in his hand he had, with which he pinched people to the heart, that from thenceforth a wretched life they lad, in wilful languor and consuming smart, dying each day with inward wounds of dolorous dart. But Fury was full ill apparelled, in rags that naked nigh she did appear, with ghastly looks and dreadful drearihead, for from her back her garments she did tear, and from her head oft rent her snarled hair. In her right hand a firebrand she did toss about her head, still roaming here and there, as a dismayed deer in chase embossed, forgetful of his safety, hath his right way lost. After them went Displeasure and Pleasance, he looking lumpish and full sullen sad, and hanging down his heavy countenance, she cheerful, fresh, and full of joyance glad, as if no sorrow she ne felt ne dread. That evil matched pair they seemed to be. An angry wasp the one in a vial had, the other in hers a honey lady bee. Thus marched these 6 couples forth in fair degree. After all these there marched a most fair dame, led of 2 gricy villaines, the one Despite, the other cleeped Cruelty by name. She, doleful lady, like a dreary sprite, called by strong charms out of eternal night, had Death's own image figured in her face, full of sad signes, fearful to living sight, yet in that horror shewed a seemly grace, and with her feeble feet did move a comely pace. Her breast all naked as net ivory, without adorn of gold or silver bright, wherewith the craftsman wants it beautify, of her due honour was despoiled quite, and a wide wound therein, O rueful sight, entrenched deep with knife accursed keen, yet freshly bleeding forth her fainting sprite. The work of cruel hand was to be seen, that dyed in sanguine red her skin all snowy clean. At that wide orifice her trembling heart was drawn forth, and in silver bason laid, quite through transfixed with a deadly dart, and in her blood yet steaming fresh embayed. And those 2 villaines, which her steps upstayd, when her weak feet could scarcely her sustain, and fading vitall powers gan to fade, her forward still with torture did constrain, and evermore increased her consuming pain. Next, after her, the winged God himself came riding on a lion ravenous, taught to obey the menage of that elf, that man and beast with power imperious subdueth to his kingdom tyrannous. His blindfold eyes he bade a while unbind, that his proud spoil of that same dolorous fair dame he might behold in perfect kind, which seen he much rejoiced in his cruel mind, of which full proud, himself uprearing high, he looked round about with stern disdain, and did survey his goodly company, and marshalling the evil ordered train, with that the darts which his right hand did strain, full dreadfully he shook, that all did quake, and clapt on high his coloured wings twain. that all his many it afraid did make, though blinding him again, his way he forth did take. Behind him was reproach, repentance, shame. Reproach the first, shame next, repent behind. Repentance feeble, sorrowful, and lame. Reproach despiteful, careless, and unkind. Shame most ill-favoured, bestial, and blind. Shame lowered, repentance sighed, reproach did scold. Reproach sharp stings, repentance whips entwined. Shame burning brond irons in her hand did hold, all three to each unlike, yet all made in one mould. And after them a rude confused rout of persons flocked, whose names is hard to read. Amongst them was stern strife and anger stout, unquiet care and fond unthrifty head, lewd loss of time and sorrow seeming dead, inconstant change and false disloyalty, consuming riotize and guilty dread of heavenly vengeance, faint infirmity, vile poverty, and lastly death with infamy. There were full many mo like maladies, whose names and natures I note reading well, so many mo as there be fantasies in wavering women's wit that none can tell, or pains in love, or punishments in hell, all which disguised marched in masking wise about the chamber with that damosel, and then returned, having marched thrice, into the inner room from whence they first did rise. So soon as they were in, the door straightway fast locked, driven with that stormy blast which first it opened, and bore all away. Then the brave maid, which all this while was plast in secret shade, and saw both first and last, issued forth and went unto the door to enter in, but found it locked fast. It vain she thought with rigorous uproar for to efforce, when charms had closed it afore. Where force might not avail, there sleights and art she cast to use, both fit for hard emprise, for thy from that same room not to depart till morrow next she did herself avise, when that same mask again should forth arise. The morrow next appeared with joyous cheer, calling men to their daily exercise. Then she, as morrow fresh, herself did rear out of her secret stand, that day for to outwear. All that day she outwore in wandering and gazing on that chambers ornament, till that again the second evening her covered with her sable vestiment, wherewith the world's fair beauty she hath blent. Then when the second watch was almost past, that brazen door flew open, and in went bold Britomart, as she had late forecast, neither of idle shews nor of false charms aghast. So soon as she was entred, round about she cast her eyes to see what was become of all those persons which she saw without. But lo, they straight were vanished all and some, nay living wight she saw in all that room, save that same woeful lady, both whose hands were bounden fast, that did her ill become, and her small waist girt round with iron bands, unto a brazen pillar by the which she stands. And her before the vile enchanter sate, figuring strange characters of his art, with living blood he those characters rate, dreadfully dropping from her dying heart, seeming transfixed with a cruel dart, and all perforce to make her him to love. Ah, who can love the worker of her smart? 1,000 charms he formerly did prove, yet 1,000 charms could not her steadfast heart remove. Soon as that virgin knight he saw in place, his wicked books in haste he overthrew, not caring his long labours to deface, and fiercely running to that lady true, a murderous knife out of his pocket drew, the which he thought for villainous despite in her tormented body to imbrue. But the stout damsel, to him leaping light, his cursed hand withheld, and mastered his might. From her, to whom his fury first he meant, the wicked weapon rashly he did wrest, and turning to herself his fell intent, unwares it strook into her snowy chest, that little drops empurpled her fair breast. Exceeding wroth therewith the virgin grew, albe the wound was nothing deep impressed, and fiercely forth her mortal blade she drew, to give him the reward for such vile outrage due. So mightily she smote him, that to ground he fell half dead. Next stroke him should have slain, had not the lady, which by him stood bound, dernly unto her called to abstain from doing him to die. For else her pain should be remediless, sith none but he, which wrought it, could the same recure again. Therewith she stayed her hand, loath stayed to be, for life she him envied, and long revenge to see. And to him said, thou wicked man, whose meed for so huge mischief and vile villainy is death, or if that ought do death exceed, be sure that naught may save thee from to die. Be sure that naught may save thee from to die. But if that thou this dame do presently restore unto her health and former state, this do and live, else die undoubtedly. He, glad of life that looked for death but late, did yield himself right willing to prolong his date. And rising up, gan straight to overlook those cursed leaves, his charms back to reverse. Full dreadful things out of that baleful book he read, and measured many a sad verse, that horror gan the virgin's heart to purse, and her fair locks upstarred stiff on end. Hearing him those same bloody lines rehearse, and all the while he read, she did extend her sword high over him, if aught he did offend. Anon she gan perceive the house to quake, and all the doors to rattle round about, yet all that did not her dismayed make, nor slack her threatful hand for danger's doubt, but still with steadfast eye and courage stout abode to weet what end would come of all. At last that mighty chain, which round about her tender waist was wound, adown gan fall, and that great brazen pillar broke in pieces small. The cruel steel, which thrilled her dying heart, fell softly forth, as of his own accord, and the wide wound, which lately did dispart her bleeding breast, and riven bowels gored, was closed up as it had not been bored, and every part to safety full sound, as she was never hurt, was soon restored. Though when she felt herself to be unbound, and perfect whole prostrate, she fell unto the ground. Before fair Britomart she fell prostrate, saying, ah, noble knight, what worthy meed can wretched lady, quit from woeful state, yield you in lieu of this your gracious deed? Your virtue self her own reward shall breed, even immortal praise and glory wide, which I, your vassal, by your prowess freed, shall through the world make to be notified, and goodly well advance that goodly well was tried. But Britomart, uprearing her from ground, said, gentle dame, reward enough I ween, for many labours more than I have found, this, that in safety now I have you seen, and mean of your deliverance have been. Henceforth, fair lady, comfort to you take, and put away remembrance of late teen. Instead thereof I know that your loving make hath no less grief endured for your gentle sake. She much was cheered to hear him mentioned, whom of all living wights she loved best. Then laid the noble championess strong hand upon th' enchanter, who had her distressed so sore, and with foul outrages oppressed, with that great chain, wherewith not long ago he bound that piteous lady prisoner, now released, himself she bound, more worthy to be so, and captive with her led to wretchedness and woe. Returning back those goodly rooms which erst she saw so rich and royally arrayed, now vanished utterly, and clean subversed she found, and all their glory quite decayed. That sight of such a change her much dismayed. Thenceforth descending to that perilous porch, those dreadful flames she also found delayed, and quenched quite, like a consumed torch, that erst all enterers wont so cruelly to scorch. More easy issue now than entrance late she found, for now that feigned dreadful flame, which choked the porch of that enchanted gate, and passage barred to all that thither came, was vanished quite, as it were not the same, and gave her leave at pleasure forth to pass, th'enchanter self, which all that fraud did frame, to have efforced the love of that faire lasse, seeing his work now wasted deep in grieved was. But when the victoress arrived there, where late she left the pensive Scudamore with her own trusty squire, both full of fear, neither of them she found where she them lore. Thereat her noble heart was astonished sore, but most fair Amoret, whose gentle sprite now gan to feed on hope, which she before conceived had, to see her own dear knight, being thereof beguiled, was filled with new affright. But he, sad man, when he had long in dread awaited there for Britomart's return, yet saw her not, nor sign of her good speed, his expectation to despair did turn, misdeeming sure that her those flames did burn, and therefore gan advise with her old squire, who her dear nursling's loss no less did mourn, thence to depart for further aid t'enquire, where let them wend it will, whilst here I do respire. Note: stanzas in 1590 replaced in 1596 with others. At last she came unto the place where late she left Sir Scudamore in great distress, twixt dolour and despite half desperate, of his love's succour, of his own redress, and of the hardy Britomart's success. There on the cold earth him now thrown she found, in wilful anguish and dead heaviness, and to him called, whose voices knowen sound, soon as he heard, himself he reared light from ground. There did he see that most on earth him joyed, his dearest love, the comfort of his days, whose too long absence him had sore annoyed, and wearied his life with dull delays. Straight he upstarted from the loathed lays, and to her ran with hasty eagerness, like as a deer that greedily embayes in cool soil after long thirstiness, which he in chase endured hath, now nigh breathless. Lightly he clipt her twixt his armes twain, and straightly did embrace her body bright, her body, late the prison of sad pain, now the sweet lodge of love and dear delight. But she, faire lady, overcomen quite of huge affection, did in pleasure melt, and in sweet ravishment poured out her sprite. No word they spake, nor earthly thing they felt, but like two senseless stocks in long embracement dwelt. Had you them seen, ye would have surely thought that they had been that fair Hermaphrodite, which that rich Roman of white marble wrought, and in his costly bath caused to be sight. So seemed those two, as grown together quite, that Britomart, half envying their bless, was much impassioned in her gentle sprite, and to herself oft wished like happiness. In vain she wished that fate nould let her yet possess. Thus do those lovers with sweet countervaile each other of loves bitter fruit despoile. But now my term begins to faint and faile, all waxen weary of their journal toile. Therefore I will their sweaty yokes assoile, at this same furrowes end, till a new day. And ye faire swaines, after your long turmoile, now cease your worke, and at your pleasure play. Now cease your worke, to morrow is an holy day. End of Canto 12. End of Book 3, The Legend of Britomartis.